If you commit the next 5 hours of your life to consuming and implementing the content of this course, I guarantee you won't be working in your day job for much longer. That's been a long time dream for many of the people watching this right now, and it's not as far away as you think. And it's been the case for many of the people that have already consumed this course and implemented its advice and been able to hand in their resignation form. So I want you to imagine that day. Put it in 2 times speed if you need to, but don't skip, because this is your opportunity to make your dreams a reality. Now, this is a project that I've been working on for a very long time. I've made this course available to those inside my school community. It's a community for streetwear brand owners called Streetwear 365. And now it's here available on YouTube. However, there are mention of particular resources in the masterclass that you're about to watch. So if you would like to access those resources, please join the free school community. There's a link in the description of this video where you can join 100% free. And there you can access the course that you're watching right now, as well as the resources that I mentioned, and most importantly, a community of other motivated streetwear brand owners. So I'm really excited to see you in there. Please enjoy the course, put in 2 times speed if you need to, and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome to the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. I'm Elijah Delport, and in this course, I'm going to show you how you can turn your streetwear side hustle into a full-time career. Now, this course is called Streetwear 365 for a few reasons, and it's because currently you're working your day job, but you want to make your 365, as in 365 days of the year, your streetwear passion, your side hustle at the moment that wants to be a full-time career. And that's what you can expect leaving this course. Now, I've created this for a few different groups of people. And the first is someone who's just starting. Maybe you've just launched your streetwear brand or yet to launch it, and you need a way to build and grow a social media audience around your streetwear brand, one that's going to buy your clothing. This is the place for you. And you're going to get the foundational learnings that you need to be able to build and grow that social media audience. Or maybe you've had a streetwear brand for a very long time, maybe as long as 10 years. But the thing is, you don't have a brick and mortar store because nearly 100% of your customer base comes from social media. Well, you're also in the right place, because I guarantee to you that you're going to learn something even in this first lesson today and in the following lessons over the coming weeks, that is going to transform your streetwear brand and help you make it a full-time career. So let's have a look at what we're going to be covering in this first video of the course. First, I want to say welcome to week 1. Let's have a look. So first, we'll be looking through the week 1 curriculum, and then the course curriculum as a whole, because there's more modules than just this first one. I'm going to show you how you can get help and some support on the Streetwear 365 school community throughout the course. It's a very unique feature of having the course on a community like this. I'm going to tell you a bit about my story and then one of my clients' stories, because this course that I've created is compiling the knowledge that I use and implement with my streetwear brand coaching clients and help them to build their own successful streetwear brands and really quit their day jobs. And so that's going to give you some context of some of the knowledge and the results of that knowledge that you're going to get in this course. And then you're going to learn a little bit about who this course is for and who it isn't for. I don't want you wasting any time here. And I've already told you a little bit about who this course is for, but you're going to get a little bit more from that. Okay, now let's look at the week 1 curriculum. Here's what we're going to be covering with the next few lessons. The first is how to make more money. It's clear that the only reason that you would still be working your day job is simply because your streetwear brand cannot make enough money to sustain itself yet. And that's okay. That's the whole reason why you're here. And so that's going to provide some of the foundational principles that is going to help you make more money in your streetwear brand. There's a few things I've identified with most streetwear brands that they can implement today that's really going to help them increase the amount of money that they're making. Next is goal setting, because it's important
to know where we're going, the direction in which we're going. So we're going to set some big goals for your streetwear brand. Maybe you already have. It's going to be a good time to revise what you've done, or maybe it's for the first time. Then lesson 3, we're talking about giving crazy value, because the only way that you can make money and make more money in your streetwear brand is by giving more value. That's the way that it works. The only reason that garments are priced the way they are is because of the value they bring to customers. And so that's going to unpack a bit of my philosophy around business about giving value first and taking second, or really it's not about taking, but then receiving as a result of giving that initial value. Lesson 4 is branding 101. Now, you've probably seen a lot of classes around branding, especially if you've already started up your streetwear brand. There are some branding specifics that are specific to the fashion industry and streetwear brands in particular. And so that is how the lesson 4 of branding in this course differs from maybe any other branding class you've already seen. This is not about business in general. This is about fashion brands, how to brand your fashion brand. There are some technicalities that differ. Step 5, or lesson 5, is called writing your story. Now, this lesson is about the message that you're sharing with the world. Now, don't be scared. It's not necessarily about needing to stop climate change or saving the world from hunger or anything like that. It could be. However, the brands that do the best are the ones that have a story behind them, because people can connect with a story. And so that's why we're looking into writing your story. And then step 6 is filming your story. It's essentially taking it from a piece of paper, and this is how you're going to share it with the world, because there's no good sitting on a piece of paper at the bottom of your desk. That's not very productive at all. And lesson 7, we're going to recap everything that we've done in week 1, so you retain that knowledge. And then also we're going to be looking at what's to come in the following modules. So let's have a little overview now of the course curriculum as a whole, so you get an idea of some of those modules. So week 1, I'm calling building your brand foundation. In total, there is 7 lessons in there. They're the ones that I've just outlined. And then week 2, we're going to look at daily content creation. And so this is how you can consistently build an audience around your streetwear brand. An audience that I like to call a community oftentimes, because a community is one that's built of loyal customers. And that's the difference between an audience and a community. In week 3, we're looking at systemizing and optimization. And what that lesson is about, what that group of lessons is about, is how to create content in a way that's fit in with your schedule. Because as a brand owner, you've got 101 things you have to be doing. You're wearing so many hats, having only a small army, a small team, or maybe just being an army of one. And so it's really important to be able to systemize and optimize the content creation process so you can get the most out of very little time. Week 4 is about community building and customer loyalty. And so this is where we're really going to work on increasing the value of your customers by increasing customer retention, decreasing customer churn being the rate at which your customers stop buying, they become past customers. And overall, that's going to increase your profitability exponentially. And that is what community building is about. And then finally, week 5, we're looking at influencer marketing. Yes, it's a super hot topic. Also super valuable in leveraging the platform of others. So there's a lot here. In total, this is 33 lessons and 30 plus hours of course material that I am going to be dropping here. And something you should know, this first week, building your brand foundation, all of these lessons you're going to get 100% free. 100% free. This one's on me. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I wanted to show you the value that's in this course for you, that's in this material. And from weeks 2 to 5, those modules will be inside of the paid school community, and that is how you can access them. So an important detail of this is how to get help and support throughout the course. Because the benefit of having a school community like this is that we do have each other. It's not just that we have to put our head down and get to work. We can help each other out, and that is what we're going to do. And so there's a few ways to get help and support. The first one, you can make a post to the questions chat on our community page. One thing I think is that members are usually hesitant to make posts. I want to encourage you that this space is as much yours as it is mine. And so I want you to call Streetwear 365 your own community and make posts, ask questions, and provide help to others if they ask questions as well. And so there's a few things to keep in mind when you're posting. It's that quality is a priority. So create a video, use Loom or OBS, use images and well-written text. We have tools like ChatGPT now where you can proofread very quickly and easily. And so we want to be making sure that the post that we make, whether it's asking questions or leaving answers or providing some value in some other way, that they are high quality so they can be consumed well and that they can provide value to the other members. Because we want to show that we care about this community space, and one way is doing that is by posting something of quality. And if someone helps you out, if you leave a question and someone helps you out, show appreciation. Say a simple thank you. And I know you already know that. It's just a reminder because I need that too sometimes. I often ask for help from my mentors and business leaders that I look up to. And sometimes I forget to reply to their email just to say a simple thank you. So don't forget that. The third thing that you should be made aware of is that there is an opportunity to win prizes. So every 30 days on the leaderboard, we have a competition where the number 1, 2, and 3 spots, the top positions get a prize. And the first place prize is a private coaching call with myself. It's one-on-one. It's usually worth at the moment about 480 Australian dollars. And you get that 100% free. All you have to do is just make some posts and get likes on your post, and that gives you points to win the 30-day competition. So that's a great way to get some extra help and support. And you can do that by asking questions that lots of people are thinking about. They're going to like your post. So that's a really simple thing you can do. So for the second part of this, I wanted to share a bit of my story because I think it gives some good context for how I got here, a snapshot into my life and into what we're going to be doing together in the next weeks in the course. It gives some great context to that. So this is me when I was 6 years old. This is a long time ago, and honestly, it's quite embarrassing sharing this photo. You can see me in a Ben 10 jumper there, quite stylish, right? I was into streetwear from a young age. But I was a very passionate young kid, and I liked to buy things. I just remember one time I bought a Nerf gun, and from the shops, it was about $30. That's a lot for a 6-year-old kid. That's about the amount of money I could save in a few months. And it broke in the first week. And, it might have been fault of my own, but that really showed me that, man, I don't know if I really like buying these cheap things. I enjoy some quality. And so I really got into saving. And so one day I was reading, I was looking through a magazine and something caught my eye. And it was one of these. It was a very early generation iPod Touch. It had 8 gigabytes of data, 8 gigabytes of storage on it, and I just thought it was awesome. It caught my eye, and I knew I had to have it. And so what I did is I went to my parents and I said, "Hey, Mum and Dad, I want to buy this iPod." And well, the problem was I didn't have any money, and they said to me that they weren't going to buy it for me. They were good parents. They wanted me to go play outside. So what I did is I started a business. I hope you like my drawings, by the way. But I went to the drawing board and I thought of, okay, what kind of business can I make to make some money? Because I want to buy this iPod. And, I'm only 6 years old, so there's some limitations to what I could do. And I came up with these. And these are stickers. And I drew them out on pieces of paper, and then I went to a local kind of office supplies store called Office Works, and I was able to get them printed off onto the real life stickers, and I was over the moon about them. I had created all of these characters, and I was just so proud of them. And so that allowed me to buy the iPod at 6 years old. That's me and my younger brother, and it was one of the first devices we had in the household, which, well, it certainly got shared around quite a lot, being the first. And that first experience of buying something showed me that I can start something. I can take the initiative and make some money. And that is what really started my initial drive as a businessman, or a business boy, I suppose you could have said at that time. And so that was a really integral moment of my business journey. And it's funny because since then I've started many other businesses. I was counting, and the other day I figured out that I had started in the last 12 years. I've started 10 businesses. Not all of which were official, I will add. They didn't all have, they weren't all registered as an official business. So, call an official business what you will. But they were businesses. And the other larger business that I was doing before what I'm doing now was as a videographer and photographer and content creator for businesses. This is me with my camera, because at a very young age, I was also into filmmaking. So, I learned as an early teen that, you can make money in this. There's businesses that want ads and they need people to make them for them. And so I started getting some early jobs, with a number of businesses from all different types of industries. I did some weddings for family members and friends, and even people that I wasn't so connected with. I did some long-term editing projects with a racing car company, and man, there was so many good projects in there. And above all of them, the project that stood out the most to me was one where I was working with a fashion brand. And we did this whole fashion shoot. They were coming out with this clothing piece for a campaign. They weren't a super big brand. And man, it was just the best time. I enjoyed doing the fashion more than any other project that I'd worked on previously, because it wasn't like the corporate videos that I was doing. It was something different. And so from that point, that was about 5, maybe 6 years into my videography business, I decided that I'm just going to work for fashion brands. And that's when I really got into it. And so since that moment, I've started this business now, where I call myself a content strategist. I'm no longer creating the content, I'm just strategizing for it. I'm a content strategist for streetwear fashion brands. And since that moment, I've shared the story, like I've been sharing with you, with audiences of people around Australia, maybe even one day around the world, who knows. This is me doing a presentation at a large university in Brisbane, where I'm located. And so I thought it would be helpful to provide the context around how I got to the point where I am now, because it does provide a lot of context to what I'm doing now and why. And so I'm sure there's the question that's raised in your head through all of what I'm telling you, and this course that you may even consider going through with me. It's a large time commitment. So I'm sure you're wondering, why listen to me? Why listen to Elijah? Well, there's a few reasons that I want to outline that I'm sure you might find compelling. And the first is that I've been a content creator for 10 years. So this is originally from a filmmaking background, and then doing commercial videography to just the fashion industry. And of course, a content creator for my own businesses, creating my own campaigns, my own marketing. I now, in my current business, as a content strategist and building a personal brand and audience around Streetwear 365, this community, I'm creating between 3 and 5 unique pieces of content every single day. So it's safe to say I create a lot of content. I have very literally tens of thousands of gigabytes of archives and current and content creation projects that that I've done in the past. Of those 10 years as a content creator, I've been a marketer for 5 of those years. And the way I'm defining marketer is having a more strategic role, not only making the content, but also having some say in how the content gets made and what we're making and why we're making it and the goal that we're really trying to achieve from it. And that came from a interest in really trying to up my skills in as a content creator, not just someone who wants to work with my hands, but actually wants to create a positive return on investment for the businesses that were working with me. And when I changed, I pivoted that slightly to being a marketer as well. The success of the businesses and my relationship with the businesses has changed significantly in a really positive way. Of those 5 years as a marketer, I've worked with specifically fashion brands for 2+ years. And this leads on to the next one as well, is that I've been a content creator for Culture Kings, Johnny Big, Champion Australia, and a number of other smaller Australian streetwear brands. And that's to say, I know something about the content that they're creating, what works and why. And that's important because these are brands that we see and recognize as successful. They're larger. Maybe these are some of the brands that allowed you to fall in love with streetwear in the first place. Maybe you've even bought from these brands before. And that's a testament to not only a good product, but good marketing. And so I'm very proud to say that I've worked alongside some of these brands in the past. Or all of these brands that I have listed anyway. And since becoming a content strategist and consultant, I've done nearly 100 hours of private coaching with streetwear brands. And so that is in my private coaching program that I told you a little bit about before. And the reason why that's important is because everything that I'm going to outline to you in this course has come from applied knowledge in my coaching program. Things that I've done either myself or with and collaborated with other streetwear brands and seen worked. That is where this is all coming from. And so that's why this is important. Next slide. And so the best display of what I do now is what I've done for others. And so that's why I want to tell you a little bit about Harry's story. Now, Harry's one of my clients who I've worked alongside in my coaching program. And that's really, the coaching program is all centered around content strategy. Like this, because close to 100% of your customer base comes from social media. If you simply are able to grow the social media audience and increase the effectiveness of a platform, that means you're able to transform an entire company and hopefully make it a full-time career and beyond. And so we came up with this positioning statement. His brand is called Blues and Greens. And this is what it says. Blues and Greens is the brand for a community of individuals finding happiness within themselves. This is the first thing I always do with all of my coaching clients. And it's to figure out what is the message you're trying to share beyond the garment themselves. Because this is where the story lies, and stories are shareable, stories are powerful, they have viral potential, and they also have an emotional hook on the audience because people buy into the brand before they buy into the product. And that is what defining this is about. And so with my help, Harry began creating content about self-love, about self-expression, happiness, mindset, dreaming and goal setting, gratitude. And so this is some of the content that we started creating together, which is interesting because it has nothing to do with the product in and of itself. Like it's inherently about the brand and the brand message and not about the product. And the power of that is by selling exactly what people are buying first, which is the brand, because people buy in the brand, at least the most valuable customers buy into the brand, the most loyal, the most engaged They buy into the brand before they buy into the product. And so we decided to sell it. And that's why we were making content about all of these topics. And so here's some of the videos that we were posting to his social media channels, Instagram and TikTok. Self-love. So it got 3,000 views. Not amazing. It's not always the first try that it happens, but this is why you keep going. You persist in the beginning. And then we posted another one. You can see Alex Homozy in there. This is one of the videos that Harry was creating for his brand. Until it worked. And it did. It wasn't that long at all. In fact, it was in the first couple of weeks when Harry got his first real viral video, at least the most viral video up until that point. And he got 1.3 million views. And I don't know if I have it in the next slide. Yeah, here it is. Nearly 200,000 likes. And this is amazing for a brand that has between less than 5,000 followers at this point. And you can see the average view count was 3,000, around about there. And then there we go, boom, 1 million. And so even if you read the caption here of what this video was about, he says, "What life has taught me, part 6, cherish the now, tomorrow isn't promised." So there you go, part 6. This was the 6th video, only the 6th video of us creating the content about his brand and not about his product. Which, by the way, previously his page was much more filled with just his product. And then we started posting about this kind of stuff. And so this was the effect of it. And we were posting this stuff pretty frequently, every 1 to 2 days. And so having it on the 6th video, and then that's within 2 weeks, which is just incredible. And so the thing is, though, that viral videos like this, if there's nothing else beyond virality, there's not really much point in it. Because a lot of views and a lot of likes aren't sustainable, really. If that's it, that doesn't really count for anything, because at the end of the day, you don't want the views or likes. What you want is what they can get you. And so this is why I include this slide in my presentation, in my case study about Harry and our work together, implementing the strategies I'm going to show you into his brand. Because just days after he posted that piece of content, he released his latest clothing collection. And it sold out only 90 minutes after release, which was his quickest sell-out clothing drop to date, which is absolutely incredible. And so, Harry, if you're watching this, big congratulations to you, because you put the work in, you've implemented these strategies, and this is how they pay off. So this was really amazing to see and very encouraging to see. And for Harry as well, an encouragement to continue posting content like we were. And the thing is, the sellout clothing drop, although this is an amazing feat, it wasn't the only metric that was so incredible about this content that we started creating, the content strategy that we implemented. He started getting some pretty incredible comments, and I screenshotted some of them because I think they really summarize the effect of implementing a content strategy like this. The effect that goes beyond just the profitability of the brand, but actually the purpose of the brand owner and the passion to get up on the hard days and to share a message with the world and do something that's more than clothing. Let me read to you some of these comments. Love this shit, bro. Keep going. You are doing good things. Creating a movement for real. Love your message. You should be proud. More than just a piece of clothing. Keep these coming. Love these posts, Harry. Something I struggle with, but I'm working on day by day. That last comment in particular, I wanted to share something on that. It's that because Harry was selling the story, the message, the ideology, the lifestyle behind his clothing, people decided that this was the place that they could share some vulnerability. And so that really showed us that what his work is doing is having real effect in the real world. And that means something, because at the end of the day, you could make a hell of a lot of money and burn a hole in the ozone layer, and that's about it. you're going to end your life feeling quite unfulfilled. And so that's why there is so much value in implementing this content strategy, because it gives your brand meaning beyond the garment. And the good news is, this is the best part, is that not only do you find your passion for fashion in there, it's that the brands that do so, that implement a content strategy like this, it's a business strategy as a whole, actually find the most fulfillment. And so do their customers. And it translates financially, because I mentioned some of the benefits before. It's increased customer loyalty, decreased customer churn, increased lifetime value, and so many more things. And so without a brick and mortar store, nearly 100% of your sales come from social media. So by leveraging Instagram, you can grow your brand large enough to make enough money to quit your day job and beyond. That's the point I keep coming back to, because this is called the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. It's about taking your side hustle and turning it into a career that you can do 365 days of the year. I mean, yes, of course, take some rest days. Don't work on Christmas. Spend some time with your family. Have a day off on your birthday. Not really what I mean. The point is that you don't want to be working your day job. You want to have all the time you can with your brand. And this is the effect of the content strategy in all areas. It's so holistic in not only the financial benefits, but also the community and purpose benefits. So going through this course is going to help you do a few things. It's going to help you to get clear on your brand messaging. Know what to post when there isn't a clothing drop. That's vital, because a lot of brands find themselves in a start-stop cycle where there'll be a post there'll be a clothing drop coming up. However, after the clothing has released and the noise has died down, they go silent for a month and a half. And the problem is that when you go silent on social media, it's obvious your audience is not growing. Your audience is growing if you're contributing, if you're facilitating that growth by what you post. And so this content strategy allows you to have a foundation of content pillars that you can post even when there is no clothing drop. And here's one for you new brand owners as well. If you have not yet designed any clothing or released your first drop, this content strategy is going to allow you to start building an audience before you even drop one. Because it doesn't rely on the clothing product. In fact, it's about everything behind the clothing product. Again, people buy the brand before they buy the product, and we buy mostly because of identity. So this is super powerful. It's super powerful. Let's keep going. It's going to help you nurture current customers, increase your customer lifetime value. And so what that's to suggest is that if a customer buys 2 times at $50 a piece, that's going to be $100 lifetime customer value. If they go into buying 3 or 4 times, that could be then $150 or $200 lifetime customer value, and you multiply that across the number of customers you have, and you are exponentially increasing the amount of income that you are generating. It's also going to help you decrease customer churn. I mentioned this point earlier. It means that decreasing the number of customers that are going from current customer to past customer. It means more people stay for longer. It's going to help you increase community engagement. Just like the comments that Harry was getting, they were so passionate and genuine. And people felt compelled to make the step to not just watch, not just like, but make a comment. That is representative of a share that they might make with a friend. That's free word of mouth marketing. And high engagement usually is also representative of high store page activity. And that's to say that if you've got a lot of engaged followers, you've probably got a pretty strong paying customer base as well. And finally, of course, the whole point of why we're here is going to help you turn your passion into a full-time career. And so there's a few things, though, that I wanted to notify you of. With all of those great things in mind, there's what I'm calling the foundational expectations. And what that means is that this whole content strategy that I'm going to outline across this course is not going to work if you don't have these foundational expectations in place. They're assumptions that I'm making about your brand, and they are vitally important. Now, this resource here, called the Foundational Expectations Checklist, is one that's available below this video. And I suggest you go through it for yourself and make sure your brand checks these boxes. So let's have a look through it together. These are the things you're going to need if you want this content strategy to work. So the first, the business. You need a well-designed logo, a memorable brand name, and for Australians in particular, an Australian business number and a tax file number, or any other relevant business permits. If you're not in Australia, do some research on the relevant business permits and requirements you need to begin if you haven't already got those things. To do with your product, you're going to need well-designed garments. And that's to do with the shape of the garment. You're going to need well-designed garment graphics themselves. And if you're not a designer, if you're in this for the business aspect, all power to you. And save some money up, hire a designer, or get one of your friends to do it, or find someone in the community that's willing to do it for some great exposure, or some free shirts, because they just love to see their designs on a shirt. You're going to need some high quality source materials. So good fabrics. If you're making t-shirts especially, it might be 100% cotton. Yes, there's different ways you can go with the materials, but 100% cotton is a good way to go. Like polyester is just probably about the lowest quality material you could use. And a high GSM, GSM, by the way, is grams per square meter. And that's to do with the weight of the garment and the weight of the fabric itself. So if you ever see heavyweight t-shirts, that's because it has a high GSM. And so do some more research of that. You want ethically manufactured garments and an ethical production line. You want well printed, or that says embodied. I meant embroidered or embedded garments. So that's just all these things are to do with the quality of the product itself. It's really essential that you have reasonable product prices and reasonable shipping costs. And that's to say, if you're not offering $600 of value in a t-shirt, don't price it at $600 just because you see Supreme doing so. There are certain elements of value that are required of you in order to start pricing at that level. And I'm going to run you through a few of some of what those things are. But all I'm suggesting is you cannot expect these strategies to work if you have roadblocks like this. So customer care, accessible store website link. It needs to be somewhere visible in your bio, ideally, on your Instagram page. Clear and easy to use store website, proper customer communication, on-time delivery of products, helpful customer service, and reasonable returns and refund policy. Now, the list is not limited to everything that I outline here. These are just some ideas of some of the things that are required for this strategy when implemented to work. And my point is really that if you can think of the success of your streetwear brand as a stream, as in a water stream or a creek, and for some reason you're not where you want to be, you have a desired state of business, that's not where you are right now. And that means there's a blockage in the stream. There's something that's being done that could be done better. And there's rocks in the stream that are stopping the water from flowing or the sales from coming in. These are some of the simple things that could stop the water from flowing. So just because further up the stream, you remove some of those content strategy stones or obstacles out of the water and improve that part of the process, if you've still got these other stones further down, don't expect it to work. Because you could have the best marketing, the best content strategy in the world, and you supply a 90% polyester, badly designed, slow shipping, can't find your store page, expensive, bad customer service garment. And look, this is about reputation as well, because you cannot pay for reputation, you have to earn it. And so this is an integral part of implementing this content strategy in a way that works, is removing those other obstacles from the stream as well. So, with all that being said about the foundational expectations, let's have a look at what is coming up in the next lesson of this course. I'm calling it How to Make More Money, and I went over it briefly just before when I outlined the first week of the course, the first module. What this is really about is the only thing stopping you from going full time into your streetwear brand is the fact that you're not making enough money that it can sustain itself. And so this is going to provide you with some practical things that you can do today. You can begin implementing so that you can increase your income, because it's usually the small changes that make large difference. And before I sign off, I send an email every single day to a number of streetwear brand owners to help them build a community around their streetwear brand in order to turn their side hustle into a full-time career. And so if you've enjoyed this first lesson, this introduction to the course, enjoy some of the ideas that I'm speaking about content strategy, and you want a daily tip every day in your inbox, just something short that you can read between 60 and 120 seconds, please subscribe to the daily email newsletter. It's elijahdelport.com/daily. It's there. It's for free. It's for anyone who wants it, and it provides a ton of value to those who are a part of it. So I think you're really going to enjoy that. So thanks for watching this first lesson of the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. Let's take this streetwear brand 365, and I will see you for the next lesson. Hello and welcome back to lesson 1 of the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. I hope you've had some time to go over and unpack all of the things that I laid out for you in the first lesson, the introductory video to this course. I know there was a lot in it. And today we're talking about a very, very important topic. It's how to make more money. Let's see what we're going to be covering today. The first thing we'll be talking about is the 2 ways to make more money, how to increase your customers, and how to increase your customer value. And then we're going to be looking at some small changes you can make today to make more money. And before we get into it, just remember that you can subscribe yourself to my daily email that you can find at elijahdelport.com/daily. And there I send an email to streetwear entrepreneurs every single day. It's a short tip that's going to help you grow a community around your streetwear brand. And a quick pro tip, watch this in 2 times speed. I know there's a lot of content to get through. If you can digest all of it in less time, all power to you. Okay, let's do it. So why are we talking about making money? It's very simple, really, and it's because the only thing stopping you from turning your passion into a career is money. Otherwise, you'd already be doing your streetwear brand full time, because I'm assuming you're here and doing this course because streetwear is the career you want to be in. You see yourself as a business person. You want to make it a reality, and so that means that the only thing stopping you is the financial stability. And if you can get over that, well, you can start making your side hustle a full-time job. And so this is why we're talking about the only 2 ways to make money. I think this is really going to bring you some value, enlighten you on some ways that you can increase the profitability of your brand today. So let's talk about the only 2 ways to make more money. Here they are. Number 1, increase the number of customers, or number 2, increase the value of customers. There is no other way to make money. It's just these 2 factors, and it doesn't matter what business you're in. This is not specific to the fashion industry. The details of how to do these 2 things, of course, in this lesson will be specific to clothing brands and clothing brand owners. However, it doesn't matter what business you're in. This is always the case. And so the reason that most brands fail in the first 2 years is because of few low value customers. It's such a shame, because I see in the same week a number of brands begin and others fall. And it's because of few, as in not many customers, and all customers of a low value, or both. And so this is what I'm calling the money-making matrix. It's a bit of a tongue twister with the alliteration in there. But you're going to be seeing a bit more of this matrix, and those brands that are that have few low value customers find themselves in the bottom left side of this matrix where my cursor is. And so you can see on the y-axis you have the number of customers, on the x-axis you have the customer value. And the red, of course, is the bad. The yellow is, yeah, it's okay, could be better. And the green is where we want to be. And so it's in this area, it's in the red zone where many people fail. Even in the yellow zone sometimes is not sustainable enough to continue a streetwear brand. And so by simply watching this lesson and intentionally addressing these two factors together, the number of customers and the value of customers, you are dramatically reducing the likelihood of your failure. In other words, you're dramatically increasing the likelihood of you actually turning your passion into a full-time career. And that is why I've put this as the first lesson. So let's review. Again, remember the only two ways to make more money are to increase the number of customers or increase the value of customers. So let's go into the first one. Here is how you can increase the number of customers. Okay, there's a couple of ways. You can improve the conversion rates or you can grow the audience. And that's to suggest that improving conversion rates is increasing your customers with your current audience. So if you have an audience size of 100 followers on Instagram and your conversion rate is currently 3%, you've got 3 customers. Or if it's 5%, you've got 5 customers. So that's how you can see how you can increase the number of customers by improving the conversion rate and growing the audience. Well, that's pretty simple. Or you can do both. And that's really the brands that end up in that green zone where they have many high value customers do both of these things. So how do you actually, if you wanted to improve your conversion rates, how would you go about doing that? Well, I've listed some ideas for your streetwear brand that I think you'll find compelling, and hopefully something in there that you're not already doing that you could begin implementing today that's going to help you improve your conversion rates. Let's have a look. So you can take high quality product photos. Now, at the end of the introductory video, I mentioned the foundational expectations. Now, I believe that high quality product videos do come under those expectations, the assumptions that I'm making about your brand required for this to work. However, if you're not doing that, this is something you can do now to improve your conversion rates. And why does it work? It's because if someone sees a low quality photo, they assume the same about the product. And so the way you treat your marketing is the way that, well, it's like, because people on social media, it's not like they can go into your store and feel your garments. They have to place a lot of trust in you before they buy anything. And that's a big jump to put money on the table. And so if your product photos are low quality, they're going to assume that about your garments, even if they're not. And so the conversion rate of audience to paying customer is going to be far less. This is a big one. You can remove Linktree from your Instagram bio. This is quite controversial, and I see this in many streetwear brands, is that they have a Linktree or something similar where they have, here are my links, and there's 5 to 10 links on there. And the problem with that is that people that come to visit your Instagram page don't want options. They want direction. Because it's hard enough to make a decision and move as it is. If you add choice to the situation, you make it even harder. It's like adding obstacles. And what you're trying to do, if you want someone to make a decision, to put money on the table, you need to remove as many obstacles as possible. And so in order to reduce the amount of decision fatigue, you can simply have one link in your bio. And that could be your store page, and that's it. And look, for those of you that do want those extra links, that's what the highlights are for. You can add them there. But just by reducing the decision fatigue, it's like when you wake up in the morning, some people have a really hard time choosing what clothes to wear. If you simply were to just buy the same thing and wear the same thing every single day, you'd have no trouble with the decision fatigue of choosing what to wear. Now, maybe I'm talking to the wrong audience because you're fashion enthusiasts, but you get the idea. Generally speaking, Linktree is not a good move. Another way to increase conversion rate is to simplify the checkout process. Similar to Linktree, you're just trying to remove as many obstacles as you can. So if you have a home page, and then that takes you to a store page, and then that takes you to a checkout page, and then a questionnaire, and then something else, and then a shipping page. You have so many steps in the process. Each one of those steps is an opportunity for your customers to click away. And that's why there's a lot, that's why you may have a high abandoned cart rate or a low conversion rate on your website. It's because you need to simplify the checkout process. And so that's why many brands have simplified their checkout page or simplified the store page to being a one-pager. And that's, here is my clothes, here is my garments, here's all the products. You choose what you buy, and then you go to the checkout, and that's it. And I think it's a really good way to do it, because by the time someone gets to the store page, you need to ask yourself, what do they want? If they're at this point in the journey, what do they want? They're probably not just here for fun. They're probably here to buy. You want to make it as easy as possible for them to buy in the shortest amount of time. And so that's what simplifying the checkout process can do for your conversion rates. And so if we look back at the money-making matrix, imagine this is you on the bottom left-hand corner. You've got 0 customers and each customer is worth $0, right? Simply by improving the conversion rates, you can go from here to here, which means you've increased the number of customers. And that is adding value or increasing the amount of revenue that you could potentially be making. So there we go. That is how you can improve conversion rates. But the second way to increase the number of customers is to grow your audience. So let's have a look at this a bit deeper. There's a few ways to grow your audience. One of them is to collaborate with influencers. And really what that is leveraging someone else's platform and to grow your own, right? And so, I mean, it's a really hot topic, the idea of influencers. I have, in fact, an entire module just focused on influencers, how you can do it and very practically. So that's going to be later on in the course. But I thought for now, it'd be useful just mentioning it, that this is a great way to grow your audience, is leveraging the audience of other people. Next is posting reach content. So different types of content on Instagram have different capacities for reach. For example, if you make a post, as in just a simple image or video post, not a reel, just a post, that's gonna reach about 70% of your audience and 30% of non-audience or non-followers. And so that's a highly that's a really good strategy if you're trying to engage only with people who already follow you. But the thing is, it doesn't really help you grow your audience. So brands that fill their page just with posts don't have as much capacity for growth as those that post more short form reels, because you'll notice, if you've ever looked at your statistics, if you have a business account, which you should, it's that the portion of the audience seeing a reel that is not following you is usually between 80 and 90%, and sometimes even higher than that, which means you're reaching mostly strangers, the top of the funnel, people who've never heard about you. And that's going to help you grow your audience because step one to growing your audience is actually reaching new audiences. And so that's one way you can do that. The next way is hosting giveaways or contests. Now, a lot of brands believe this is generosity when they do this. I don't, because giveaways aren't really giving, and that's okay. They're just for a different purpose. It's a bit of a side note, but I just thought I'd mention it, because what giveaways really are is a referral system. A referral being, if I like a company and I say to my friend, hey, you should check this out, you'd like them. And they do. That's a referral. And so what giveaways are, the way it usually goes is that a brand will post to say, hey, we're giving away 3 hoodies from our latest collection. This is how you enter. You have to be followed and you tag 3 friends. And so the tagging 3 friends is how people with very minimal reach can access and leverage the audience of others. It's free. It's not free word of mouth marketing, but it's very cheap word of mouth marketing that only costs you a very little amount. And it's not for everyone's brand. It really depends. Are you a luxury brand? It depends on your branding if you want that to be on your image. However, if you don't mind doing the giveaways, then it can be a great way to grow your own audience and be a referral system. Finally, there's running targeted social media ads. Of all of these methods, the social media ads are probably the most expensive and the one that I'd least recommend, because organic content is being pushed more and more. It's also cheap, as in basically free, to create organic content. Anyone can do it, and especially if you can't make organic content work well, then you're not going to be able to make ads work well. And so if you've been thinking of doing this, make sure you master organic before you can do social media ads. But this, I thought I'd include it anyway because it is a valid way to grow your audience beyond the one you have now by reaching new people, the top of the funnel. So the second way being that you increase the number of customers. You can do that by improving conversion rate. Oh, sorry, not the second way. The first way. You can do that 2 ways, is by improving the conversion rate and growing your audience, or doing both. And that we've covered that. And so simply by doing both of those things, where you see yourself here, this is you, this red dot, you can go up on the money making matrix and be increasing your potential to earn. But here's the thing, many brands stop right there. They think the only way to scale is to have more people. But I don't know if you knew this, but there is a way and a few ways that you can make more money with the same amount of customers. And it's so very powerful because the way that this matrix works is that it's exponential increase. And so if you go diagonally, if you increase diagonally from here, from 0 all the way up diagonally, this is exponential increase of revenue because you multiply these 2 figures together, and that's how it works. So don't just stop scaling with number of customers. You should also be scaling with the value of customers. So let's have a look at this deeper. Yeah, so there you go. Increase the value of customers is the second way to make more money. So how do you increase the value of customers? There's a couple of ways. The first is to increase the number of products bought per customer, or to increase the value or the price of the products themselves. We're going to look into each of these a bit deeper. We could do both, right? Remember, you can always do both, and that's the best way. That's how you end up in the green very surely. So how do you increase the number of products bought per customer? So the first idea, my first suggestion is you can add an upsell plugin on Shopify. If people get to checkout and they see a plugin like this, sorry, not a plugin. It is called a plugin, but it's not like they're seeing a plugin. If they get to checkout, goodness, I need to slow down. If your customer gets to checkout and they have their item in the cart and you make an offer of another product, maybe a low ticket product, something that's a bit cheaper or discounted for a limited time just because they're buying this first product, you're going to be able to increase the number of products bought per customer. And a plugin like this is something that you can add in one day, like less than a day it takes you to add, probably less than a couple of hours, probably less than an hour. And it's one of those things that it's kind of a no-brainer to add. Again, it is about your branding. Like you want to consider, is this something that's going to work for my brand? However, if it is, in that case, it's a no-brainer to add it because it takes very little time and can increase a number of products bought per customer, which is increasing their lifetime value. And so that's one of the ways you can increase the number of products bought per customer. The next one is retaining customers for longer. And so what I mean by that is that with your social media page, it's not just for growing your audience and reaching new audiences, it's also for nurturing your current audience. Because there's 4 types of customers. I don't go over it in this presentation, but I'll mention it because it's relevant. There's 4 types of customers. There's prospect customers, those that haven't bought yet. There are current customers or one-time buyers, so someone who's bought once. There's a loyal customer or a repeat buyer, someone who's bought many times. And then fourth and finally, there's a past buyer. That's someone who's churned, someone who once was buying and now it doesn't buy anymore. Here's the thing. If you have a current customer or a one-time buyer, there's only two ways they can go. The only two ways are become a repeat customer or secondly, become a past customer. And you want to increase the number of customers that are repeat buyers. And so one of the ways you can do that is by creating content that's directed at them, that's entertaining to them, and that keeps your name popping up in their feed over and over and over again, and not just about your product. Later on in future lessons, we're going to get into how you can create value content, something that's truly entertaining and that gives value to your audience and that nurtures your middle and bottom of funnel so they can become repeat buyers. But it's good to mention that by posting that kind of thing, you can turn more one-time buyers into repeat customers. And that's how you increase the number of products bought per customer. The third one, pretty simple, do more clothing drops, right? If you have someone who buys every single clothing drop, they're going to be buying more times if you do 6 drops a year instead of 3. Simple as that, right? You're just increasing the potential for people to buy. This is not a suggestion for you to do more clothing drops. Of course, it depends on so many factors for you to do that. However, it is a way. And finally, do clothing collections instead of single piece drops, right? Really big one, right? If you have a clothing drop that features 5 to 10 pieces instead of just one, you might have more people that come and buy 2 or 3 products per order over just one. Because really, unless someone's buying it for a friend or as a gift, in a single piece drop, the most you can have in the most number of products you can have per order is just one. Whereas you at least give the option for there to be more in collections. So that's another way you can increase the number of products per customer. Oh yes, and there's one more. Yes, you can release better designs, right? It's pretty simple. Foundational expectation, this one is. Refer back to the introductory video about foundational expectations. But look, it's pretty simple. If your designs are good and someone comes along and looks through and they were just going to buy one thing and they go, goodness, that's a fantastic design, they're going to buy more. Chances are they're going to buy more. So let's have a look. Here we are on the money-making matrix. We've already increased the number of customers by implementing some of the steps I outlined earlier. And now by doing a bit of work on the value of customers, we move along. Again, now what we're doing is we're exponentially increasing revenue. Because before, what we had was just 100 customers. Now we can multiply that by the x-axis. So 100 multiplied by 50, 5,000. So if you had 100 customers at $50 value per customer, that's $5,000, and that is exponentially increase the revenue. So of the 2 ways to increase the customer value, we've already looked at increasing the number of products bought per customer. Now, the second way is to increase the value or price of the products themselves. Let's look into this a bit further. So, the first way you can do this, again, just remember, with all of these ways that I'm suggesting, they are suggestions. They're not going to work for every single brand. There are also more ways to do it than just the ones I'm mentioning. I'm just sharing my observations for what streetwear brands often do, the mistakes they make, their blind spots, and in hopes that maybe you'll find 1 or 2 things at least in all of these lists that you can change and implement and improve today. Okay? And so one of them is improve the quality of your product. And so this comes from the way that value works. And the reason anyone would put money on the table for a garment, for a piece of clothing, is because they believe that product is worth more than the money that they have in their hand. For example, if your t-shirts are $50 a t-shirt and they have $50 of cash on them. The reason that they would pay $50 for the t-shirt is because they believe it's worth more than $50. So that means that the way that you can increase your prices is by increasing the value that you're delivering. One way is through the garment itself. So therefore, increasing the product quality. So if you're offering 100% cotton garments instead of polyester, for example, you can justify higher prices than someone who's not using as good materials. Or maybe you're offering a higher GSM, GSM being grams per square meter, by the way. That's the weight of the fabric. And so you might be offering a heavyweight garment. That's to particular customers, the weight of the garment being higher or lower is worth more than another brands who might be offering maybe virtually the same product, but it's just a lower GSM. And so you can price your product for more. That's one of the ways. The second one is more conceptual. It's intangible. And it's by enhancing the brand perception through storytelling. And the reason I mention storytelling is something that we're going to get into a lot into this course. And it really leads, I'll talk about the third point at the same time because these are very much joined. And it's in selling the intangible. So that's an ideology, ethos, or lifestyle. And for example, if we look at brands around us like Supreme, and there have been times Supreme has sold products at an absurd price to most people. You know, you for example, they might sell a t-shirt at $600. And that is priced much higher than anything else on the market. But the interesting thing is, yes, they do sell, even though I've not bought that. I'm not the market for it. There are people who do. And it makes you question how come Supreme can sell that t-shirt for $600 and I can't, or another brand cannot. Because really, Supreme's quality isn't really that much meaningfully different from many other t-shirts. Yes, it is high quality, but there's other t-shirts of the same quality or even better that sell for less than half the price. So what is Supreme giving you that those other brands are not? And so this is where they're selling the intangible, and the intangible is worth a lot to people because we buy because of identity. And so the intangible, for example, can be status, community, and I've listed some of the others here: ideology, ethos, and lifestyle. When you represent these things through your brand and through your clothing to do with the marketing that you create and the type of people that are associated with your products, you create some intangible value. And the intangible value is how you scale the price of your garments. If you want to do it, not every brand wants to do it, but if you want to, the intangible value is how you scale the value of your products beyond their material costs, because you can only create so much value in the tangible things. Like you can only have so high of a GSM. You can't have 800 GSM t-shirts because that's ridiculous. No one would ever wear it. And you can't have 110% cotton because that doesn't even make logical sense. The point is there is a cap to these things. However, the intangible, on the other hand, there is no cap. And that's why we have sneakers that sell for $4,000 or more, 100 grand. And that's why we have Nike that's able to, that has aftermarket value on many of their products that soars, especially on limited items. So that's intangible value. And that is the importance of thinking about these things when you are increasing the price of your products. But it's not only the price, it can also increase the number of customers wanting to buy because the demand goes up as well. So the two ways to increase the value of your customers are to increase the number of products bought per customer, or to increase the value of those products or the price, or do both. And do both is the sweet spot. And so to recap everything about the only two ways to make more money is the first one, of course, being to increase the number of customers or to increase the customer value. And by doing both things, you are getting the most out of your streetwear brand and increasing the revenue exponentially. So here we are, after doing all of these things, and we can head over into the green. And that's when we address both the X and the Y axis. We increase the value of customers and we increase the number of customers. And what that leaves us with is many high value customers. Many high value customers. That is the sweet spot, and that is how you can be scalable in all areas of the business. So when both methods are used in connection with each other, the effect of efforts are multiplied. Okay, so let me provide you for an example, right? Say you're here. This red dot still is you. And so you have some customers, not heaps. You can see on the y-axis here, that's how many customers you have. A bit more than half the way up. All right, this is a relative scale, by the way. But let's just say, for the sake of the argument, it's about 60 customers just above that middle line. And also they're worth a little bit, they've got a little bit of value, but not heaps, right? You can see on the x-axis here. And there you are. Okay? So here's the math, right? We're getting into the math because the math matters. The math, like, we are talking about how to make more money, and so we need to do the math. And so, like, add zeros how you want to according to your brand. But here we go. 60 customers times by the value of each customer, $25 is equal to $1,500. And that's the revenue from 60 customers worth $25. That's the revenue, right? But let's say, again, here you are. Let's say you decide to increase the number of customers just a little bit, increase the value of customers just a little bit. There you go. Like, you didn't move that much. You just increased both of those metrics just a little. And have a look at this. So you increase the number of customers by 10, you increase the value of customers by 10, and you've nearly doubled your revenue. So you went from $1,500 to $2,450, $2,450, right? Double being 3,000, and you're not too far off. And so my point is with this, as I was saying before, the simply understanding this concept allows you to exponentially increase your revenue. And it's really amazing how it works like this, because you multiply these two together and you get the revenue. Again, that's number of customers and value per customer. And that's the revenue. You nearly double just by increasing these just a little bit. And so here we go. This is what it looks like if you have the value and number of customers. Just say these are the same number, and then you have your revenue on the y-axis. And as you increase the value and the number of customers together, the revenue goes up exponentially. And just using the matrix from before, 100 times 100 is 10K. So there you go. If you had 100 customers all worth $100, that would be $10,000. And that's not too bad at all. Again, add the zeros as you please. But the reason I include this into the presentation is to show you the value and the importance of doing an activity like this and understanding the two ways to make more money. Because chances are you might be overlooking at least one of these ways, and then within them, you might not be doing one of the things on the lists, or maybe it's brought some other thoughts to you about how you can do it. So let's talk about now, how do you actually practically implement it? This is a resource. It's called How to Make More Money, right? Very conveniently named. It's also, all the resources that I share with you are going to be below the video themselves. It's below this video here today, and you can download it for yourself. It outlines basically everything that I've shown you in the presentation. So the two ways to make more money. And then I've also included this implementation example. So let me read this out for you. I say, in order to make more money in my streetwear brand, I would grow my Instagram audience by creating short form content with the purpose of reach, right? And then I would improve my customer conversion rate by creating a clear call to action in my bio with a single link to the store page. Okay. Then I would sell more products by decreasing customer churn with Instagram nurture content, right? That's retaining the customers. By telling stories that are dynamic, engaging, and entertainment focused, my brand will stay front of mind, leading to more purchases over a customer's lifetime. Then I would sell more products by adding an upsell plugin to my Shopify store that shows before checkout, prompting the customer to increase their order value with a low ticket offer. For example, an accessory upsell like socks or a cap. And then finally, unincrease the value of products themselves by selling an intangible idea before the tangible and logical aspects of the product. In turn, a garment would become a symbol of status and community. Doing all of these things, like this is what I could do. And there's nothing in here that I wrote that I haven't shared with you in the points about how to make more money, about how you can increase all of those metrics that I shared with you. And all of the points that I've shared are here. And you can use these. Please take these for yourself and use them. And I'll get to the actionable in a sec, but I want you to pick one of these that you can increase today. And so, yeah, so this is what I would implement to make more money with my streetwear brand. So let's recap everything we've gone over. So there's only 2 ways to make more money. And the first one of those is increasing customers. And you can increase customers by improving conversion rates or growing your audience. And the only other way to make more money is to increase the customer value. And you can do that by increasing the number of products bought per customer or increasing the value or the price of the products themselves. And that is how you make more money in your streetwear brand. So here's an actionable step, because look, at the end of the day, you could consume all of this as head knowledge, but there's no way you're going to know if anything I'm saying has any merit unless you implement it and try it for yourself. Because then you can come back to me and say, hey, Elijah, this is a load of BS. This doesn't work. Like, you can delete your course. But I'm so sure that this stuff is going to work, that I'm encouraging you to implement it, try it for yourself, and come back and share with me the results. And so this is why I put the actionable step in. And here it is. Identify one area you are lacking in and implement the respective systems to positively improve that metric. Okay? And what I encourage you to do in this process is to follow the worksheet. And so again, that's the same resource I showed you before. In the putting it into action section, there is all of the ways that I suggested that you could start making more money in your streetwear brand today. And just simply choose one of those ways, or 2 or 3, and see the effect it has. So coming up in the next lesson, we will be sitting down and looking at doing some goal setting some big goals so you can make steps towards achieving them. Goal setting is super important because in order to get to where we want to be, we need to define where it is we want to be. And that way we can work back from the end all the way back to the start, and that helps us define the steps in between. And can I say just quickly on the actionable step, if you do implement and you find some revenue increase, a big win, or even a small win, please share it in the wins chat on our community page, because this is a space where we get to encourage others and be encouraged. We can ask questions and answer questions. This is the value of the community. And so you putting your wins in the chat encourages someone else to go and do it today and to go do what they know they have to do. All of the resources that I have been creating and culminating to make this course have come from my daily email. That's where you get it first. And so if you are a streetwear entrepreneur that wants to grow a community around what you're doing, you're here. So I judge that you are. I encourage you to please join my daily email. Go to elijahdelport.com/daily with the many other streetwear brands and streetwear brand owners all around the world that are reading my email every single day. It's a short tip. It doesn't take you longer than 2 minutes to read. And it's going to provide you a heap of value. I know it. So let's go Streetwear 365, and I will see you for the next lesson. Hello and welcome to the second lesson of the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. I'm Elijah Delport. I hope you enjoyed lesson 1 about how to make more money in your streetwear brand, some simple things you can implement now to increase your revenue. And today we're talking about a very important topic. This is important if you're just starting your streetwear brand, and it's also something that we need to be reviewing over and over again. I know certainly that I am in my own business, no matter what stage we are in, and that is goal setting. So let's get into it. Here's what we'll be covering. First, we'll be setting some big goals. Then we'll be breaking them down into smaller parts. We'll be doing some financial tracking, so actually measuring and doing the numbers to make these goals happen. We'll have a look at an income replacement goal, some revenue goals, and transition plans. Lots of goal setting and all of this stuff, especially the latter half of this presentation. We're going to look at some really practical ways that you can track your revenue so you know when to make the jump from your day job to handing in that resignation form, quitting, and going full-time into your streetwear brand. Because I know that's something that many brand owners have no idea when it's time to go all in. You're going to know after today. And by the way, I let you know of my daily email before every single lesson. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. I send a short tip there every day to streetwear brand owners to help them grow a community of superfans. So if that's something you're interested in, please go to elijahdelport.com/daily. Okay, and you can also watch this in 2x speed. Get all of the content in half the time. Let's do it. So, first thing we're up to today is setting some big goals. And there's a few things that I've been learning about goal setting, and it's that people who write down their goals are 42% more likely to achieve them than those who don't. And that really says to me the power of putting the goals out there, not just keeping them in our head, but actually putting them in a physical or tangible place, writing them down, telling a friend. I mean, all of those things, like all of the above. And by combining those things together, we increase the likelihood of us actually achieving our goals. And so I just think that makes it such a no-brainer to do it, because it takes a very little amount of time and has the ability to reap great results. And here's my philosophy around goal setting. It's that I aim for the stars and land on the moon. And what that means is that I set goals higher than what I believe that I can achieve right now. And that puts me in a mindset very different to what I would be if I was to set goals that I think are manageable, because then I'm having to work overtime and I'm putting in extra hours just to try and make that happen. And so the thing is, simply by setting goals that are aiming for the stars, I land on the moon more times than not. If the moonshot really is the goal. And the greatest part of it is that, so yes, you are more likely to achieve your goals if you set a deadline. So that's another point about goal setting, is that deadlines really make it happen in a different way. Like, I know for my own planning, even I can take an example from my routine. It's that if I just set a to-do list, that list keeps growing and growing and growing until I can no longer see the bottom of it. However, if I have a to-do list with deadlines next to them, it actually stays at a pretty manageable size in my experience for my own task list. And I think the same is true for our goals, that if we set a deadline, that we're certainly much more likely to achieve it, because, well, we know that where we have to be by a certain time, and something clicks psychologically that makes us get into position to make it happen. By reminding yourself of your goals every day, you stay focused on the objective. And this is also another important part of writing down your goals, is that if we have it hung up in a space that we see every single day, like many brands have their vision or mission, it allows us to be in the mindset and keep the big picture in mind, that this is what we're going for. And that's why I have my goals hung up in the wall around my room, around my desk space. I know what I'm trying to achieve. So let's look at breaking down big goals. And the reason we're looking at this is because we usually know where we want to be, but less clear about how to get there. And that's true for me as well. I mean, I have goals, but the part in the middle between my current situation and my desired state is kind of fuzzy in the middle. I don't exactly know how to bridge that gap, and sometimes even what direction I should be working towards. And so that's why we're talking about breaking down big goals. So there's a few ways that I've found helpful that I hope you will too, and how I break down my goals. And so step one is by starting at the end. It's saying that's the goal itself. It's saying, where do I want to be? And just by starting there, you get a zoom out big picture of where we're going. And then step 2 is working your way back to the beginning with the phrase, but I can't do that because. Now, I'll explain this more as we go, but what I'm really suggesting here is that if you start at the end, you know where your goal is. You'll be able to say, well, I can't achieve my goal because, and then a number of other reasons, a number of obstacles, and that's how you work backwards. And so that leads me on to point 3, is you keep saying that phrase until you figure out step 1. And then you simply just do it. So let me give you an example. I think this might bring some more clarity to what I'm speaking about. So let's say I have this goal, and the goal is to quit my day job. We're starting at the end here, right? And then I say, well, I can't quit my day job because I'm not making enough money. Then we keep going. I'm not making enough money because, well, I need to increase my customers, but I can't increase my customers because I still need to grow my Instagram page. And I'm not growing my Instagram page because I need to post something every day. And in that way, what we've done, we've started at the end, we've worked our way backwards, and we've figured out step 1. And then it's as simple as just doing it. And so we can't, quitting my day job is not exactly in my control right now because of all those obstacles in between. However, if I simply can address them one by one, then quitting my day job seems a little more real. Okay, let's have another look at another example and similar goal, because again, this whole course is about going Streetwear 365. So it's relevant to talk about quitting your day job. So here's our goal again. I can't quit my day job because I'm not making enough money, and instead of increasing customers, I'm saying I'm not making enough money because I need to increase customer value, and so therefore I need to lengthen the customer lifetime, and to do that I need to keep them more engaged for longer amounts of time, and so therefore I'm going to post a long form podcast once a week. Here's another example of how you can have a very impractical, fuzzy goal in mind and turn it into a practical step 1. And then it's as simple as just doing it. So run through this exercise by yourself and think, where do I want to be? What's each obstacle sequentially, the reason, the thing that's stopping me from doing that? And then it's as simple as finding step 1 and doing it. And this leads on to the next point, is that doing it every day is a lot easier than doing it once a week. This confuses a lot of people, and it did for me as well for a long time. But I'll tell you this story. When I started my daily email that I promoted to you at the beginning, I wasn't doing it daily. In fact, it was more sporadic than anything, hardly consistent. And a lot of people do weekly newsletters because, well, it's just something they can touch once a week. And so maybe I was going to do something like that. And one of the business leaders that I follow has a daily email and incentivizes or he encourages people to start a daily email of their own. And I was thinking to myself, man, I wouldn't even have something to say every day. But it was really interesting when I just decided to make the jump, make the switch. I'm just going to try it. I'll do it every day for a week or something and see how it goes. It was so interesting that it became easy. In fact, easier than doing it sporadically or inconsistently as I was, because I didn't have to think about it anymore. And also the act of doing it itself was easier. I didn't have to think about it because it wasn't like, oh, what day is it? Where is it in my calendar? It's just every single day. I just do it every day, and it's easy to do. And the second part is that the act of doing it itself became easier because I was getting so many more reps in than before. So my skill set was accelerating at a much faster rate. And for that reason, I say it's much easier doing something daily than it is once a week. And that's why I suggest that if you're starting, this is how it relates to our goals. If you're starting at the end and working backwards with your goals to find out step 1, whatever that is, include some sort of actionable that you can do every single day, because that makes our goals a lot more manageable. Something that's going to be really helpful in the goal setting stage of this process is having a resource where you can actually do it. And so you might already have something, but I've created this brand owner goal setting workbook here that you can work through yourself. And so let's have a look through it together and see how you can use it to set some big goals. So first, of course, you have your name, you have the date. This is the date in which you are actually writing this, and then you put your brand name here. The reason you're signing it is because you need some skin in the game. You need to put your name on it like it's yours and you're proud of it. The next part of it is about your current state of business. And so you might want to put 3 key metrics here. You can put more if you like, but for instance, let me put some examples here. You might say that some key metrics are you're doing $30,000 in revenue. So that's annual revenue. You might have 5,000 followers on Instagram, right? And then what's one more key metric? You might say at the moment, you're doing 5 drops per year, right? Okay, so I mean, this is, pretty reasonable for army of one streetwear brands. There's some of you that are probably doing less, some of you that are doing more, maybe a lot more. Besides the point, this is your current state of business, your situational appraisal. This is where you put a few key metrics that you find that are defining for your stage and your brand. Then the next part is desired state of business. And so this is where we put 3 big goals. Like we're just running through all of what I've just laid out for you in the presentation. And so it's really good, especially if you can link these 3 big goals to the metrics that you put above. And so for example, you say your current metric 1 is $30,000 in annual revenue. Your first big goal might be to double that, right? So again, we're shooting for the stars and landing on the moon. You might go, that's absolutely crazy, Elijah. Yeah, it probably is. However, if you say 60,000 instead of 40,000, you might get 50. Or if you just say 40,000 is your goal, you might think that's a bit more manageable, but then you might only get 35, or maybe you will hit 40. All I'm saying is that by setting your goals high, you're able to if you do land a bit lower, it's probably higher than it would have been anyway. It does mean you need to deal with a bit more disappointment and figure out how you're going to deal with that. But if you're able to be okay with that, you're probably going to achieve more than you would have otherwise. Okay, next key metric is the Instagram followers. We got 5,000 now. We're going double. So we'll say we go to 10,000 followers on Instagram, right? And then you're currently doing 5 drops a year. Let's just say that's 10 drops a year, right? We're just going to double everything. Okay. Date to achieve it by. And so today is, let's have a look. It's the 13th of June, 2024. Okay. So you might say you want to achieve this by the 13th, whatever the date is. Let's just say it's a Monday. That's supposed to be the day there. Okay. Monday, the 13th of June, 2025. So exactly a year away, which, by the way, I don't think this goal is too out of reach in a year of difference. So yeah, so I think that's not too bad at all. You could even probably set that a bit higher. I don't know. So what is one thing you can do every day to work towards your goals? Okay, so this part is what I was saying about starting at the end and working back to the start. And you could say, I can't, maybe we'll use the Instagram followers as an example. You say, I can't achieve that many Instagram followers because you keep working back. What's every single obstacle until you get to the beginning? And you might work out that the thing that you're going to do every single day is post something once per day. And that could be on your story, a post, a reel, etc. So make sure you define this, because this is something that you can keep yourself accountable by. And that makes it really helpful, especially if, like, goal setting goes a lot further, again, when you invite other people into the process. And so you can write it down, you can tell someone about it. And then part of telling someone about it is, hey, can you keep me accountable for this? Can you check up on me that I'm actually doing the things that I said I'd do and seeing where I'm at in achieving my goals, that's really powerful, because that is motivation at its max. And so it's not about whether you're a motivated person or not. This setting big goals and actually achieving them, I believe, is more about bringing the people around you, the community of people around you, to help you do that. And I think that's part of the benefit of having a space like school and a space like Streetwear 365, the community we have here. And it's because if you don't have those people in your life, we have them right here. We have streetwear entrepreneurs that are passionate and motivated to do the work, and we can contact each other and help each other, and we can ask questions and we can give advice, and that's what we're here to do at the end of the day. So fill this goal setting workbook out yourself, print it out even better, and hang it on the wall in a space that you see it every day, and that is going to set you up for the highest likelihood of achieving your success goals. Okay, the next part, so let's have a look. Well, what have we covered? We've done some goal setting. We've broken them down into smaller parts. The next part is about financial tracking, income replacement goal, and transition plans. And so this part's really important. I mentioned it briefly before, because I think I have it here. Yeah, you can't improve what you don't measure. You cannot improve what you don't measure. And so simply by measuring your finances, you can improve them, right? In fact, it's step one. It's not guaranteed that you're going to improve them by measuring them, but it's step one to improving them is measuring them. And so this goes back into the first lesson about how to make more money, how to increase your revenue in the streetwear brand. I said there's only two ways to do it, is increase the number of customers or increase the value of customers. And the reason we were talking about that is because the only thing stopping you from turning your passion into a full-time career is money, probably. I mean, I can't really think of too many other reasons that are common anyway for why you wouldn't already be doing that if that's what you want to do. And so, as I said, step one to improving that is by measuring it. So I've created the second resource that I'm going to go through and show you today is absolutely integral to everything you do afterwards. And it's a financial tracking sheet. So I say budget here, it's not just a budget, it's financial tracking, and it's also a transition plan. And it's super powerful. I do want to warn you that the next part of this is going to be quite numbers intensive. So it's going to require a lot of focus, and it's going to be super valuable and worth your time, I guarantee to you. So here is the financial tracking resource. This is available like every resource that I'm showing you below this video, below this lesson. And you can use this and access it for yourself. But for the second half of this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how to use this financial tracker. You might already have one. You might not. This has a lot in it that also you might not have. For example, and I'm going to show you a bit of this. It has some strategy that it can give you for how many drops you do and how many units you have to do a year to achieve your financial goals. And so in this way, this financial tracker is specific to fashion brands. And so that's why, you can just download any financial tracker out there, and there's going to be elements of overlap between those ones and this one. However, this one is specific for limited quantity drop streetwear brands. And so that's part of the power is the niche of it. So let's go through it. There's a few sections up here above. There's the summary, personal, business, and goals. Let's start with personal, then we'll go business, goals, and we'll end with summary. Okay, so inside of personal, there's two sections here. You've got income and expenses. Very simple. Financial transactions is really important. Also, in each of these income expensive categories, you have the months of the year, right? This is a 12-month tracker. You can copy and paste this for different months of the year. If you like, you can just change these months to start on where you are right now. So say if you're listening to this or watching this in July, you can put July 1st, or you can change it to be the financial year instead of the calendar year. Whatever you like, it's just a baseline. You can change this for yourself. Okay, so the first thing to enter here is your monthly salary. And so this, you might be on a wage and um, you might not be able to, it might change from month to month. And so that's why you can enter it for all months. But if you don't know what it's going to be, you can just estimate for now and say you're going on, I'm working on Australian dollars here. It doesn't really matter too much, but let's just say your monthly salary is about $4,000 a month. And and by the way, this is just personal transactions. So when I say salary here, that is to do with your day job, your 9 to 5, not your streetwear brand, just your personal. And if you don't have one, well, great. Already great for you. Just put 0. Here we have income stream 1, 2, 3. These are for extra things. So this might be, maybe you get some birthday money. Maybe you get like a gift or something. Maybe you have some shares and you get some dividends. Maybe there's another extra 50 there. Just like any extra income streams that you have, you put them. Maybe you have another side hustle that's not your streetwear brand, and you get another I don't know, maybe another $1,000 a month from that. And so, it's pretty good. Like, and I'm going to fill in a few months here just so we can see how this works, properly, because it's good to have some more months in here. It's not super necessary, but it's helpful if you do have it. So this is your personal income here. I'm going to move this up if I can, if it lets me. There we go. Cool. Sweet. Down the bottom here, you have the subtotals. So this is simply the sum of this row. And so there you go. For January, you've got $5,000, $5,150 in the bank. Cool. Next, we have expenses. Let's go through the categories here. There's food, car, home, health, vacation, gifts, insurance, subscriptions, saving and invest, and other. Okay. So let's go through this quickly. Let's say the food bills in a month. Let's say you're paying about $1,000 for car. You're doing $300 for home. I mean, this could be rent. Maybe this is probably going to be the most expensive. Let's say it's about $1,700 a month. And then you have health, maybe not too much, maybe $20 a month. We don't want to be overspending what we don't have. Vacation, let's say you don't have any of them. Gifts, just small gifts. Insurance, let's just say that's, it's probably going to be decently expensive insurance. Subscriptions, I mean, if you've got maybe it's about $100 a month. You've got, Netflix and different things like that. Saving and investing and other, we can just put other as 0. And saving and investing, let's just say you put $500 into that a month. So let's have a look. Let's come down here now. You have the summary of personal transactions here. And so you have the average monthly income. So that's, again, with this, the cool thing about the average monthly income is it doesn't count the cells that have 0. So if you haven't tracked them yet, it doesn't count them. So that's very helpful. Then you have the average monthly expenses, the same case, because it's only 3,800 at the moment. It's only 1 month. The average monthly expenses is just the same number. But let's just say that rolls, like, that's basically the same. We change a few things here. Maybe that's 2,000 instead. Maybe that's 800 instead, and maybe that's 350. So there's a few differences between the expenses, relatively the same, but you can see there you go. It's tracked the average of those two numbers there, the mean. Okay, here you got total income and total expenses. And so that is tracking the sum of all of the income for the year, and for the expenses, all of the expenses for the year, right? And then, of course, you have the net profit, which is just the total income minus the total expenses for the year. And there we go. We're in the green. Perfect. All right, net profit for the year. Here's where it gets kind of cool. There's a few moments here that I'm going to say this gets really cool now. Is the personal bank account. And so, I mean, use your own bank account. This is not a replacement for that. It's just simply tracking, so you can have a look at another place. You can see the percentage spent. And so this is of the total income. Let me just double check. Yeah. So this is of the total income, how much have you spent of that? So how much of the expenses after the total expenses are taken out? So there's 56%, right? And then you have the percentage left. So this is it's just the opposite of that. So how much left, if you add up all the income for the year, how much is left? It's 43%. And then you have the average percentage spent per month. And so that changes. So we're seeing at the moment, according to the data that I've input, we're spending on average about 84% of our income per month, which is roughly 16%, or accurately 15.9% of our income is left per month on average. And that's put into rollover, and you could put that into saving or investing, right? So this is very helpful. It's important. I put the personal expenses in here because I realize that plays a big role. If your streetwear brand is just a side hustle at the moment, your personal expenses are very important. And it's not that they're not important. It's just that it plays a big role in the business side of things as well. Okay, let's move over into the business. So here is much the same. You've got revenue and expenses, and then we have some summaries down the bottom here. But there are some minor changes. Okay, so let's have a look at revenue first. First, we got the sales revenue. Let's just say in a month we do, 1 month is 10,000. The next month is, you don't have a drop, so it's only 500. And then you have another drop, and it's about, you've got 7,000 instead there. Interest revenue. So that's if you have money in the bank, the interest you're earning. That's not going to be heaps, but it might be a little bit. Maybe you're doing probably not $50 a month, maybe doing $20 a month because you got a bit of saved there in the bank. So that's pretty good. And then you have some other revenue streams as well. Of course, running a brand, the income stream isn't really diverse unless you've intentionally done that, but add more boxes as you please. Then under expenses, let's run through the categories of expenses. We've got the samples, garments. So samples being you're doing some designs, you're preparing for your drop. You need to get your samples to test materials and whatever else. That's an expensive course. Your garments is the units themselves. So let's say you have a drop of 100 units. You order 100 garments at $10 a unit. It's 100 times 10, which is going to be 1,000. So that would be, there you go. That's how much for your drop. Order shipment. Now that is your shipment cost from the manufacturer to you before, unless you're doing direct to customer shipping, as in drop shipping or something like that, you have a shipment cost. And so this is where it gets really specific to your brand, because it's not just, like specific to fashion, because it's not just any old business. Like you're a product business that's selling clothing products. And so that's where this is really important. So this is the order shipment. Packaging. So this is any cost to do with materials you use. You might package in boxes. You might package with, plastic bags or something like that. That's your packaging cost. Customer shipping. So this is anything that you pay for in terms of shipping for your customer. If you don't want to include that because the customer pays 100% of shipping, then simply add 0. Next so that's all stuff to do with product there. Next, we get into marketing. So content creation, that's anything outside of drop or to do with campaign shoots or lookbooks or studio sessions. That's content creation. You've got ad spend, influencers. So that's the expense of the garments you send to them, shipping, and also if you're paying them to do a particular engagement, that's where that becomes important. Other marketing costs, operational costs. So that's if you're renting out a space or have a lease, that's where your operation costs come from. That's water, light, everything else. Subscriptions. You've probably got a Shopify subscription at least, and probably many other things, your Adobe, whatever else. That's your subscriptions. Wages, if you have some workers or are doing or commissioning work, maybe you're hiring an editor, or maybe you have someone that comes in that does that helps you with the product itself. That's where your wages come out of. Saving and investing, self-explanatory. Any donations and tax. So this last one here, payout, or the second last one, this is really important because this is where you take a paycheck from your brand, you yourself as the brand owner. Because one of the main assumptions to to taking your streetwear side hustle full time is that you start taking a paycheck for it. And many brands in the beginning, if they're smart, don't, because they reinvest 100% so they can scale with speed, with more speed. Because if you cash out too early, you can't scale as quickly. And so eventually, though, you want to be taking a payout so you can go full time, and that is where your payout is, and that will cover your personal expenses. Okay, and then you have any other expenses. Okay, let's have a look. This summary here. So let's put in a few of these expenses here, just so we have something to look at down here in terms of the data. I'm going to go through this at super speed, and then we'll check in a second. Okay, so I've now filled in the expenses, some example expenses for the business expenses. If you would like, you can pause the video for a moment and have a look what I put in here. These are just made up numbers. I will stress all of the numbers I just made up, but I'm trying to make it accurate to what it could be for your level, or maybe someone who's on a similar part of the journey to you. So, okay, let's have a look at the summary. So here we go. Same thing as personal, but except it's business. Average monthly revenue. So there we go. And then we have the average monthly expenses. Okay, then we have the total income and total expenses, and then the net profit. And so that's of the total, and that's for the year, for the entire year. One thing that's really quite cool about this financial tracker is that it's helpful to see the future, the impacts of your current spending and earning tendencies into the future. So have a look at this. According to the numbers that I've input, we are in the green, right? Because have a look. I mean, our revenue is greater than our expenses. That's good. So you can see here in the summary, our net profit, it's in the green. We're in fact nearly $10,000 in the green. However, in the business bank account, we can see that the average percentage spent per month is above 100%. So that means that according to these current spending tendencies, although we are in the green, we're going to start going into debt if we don't adjust. Because sometimes being in the green doesn't really show us that much. However, having both the net profit as well as the percentage spent per month, that means that we can see a larger picture and see, well, do we need to change our spending habits today to impact tomorrow for the better? This next part is really powerful. And so I'm calling it the payout calculator. And again, the payout being how much you pay yourself in your business. So here we go. Just a reminder, this is the same data. It's not much new here. You've got the average business monthly revenue, the average business monthly expenses, right? And then here is the net monthly profit. And so the net monthly profit being what's left over after everything. And so that's based on averages. And that is this gives you an idea for what you could pay yourself. So in this case, it is in the negatives, which means you'd have to bring your spending down to give yourself a payout. So this next part is where it gets really fun, because we look at the goals page. And now on this page, we can see what do we actually need to do to get from where we are to where we want to be in terms of finance and the practicalities of actually getting there. So let's start on the top left here. It's called the payout percentage of average monthly living expenses. So first we have this piece of data here, average monthly living expense. That's come from the personal. So if we come back here, average monthly expense, there we go. And that's the same number there. So that's your personal living expenses per month. Then we have the monthly business payout. Now you might, like me, see these error messages. That's okay. It's because there's no data to help support it right now. So the monthly business payout, if you go to business and you see your expenses, you have the payout. Again, as a reminder, the payout is how much you pay yourself in your business. And so I've left this blank for this reason. And so let's just say in the month of January, you pay yourself $1,000. Okay? Still in the green anyway. Great. Like, look, we're going well. So that's how much you pay yourself. So let's have a look. There you go. Now it's filled itself in. And so we can see that the average monthly business payout is $1,000 because we only have 1 month of data in there. It's one of one. And our average monthly living expenses are nearly $4,000. And so therefore we can see that we're 26% of the way to the goal. And that's to do with that's to do with being able to cover your current living expenses with the amount you're earning from your business, with the amount you're paying yourself for your business. And this is super powerful because it allows you to see how much more do I have to pay myself for my business to be able to just cover the living expenses. And the other thing it does is it helps you notice that if I want to do it earlier than what I might have to, if I want to quit my job earlier and be able to cover my living expenses earlier, then I can simply live on less or reduce my living expenses, in other words. And so that's kind of the goal, right? Maybe that's an unrealistic goal, but if that starts approaching, 50% or beyond, then you could say, well, if I can live to 70% of my lifestyle that I'm currently living now, then I can go into my brand full time, for example. And so this number here correlates with this graph here. And so this is like this orange one. And so this is, again, payout percentage of average monthly living expenses. And so you can see if this fills up all the way to 100%, that means that you are paying yourself 100% of what it costs you to live. And so that means you can do at least that. And then you can exceed 100% as well. So the next one is personal monthly income replacement. And this is really cool because what you can see is how much of your current income are you accounting for. So your current personal income are you accounting for in your business income, in your business payout. And so you can see that it's this number as a percentage. It's the monthly business payout as a percentage of your monthly personal income. And there you go. It's 26.9% or thereabouts. You can call it roughly 30%. So that means that we are, in my business, if this is my numbers, that's to say that I'm paying myself currently about 30% of what I'm earning in my personal income. And so that number there, that percentage is represented by the personal income replacement. It's this blue graph here. And this is powerful because you might want to say to yourself, for example, I'm not willing to quit my day job until my business is paying me at least what my day job is paying. In which case, you would have to wait until this blue bar fills up all the way to 100%. And so that's what it helps you see with your current data. The final part of the personal income replacement tracking is months of living. Now, despite what the name suggests, this is not how many months you have left to live, right? It's not that. What this is it takes the total payout, so the total you've paid yourself in your business in a year, and it says if you use that today and quit your job and you stopped earning any other money, basically your savings, how many months would you be able to live on your savings? And so according to $5,000 payout and the average of nearly $4,000 a month living expenses, you could live for 1.3 months. And there you go. And then you can see, like, you can decide based on that. Like, let's just say that I want to make a jump, but I'm not yet ready I'm not yet covering my current income. I'm not able to pay for my living expenses with the state of my brand at the moment. It might actually be a good idea in some cases to prematurely make the jump to go full-time in your brand before you can even afford it. Because that means you can devote 100% of your time. Of course, don't do this without savings. However, if you have savings, you're able to see, well, if I make the jump now, I'm able to last, well, let's say it's 6 months, right? Let's say your business can pay you, right? Of course, according to the numbers I put in, this is going to be like way out of whack. But let's say your business can pay you, $10,000 in a payout, right? Now you've got total payout is up to 15 grand. And with that, you can survive nearly 4 months without having without earning any more extra income. And so with that, you could say, well, okay, I'm going to give this a shot. 4 months is enough for me to try and make this work. I've got 4 months to make it work. And you devote 100% of your time to your streetwear brand. And that just gives you at least the option to see, if I were to make the jump now and didn't make any more money for a while, how long could I last? How long would it be until I have to get another job? That's not the approach for everyone. Some people might want to fully replace their personal income, or maybe at least just cover their living costs before they make the jump. Others, you want to live life a bit more on the edge. You want to make the jump prematurely, which is actually not a bad idea. And in which case, it's helpful to see how many months could I live without earning any money. Okay, the next is about goals. So in the first half of this lesson, we looked at we set 3 big goals. We wrote down 3 current metrics to assess the current state of business. We then set 3 big goals where you want to be, aim for the stars, land on the moon. Here is where we can actually make it happen. Part of making it a reality is actually working the numbers. So have a look. First, we have the business revenue. So this is what you're currently doing. So according to the numbers that I put in, we're doing about $70,000 in annual revenue. Now, a big thing to point out about this is annual revenue according to the current monthly revenue. So you'll notice that if I add up the numbers in my monthly revenue at the moment, it doesn't add up to $70,000. However, it's to suggest if the trend continued, as in if this revenue was spread out across the year, in that case, the $70,000 would become a reality. And so what it means is it helps you not only see like what kind of revenue you're doing right now, but see what kind of revenue you'd be doing for the rest of the year if nothing changed, as in if you kept earning the same amount at roughly the same rate. And so that's what that's representative of. The next part of this is the average price per unit. And so this is about your product. And so it might take some calculations of some past clothing collections that you've released or pieces that you've released. That this is to do with what do you usually price your garments at, the mean value. And so if you have some that are priced at $50, some that are priced at $250, you just add up all of the different pieces that you've released, divide them by, so you add up the prices of all the pieces that you've ever released, you divide it by the number of pieces that you've released, and then you have the average price per unit. And so let's just say the average price per unit here is about $120, right? Roughly, okay? Then we have the business revenue goal. So again, referring back to what we're doing right now is 70,000, right? Like on our goal sheet before, I put like doubling it. Maybe we want to do close to that. So doubling it with 140,000. Let's just say, yeah, our revenue goal is $140,000. There we go. That's our business revenue goal. Here we go. Same thing as the sheet, just the financial version, the date to achieve. So today's date, once again, is the 13th of June, 2024. Let's say 2025. So we have 1 year to double the revenue. Okay. Have a look at this. This is really powerful because it says days left. So at the moment, of course, because this is 1 year away, there's 365 days until that date arrives. Okay. This is where it gets amazing because, again, like I outlined in the first part of this presentation, it's really great to see the goals. It's hard to know how to get there. The really cool part about this financial tracker is that it shows you what you actually might need to do that. And so here's the release strategy according to your financial goals. Okay. And so we have the number of units. So that's the product units. So if you have 100 t-shirts, it's 100 units. And then the number of drops per year. And it says, according to the numbers that you've input, the goals that you've input, this is how many drops you'd have to do for this number of units. So let me lay it out like this. If you said you wanted to do about 100 units per drop, according to your revenue goal, you'd have to do 12 drops a year. Or let's say you instead want to do 200 units. You'd have to do 6 drops a year. Or let's say just 50 units. In that case, you'd have to do 24 drops a year. And this changes according to the average unit price. So let's say this changed to 100. There you go. All of these increase a little bit because you're not selling them for as much. So you're not making as much revenue. You need to do more drops. Or let's just say your average unit price is 200. And there you go. You see, you could do one drop a year of 1,000 units and you'd be hitting $140,000 in revenue. Or let's say maybe you're a luxury brand. Maybe your average unit price is $500. Or maybe you're creating very like handmade things. In which case, have a look. Right? I mean, like I'd really need to increase the number of units here that you're doing, or maybe decrease on this end. But you can see here, you could do 2 drops of 200 units a year, or just 1 drop of 500. So you see the power of this in setting your revenue goals, setting your average price per unit, and then being able to see how many drops you need of how many units per year. And it allows you to set your goals and to plan ahead in a way that actually means you can not just fluff about, or you can actually start working towards and achieving your goals. Finally, we have the summary page, and this is the reason I show you this at the end is because now you have the context for all these pages. You have the personal finance tracker, business finance tracker, and some goals. And here you see like everything overall. Okay. And so of course, starting with the personal summary, personal finances, you've got the business summary, you've got your bank account overall. These two, the personal and business summaries are both in, of course, the personal and business tabs. However, the overall bank account is not in any of them. So this is something you can only see in the summary page. And so here this is really helpful because you can see what's the net profit overall, especially if your personal expenses are tied to your business expenses. This is really helpful because you can say, okay, including all of my revenue and all of my expenses from my day job, from my personal expenses, from my business, from my garment sales to my business expenses, $590 in the green right now. That's where you can see it. Again, we have the same thing, percentage spent, percentage left, and average percentage spent per month. Right? At the moment, according to this, on all bases, personal and business, we're spending 81% per month. We have the total revenue and the total expenses there. So this is really helpful. And then, of course, finally, there's the goal summary. And this just summarizes one part, maybe arguably the most important part. You've got your monthly living expenses there, your average monthly business payout, and then what percent of your business payout is covering your living expenses. So that's to say, if you were just to live on that, like what percentage of that is your business covering at the moment, or could it cover? That's really helpful, again, when deciding when you're going to make the jump. So coming back to the presentation now, I hope that was helpful, the demonstration on how to use the finance tracker. I know there's a lot there. Much of this is going to come from just your own experimentation with it. It is a very comprehensive resource, and it could be more so. I intend on updating it as into the future as well. So the version that you see may be different from the one that I've demonstrated today. And that's because I'm always wanting to make incremental improvements to make it better, make it more specific, address the specific issues of streetwear brand owners and the things that they might be tackling in their own finance trackers. Because I know that the numbers part isn't everyone's knack. So, of course, here's again what we've said we'll be covering. We've done the setting big goals. We'll break them down into smaller parts. We've done the finance tracking, income replacement goal, the transition plan. Let's have a recap of everything. So the first thing is that we aim for the stars and land on the moon. And sometimes we land on the stars too. And that's about setting big goals in all areas, in the numbers. And also, I mean, even it's important to set goals, I think, in enjoyment and for personal things in time. How much time do we want to be spending on the brand? Maybe our really big goal, maybe you're already full time in your brand. Maybe your big goal is to spend less time working on your brand every week. Maybe at the moment you're doing 60-hour weeks, you want to bring that back to 40, or maybe from 40 to 20. That's big goals. The next part is we talked about how great things are built on small daily disciplines. And that's to suggest that doing it daily is easier than doing it weekly. And the way that we achieve our goals is by these small daily disciplines, because, maybe your actionable is to just, create a post every single day. And that's what's going to help you achieve your goals. Next was about how you cannot improve what you don't measure. And for that reason, we use the financial tracker. I highly recommend you use it. Start playing with it at least. Get familiar with it and look over it every week to every month. Is a really good place to be in. Your full-time streetwear brand isn't as far as you think. It really isn't. And I think what I hope has shown you that is how on the finance tracker we have the goals section. It shows you how many units or drops per year you need to do to achieve your revenue goals. And so it makes it really clear and easy that really all you have to do is just put it into action now. And so I hope that's made it really simple for you. So here's your actionable step today so you can walk away with as much value as possible. Here it is. If you haven't already, complete the goal setting workbook, print it out and put it in a place you can see it every single day. Hang it up on your wall, put it in your working space, carry it in your bag to work, whatever it is, just someplace like put it on your home screen. Just write a little notes on your notes app, screenshot it, and put it on your home screen. Just somewhere you can see it every single day is really important. And I'll put an extra actionable there. Like if you only want to do one, do that. Do the goal setting worksheet. However, if you're up for two, start playing with the finance tracker as well. So on the next lesson, on lesson 3, we'll be looking at how to deliver crazy value to your audience that in turn prompts them to return the favor financially. This is about, now we've done the tracking. This is about putting the goals, putting some things into action, into place, so you can increase the amount of revenue that you're earning in your streetwear brand. And part of that way, I believe, is by delivering crazy value and in return receiving crazy value in financial favors. In other words, they end up in the store checkout with entering their card details. And so I think it's a really beneficial and really mutually beneficial look on business as a whole is the next lesson. So please do stick around for that one. Again, a reminder, ElijahDelport.com/daily is where you can find my daily email. I send a tip there every single day to help you grow a community of superfan customers. Are you ready? Because I am. I'm so keen to see you win and just achieve your big goals. Let's take this thing Streetwear 365. If you've got wins, big or small, share them in the wins chat on our school community. I'm so excited to celebrate with you. Welcome to the third lesson of the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. I'm Elijah Delport. Today we're talking about the topic of giving crazy value to your customers, because I believe that the way that value is created and the way that pricing and money making and revenue works in general is by the exchange of value. And so when people pay for your garments, they're suggesting that the garment that they can pay for is worth more than the money in my hands. And that is why knowing how to give crazy value is super important, because it means you can unlock something really amazing about increasing your revenue. So let's see, what are we going to cover today? First, we're going to be looking at the inward approach and the outward approach. And then we're going to be looking at how generosity and the money-making matrix from the first lesson work together. That's about how giving value allows you to unlock this amazing ability to increase your revenue. And I send a daily email to streetwear brands around the world, streetwear entrepreneurs every single day. And you can receive this tip for free simply by going to ElijahDelport.com/daily about how to grow a community of superfan customers behind your streetwear brand. And please, if you would like to experience all this in less time, go ahead, put this video in 2x speed. It might help you out. Okay, let's get into it. So I unpacked the idea a little bit before, but here it is again. We must deliver value before we receive value. And what I'm really suggesting by that is we must give value before they give their credit card. And who's they in this context? They are your customers. And the credit card is when they get to checkout and they're buying a garment, they contribute to the sales and the revenue of your company. And so again, the only reason anyone would do that is because they consider that the garment that they're buying is more valuable than the money in their hand. It's worth more than that. That's why they're making the exchange. That's why anyone makes a trade, because they believe that they're getting the better hand of the deal. And so if we're able to do that more times, if we're able to make our audience believe or make our customer base believe that they're getting the better hand of the deal and they actually are getting something that's truly valuable to them, then we can increase our revenue exponentially. And so that is the purpose of this conversation about how to generate crazy value and deliver crazy value to your audience. So in order to understand how to give value, we need to understand the two approaches to business, and they are the inward approach and the outward approach. And we're going to get into what are the differences between these two, but the major one is that one works on just getting value and one is focused on giving value. And of course, if you want to get value, you first have to give. So let's look into this a bit closer. First, the inward approach. So here are some of the defining aspects. It takes more than it gives. It's selfish. It's focused inwardly on self-interest, hence the name. It disregards the interests of customers. And it sounds something like, the only reason I'm making clothes is to make more money. A lot of these, we've heard a lot, and maybe you've experienced or said some of these things yourself. And if you've been in clothing any amount of time, you realize that having a clothing brand is not a get-rich-quick scheme, by no means. And the way we distinguish the brand owners that love it versus those that are in it only to make money is by how long they've been in the business of fashion. Because those that are in it just for money don't last longer than a year, I usually find. And so it's because they've taken an inward approach from the get-go that they haven't really been able to sustain themselves. And it's because they say things like, the only reason I'm making clothes is to make money. It's a very selfish approach. And you might have found yourself in a similar position, and that's okay. But we're going to maybe work on maybe figuring out a way to find yourself in more of an outward approach so you can give crazy value and receive it in return. And so an inward approach is evident in all ways. It's evident in the clothing product, usually a poor or bad quality clothing product. It's in content creation. It's low quality content. Or customer service that's slow and rude. It's delivery of value in that there's not much value being delivered at all. And the internal processes and the external expression of those internal processes. You've most likely had some sort of interaction with a company of an inward approach, and it has looked like bad customer service or a poor delivery of value. And many times we don't interact with those companies again. And so that really shows the drawbacks of having an inward approach in your company, is that sometimes it can sneak in, and if we let it, it pushes away our customers, not draws them in. And it works at short-term benefits so that, but the long-term implications, the negative implications, are much more grave than the short-term benefits. An inward mindset is a disease that, if let be, creeps into all aspects of the business. And so here's how it can hurt your business and damage your reputation. First, it has a very reasonable goal, and it's to earn more money. And we've established that in lesson 1, how to make more money, that you this is one of your goals, if not the primary goal, in taking your streetwear brand side hustle full time. It's what you need. It's the one roadblock is the amount of sales and the amount of the money that you're making. And so, fair enough, it wants to make more money. However, it forgets the who behind all the money you make, the customer. And what do I mean by that? It's like looking at the customer in the hand. It's like looking at the money in the hand instead of your customer's eyes. In order to earn more money, we look to the money. But really, we have to look to the source of the money. So this is a really interesting point about the inward approach, is that I like to think about it like a customer walking into a real store. And it's like, oh yeah, going, hey, how's your day? But really you're just looking at the money in their hand, the cash. And it's so obvious when someone doesn't really care about how your day is. They just want the money in your hand. And it doesn't leave off a good feel. And it comes back to the point that you cannot buy a reputation, you have to earn it. And the reputation you earn is done by how you act and how your actions are in alignment with your words. And so the best way to care about your customers, or the best way to make your customers think you care about them, is to actually care about them. And this is the major drawback of the inward approach, is that yes, sometimes it can pretend that they care about the customers for money's sake by looking at the money in their hand. However, you cannot actually look a customer in the eye unless you actually look a customer in the eye. And it sounds so trivial and basic and silly. Why even mention the point? However, this is the part that so many brands miss, and it damages their business, it damages their reputation, and all you have to do is look a customer in the eye. And we're going to talk more about what that actually looks like practically. So, and here's an example. Here's what an inward approach looks like on Instagram. This is what it looks like to look at the customer's hands, the money in their hands, instead of the source of the money, which is at the customer themselves. So the Instagram page looks more like a store page. It's focused on me and my product. It's self-promotion over everything. And it leads us to making streetwear businesses, not streetwear brands. Now, this is a really important distinction between a streetwear business and a streetwear brand. Many brand owners call themselves exactly that. Brand owners, however, I look at them and say, you are no more than a streetwear business, because there's nothing about you that has any sort of brand messaging. And we're going to get into that more of that later, but the brand messaging is really one of the ways that you can provide value to your customers. And so this is an example here, this page on the presentation, of a brand that is clearly very inward focused, and you can tell from the outside that they are inward focused, because everything that they post to their page is about them. There's not one thing on here that is providing me with value. It's simply asking, it's asking. Or you could say it's taking. It's taking more than it's giving. And for this reason, it is an inward approach, and your customers can see this, and many people, it doesn't leave a good taste in the mouth, their experience with your brand. And so this is one of the ways that the inward approach externalizes itself, is through the Instagram content. However, as I said before, it creeps into all aspects of the business, into the product, the customer service, and into all ways. And it can be really toxic. So if you don't deal with an inward approach early on in your business, there are only two endings. And this is a really unfortunate look on business, but it's important to bring it up. And so the first ending is little success, and it's brands that never get off the ground. It's the ones that they only post their product and they wonder why they're not getting the engagement they like. They're doing the things. They're posting every day, and they're trying to increase their engagement, but it's not happening for them, and they wonder why. And so this is the first ending. And the second one is a long fall from the top. And it's that although some brands get lucky and to get off the ground, an unstable foundation eventually gives way. And that's been seen in a number of examples. I can think of one right now that's Cotton On. I mean, they haven't, if you're in Australia, this is an Australian clothing company. And Cotton On has been a part of many different, what would you call them? I forget the word now, but some allegations of poor or mistreatment of the environment, for lack of better words. And it's because a lot of their clothing that is mass production and fast fashion, that they're selling at a high price and really just burning a hole in the ozone layer and using far too much water with the fast fashion industry in encouraging that. And this is all motivated by an inward approach. And that's hurt their customers in recent years, and that's hurt the revenue in recent years. And the same is true with H&M, who's been a part of some allegations of a similar kind with poor environmental awareness and the mistreatment of the environment through excessive CO2 emissions and excessive amounts of clothing finding itself in rural communities and developing countries and just filling their communal spaces with just rubbish. And all of this is examples of what the long fall from the top looks like. So that brings us to the outward approach. And before we move into the outward approach, I want to say you may find yourself a person or a brand owner that has done some of the things that I've outlined in here in only posting about your product. Although you have not intentionally wanted to take such a selfish approach, that hasn't been your intention. In fact, you've only had good intentions. I want to stress that I'm not trying to polarize the people watching this lesson right now and call you a bad person. I don't even believe that remotely about you. I'm saying the inward approach sneaks in, and for some, it's the only approach they've seen. And so that's the only approach they know how to apply. You wouldn't even know what to post beyond your product, even if you wanted to. And that's okay. That's okay. As this course goes on, I'm going to show you exactly what you can post that goes beyond your product and provides crazy value to your audience. But there needs to be a foundational understanding here that the current way of selling a clothing product is broken. And it's broken, I know it is, because there's so many brands coming up and falling down in the same moment, and it's all because they see these other brands doing exactly this, and they copy it and wonder why it doesn't work. And to be honest, I can't tell you exactly why it works for them and doesn't work for others, and there's probably a lot behind the scenes that we don't see for the reasons why they're successful and others aren't. However, I do know one thing, and it's that the brands that provide this that do use and leverage an outward approach are the ones that are the most successful. So that's why we're going to get into more about what this means. So let's have a look at its just defining aspects. The outward approach gives more than it takes. It's selfless, and it's not to say that it doesn't cater for self-interest, only that it caters for itself less in order to recognize another. That's a very important distinction. It's not completely. It's not to say that you should need to completely forget about revenue, because that's very important. That's why the first lesson of this was all about how to increase your revenue. It's just to say that it recognizes the other side of the equation, almost the more important side of the equation, is the customers and who's actually buying from it, who's going to be supporting the revenue. That should be focusing on the source. The outward approach says the customers pay a lot and get more than they paid for. That's all about creating value. It sounds like, how can I provide more value? And just like the inward approach, an outward approach is evident in all ways. It's evident in the clothing product. The content creation is good and quality content. The customer service is fast and it's good. The delivery of value is high. The internal processes and the external expression of those processes is reflected in a good light, and it leaves a great taste in the mouth of those that interact with brands of an outward approach. And so here's how an outward approach, when applied well, is such a power move in your brand. It's because it poses your brand as one that isn't only here to take money, but also deliver value. Customer loyalty is increased and customer lifetime value goes through the roof. And I'll add here, because just in case you're not aware of customer lifetime value, that's the amount of money that a customer is worth over the lifetime of purchases with your brand. So if they buy one purchase of $50, their lifetime customer value is $50. Whereas if they buy 2 or 3, their lifetime customer value is double or triple at $100 or $150. And so that's what lifetime customer value, it translates directly to increase revenue. The outward approach gets you thinking in a mindset of virality. Now, you're going to learn a bit more about why and how in the coming lessons, but really, I'll refer to it shortly about the way that the social media algorithms work, in that they boost the posts that give the most value, that have an outward approach. And the outward approach allows you to make real positive change. And so that's really valuable because, I mean, I'm a big fan of Simon Sinek's work. Simon Sinek. And I highly recommend reading his book, Start With Why and the Infinite Game. And he talks about often the real objective of business is not just to increase an arbitrary number, the revenue, for no apparent reason. It's actually to stay in the game for a long time. And the point of staying in the game is because it allows us to make real difference in the world with more resources. And so the brands that, or the companies that make the most money and have a good cause behind them, are the ones that everyone actually wants to make the most money, is the most beneficial, because at the end of the day, we're making money for comfort and for reasons of comfort, because we want to have the car, we want to have the house, or we want to have the security. And all of those reasons are motivated by this idea of comfort. And the idea of real positive change gets straight to the root of what we're doing. It's to benefit humanity. It's to increase our comfort. It's to make us all feel more safe and secure. And so that is the importance of real positive change and understanding the true purpose of business and why business exists in the first place. And of course, having an outward approach is motivation on the tough days. It can be hard to get out of bed in the mornings, even with something you love. And if you're working towards something that goes beyond yourself, a legacy, building a legacy, a movement, something that people love and adore, that's really helping people, that's motivation to get out of bed on the tough days. And that's what sometimes the only thing we need that's going to keep us going when it gets tough. And so brands with an outward approach make the most money anyway. So let's have a look. What does an outward approach look like on Instagram? Here on the right side, I have a photo of the last 9 posts on the Nike grid as of this recording. And so one thing I want you to notice is that their page looks more like a community than a business. It's focused on the product and what value one can offer. And it builds not only a business, but also a brand. So just to stay on this slide for a second and talk about this a little bit more, you'll notice that of these 9 posts, only 2 of them are actually focused on the product. The rest are focused on providing value directly to their target audience, the very person that's going to be buying the product. And it's in a way that's completely other-serving. It's completely outward. It's completely about value, entertainment, inspiration, motivation, education. And so that is the power of something like this. So the question is, how does giving more help me make more money? Right? This is the big question behind it all, because again, at the end of the day, let's come back to the point of why we're here. What is the point of this course? It's to take your side hustle passion, your streetwear dream, and make it into a full-time career. This is where we talk about generosity and the money matrix, the money-making matrix, and how these two can be combined to ultimately help you make more money. It's the question about, how does giving more help me make more money? And so just to remind you, this here is the money-making matrix from lesson 1. If you need to revise, go and watch that back, or download the resources, relook over the resources. But many brands find themselves here with few low-value customers. Of course, the optimal place to be is up here in the top right, with many high-value customers. And many high-value customers means you have the maximum number of customers with the maximum value per customer. And so one of the ways to get there is to increase the value of your products. And I want to show you how everything that I shared in lesson 1 about increasing the value of products is to do with providing more value, with giving more, with being generous through the product. So one of them was improving product quality. That's to do with increasing your GSM, your grams per square meter, or to do with spending the time to design something that actually genuinely looks good. All of which is done with the mindset of generosity as the motivation, as the motivating factor. Another way is to enhance the brand's perception through storytelling, because people share stories, people can relate and engage with stories, and stories are all about providing value through entertainment. Again, it's about giving, and in being given to, we feel the obligation to return the favor. Finally, another way is by selling the intangible, the status, community, or identity. Again, how is this about giving value? Well, we talk about status is a way to, if your product represents something of status, and I'm simply able to put some money on the table, put on that product, and I represent that status, that is value provided to me, to my life, or with the community. If you're, like, take a sports jersey even, if your product represents what it means to be a part of a greater team of others who are supportive and who represent common ideas and common identity, that's value you're giving to the customer through your product. Or the idea is the last one there being identity, is maybe having an aspirational identity that you're selling through your product. Like, take Nike, for example, who is selling the identities of people like Serena Williams and Michael Jordan. And when I put on that Nike logo and wear that proudly on my chest, I get to represent the aspirational identity of being an athlete and what it means to be an athlete like them. That's value that garment has provided me beyond the material and design costs. And plus, generosity is how social media works. And the way I know that is because the content the content that gets boosted is the content that gives the most value. Just think about it for a second. The entire way that Instagram or TikTok works, it's all about value per second. And we talk about the need of a hook and retention and a payoff, right? All of those things are about giving value to an audience, a viewer. And if you're able to do that in a really effective way, as measured through the number of views and the retention of those views, the social media platforms boost your content. And so this is why I say that having an outward approach affects all aspects of the business, every single way, including the content that people create and how it affects people's lives. It's just simply when we're in the mindset of giving value through our content, not just asking, can you buy my product, buy my hoodie, buy my t-shirt, check out my new drop. Also saying, hey, you might find this funny, you might find this entertaining. Here's education, here's inspiration, like that Nike Instagram page. That is the kind of content that is boosted, and all of that comes from the place of having an outward approach to business, and then on going on from there, having a value approach to creating content. So, with all that being said, let's recap over this lesson. So there are only two approaches to business. There's an inward and an outward approach. An inward approach takes more than it gives, whereas an outward approach gives more than it takes. Brands that lead with an outward approach make the most money, and they also happen to go viral more times. And finally, you don't need to become a charity to have an outward approach. That's a major objection that many people face when I bring up the idea of generosity in business. But I feel what many fail to consider is the place that generosity has in the for-profit world. In fact, I believe that generosity has more of a place in the for-profit world than in the non-for-profit world, because everything in the for-profit world functions around this idea of generosity, about giving more than you're taking. And the most successful products are ones that provide a hell of a lot of value. The most successful content is the ones that provide the hell of a lot of value. And providing value comes from a place of being generous, of being outward approach, about thinking about the customer, about looking them in the eye before looking at the money in their hand. And so before I wrap this up officially, I wanted to provide you with a good example of what the outward approach actually looks like and why it works, why giving value prompts people to return the value back to you financially. And it's when we ask someone how they are. I know there's been times when, I'm just going about my day. I find myself in a conversation with someone, a stranger, or maybe someone I know, and they ask me, Elijah, how was your day? And I say, yeah, my day was pretty well, thank you. I'm now socially obligated to ask them how their day was. And it doesn't matter if I care to know how their day was or not. I feel the obligation to ask them because they asked me. And that is as good evidence as anything of how providing someone or being generous towards someone makes them feel obligated to be generous back to you. The same goes if you provide insane value for free before they even buy a product, before you ask them to hop on your store page, join your newsletter for updates on your latest clothing drop and put money on the table. They're going to be so much more willing to do so if you've already provided them with a hell of a lot of value through your content. And that comes from having an outward approach from the beginning, which comes out in all areas of business. And another good example for you is around the time of someone's birthday. If you give someone a gift for their birthday and they just love it, you can imagine, you've given a gift before, I'm sure. You can imagine seeing their face light up and they go, thank you for this gift. This is so good. I'm so glad and I really value this friendship. You'll find more often than not, and I'm sure there's statistics behind this. This is more anecdotal than anything, but do some research on it. They are more likely to give you a gift for your birthday simply because you gave them one for yours. And it doesn't matter whether they want to or whether they were going to in the beginning. It's simply because you are generous towards them that they feel obligated to return the favor. And the same is true for your customers. If you give, first and foremost, out of a place of generosity with an outward approach, your customers, your audience will feel obligated to return the favor financially. And that is the importance of having an outward approach first and foremost in your business. The companies with an outward approach make the most money anyway. So here's your actionable step today. Dream of some ways you can give back to your audience through the entertainment or educational value provided in the content you create. Now, if you're stuck on this one, scratching your head a little bit, that's okay. Because in the following lessons, we're going to be looking at how to do this specifically, especially in Module 2. If you're part of the Streetwear 365 Pro community, you will have access to weeks 2 through to 5. And weeks 2, all of those lessons are about daily content creation and how to turn your brand, your brand message into valuable content that's educating, entertaining, and inspiring your audience so that you give value to them and they feel obligated to give you back the value financially. So coming up in the next lesson of week 1, we'll be looking at how to craft your branding and pick a niche audience so you can give crazy value in a way that's on brand for you. This is really going to help you if you are scratching your head about how do I create content in a way that's giving value and not about my product. Step 1 is figuring out who you're giving value to. Because if you don't know who you're giving value to, there's no way you can find out how to give them value. And so this next lesson is really branding 101. It's going to be valuable to you if you have already done your branding behind your streetwear label or if you haven't. If you're just started or you're 10 years in. You're going to find something in it that I'm sure you haven't discovered, and so that's why I compel you to stick around and watch the next lesson. Again, let me remind you, elijahdelport.com/daily is where you can sign up with your email to my daily email newsletter where I send a short tip to help you turn your audience into a community of superfan customers. So, I'm so excited to see all the amazing things that you're going to do. Let's take this thing Streetwear 365. I want to remind you in the wins chat of the community space, there is opportunity for you to share your wins, big and small, something that you've learned from this course, something that you've implemented and it's paid off massively. At the end of the day, that's what I want you to do. Like I'm preaching about the outward approach, I hope that I'm reflecting an outward approach towards you in providing crazy value through this. So you may feel compelled to return the favor financially and joining the Streetwear 365 Pro community. It works the same way between your streetwear brand and my own business as an educator. And so I think this is as good example of any. So I'm so ready for you to take your brand Streetwear 365, and I will see you for the next lesson. Hello and welcome back for lesson 4 of the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. I'm Elijah Delport. We are now just about halfway through the week 1 module of this course, and I hope you've been tracking really well and learned something so far. Today, this is the most important lesson of the course up until this point, or as of this point. And the topic of today's discussion is to do with branding, brand identity and brand messaging. And I'm sure you've already seen and heard a lot about the topic of branding. It's pretty hot. You've probably seen YouTube videos, you might have already consumed other courses on it. But I really hope that out of this lesson, you get some specific branding, specific and actionable branding tips for fashion brands. Because I believe there's a big difference between just branding any company and branding a product-based business, specifically in the realm of clothing. Fashion, the truth is that just fashion is different from every other industry. And so I want to bring out some of the nuances of branding for a fashion brand specifically. And so that is why I'm creating this lesson. That's why I place a lot of importance on it. So let's get into it. Here's what we're going to cover today. We're going to be looking at why your customer avatar doesn't work. Very hot topic. We'll uncover it. Then we're going to be looking at a new way of branding where I'm going to be showing you 5 questions that I ask all of my clients in my coaching program to help them clarify their branding. Then we're going to be crafting your own positioning statement and then doing a brand positioning criteria to figure out, is this going to work? Is this good enough? And by the way, you can stay up to date with all the things that are on my mind in terms of how to grow a community around your streetwear brand by subscribing to my daily email. You can find it at elijahdelport.com/daily. There's no spam, sponsorships, or email retargeting, nothing like that. So please go ahead and subscribe yourself if you find that valuable. Pro tip, watch this in 2 times speed. All right, let's get into it. So, as you know, when a lot of business people in the fashion space call themselves brand owners, and they're brand owners of a clothing brand. And so the reason I bring this up is because there's 2 words in that phrase that we use in that title for these businesses being clothing brands. There's clothing and brand. And I want to break this down to hopefully show you the importance of branding. So first part is clothing. And that, of course, is to do with your product. The products itself, you're selling clothing products. Very self-explanatory. The second part that people often refer to is brand, which is your branding. And I find it very interesting, those that call themselves brand owners or say that they have clothing brands, yet they show such little attention, they give such little attention to their branding. And so all I'm trying to take from this example is that it's in the name. You call it a clothing brand, and thus branding, even according to yourself, is important. And I believe it is the case, and I believe it makes the difference between the big guys and the little guys. It doesn't matter how good your product is. If you put it in a dumpster, it's going to look like trash. But if you put a trash can in an art gallery, well, put a nice frame on it and people start to appreciate it. Now, I'm not saying you have trash. I'm just saying if you have something great, it becomes even better with a good frame around it. And that's what a brand is. And it's the foundation for any clothing brand. You cannot untangle the word brand from the name of what your business is. And so you aren't a clothing brand without a brand. That is my point in this example. And so I want to tell you now we understand a little bit of why branding is important for having a fashion brand. I want to tell you a story about how most people go about customer avatars and branding, and then why the traditional way doesn't really work. And so this is a story of one time I was working with a client, and they had a number of customers in their customer base that were awesome. They were there buying every single drop, sometimes at the drop they'd buy 2 or 3 garments and give them to friends, and not because they necessarily needed them, but simply because they wanted to support this brand that they just loved so much. And so their lifetime customer value was super high. Like it was 5 or 6 times the amount of any other customer. And so this brand owner got me in to try and figure out what is making these loyal customers tick, and how do we replicate that and systemize it in a way that we can basically create more of them or encourage more of them to be like this. And so I went on a mission to, I thought, I mean, there's no better way to go about this than just to simply speak to the very people that we're trying to work out. And so I organized these interviews with this brand owner's customers, particularly the loyal ones. And so after 5 interviews, I was asking them questions about, who they were in their life and all these things. And what I was trying to do is take notes and look and find a common string between all these customers, something that united them, something that really was the reason why they would, like, who is this type of person that's so attracted to this brand, right? Just so we can replicate it. And so after I got to the end of the interviews, this is many hours into the project by now, I look across all my notes and I was scratching my head because I couldn't find any similarities. They were between the ages of 18 and 40. Some were male, some were female. Some like dogs, some like cats, some lived in Australia, some lived internationally. Some were married and others were single. And according to the traditional customer avatars, there was nothing that united these people. Because what you'll often find, if you search on Google customer avatar template, you will most likely find a sheet that asks for marital status, age, gender. And so I was really stuck on this. I was like, man, I really need to deliver something that's going to be valuable and really help this brand owner out and figure out who this person is that is so loyal to their brand, but there was nothing. And so after many, many times of reading through my notes, something clicked. And it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. It wasn't what I originally expected. And the thing that united these people was not their age, it wasn't their demographic, it wasn't their income, it wasn't their marital status, it wasn't their gender, it wasn't any of the factors that traditionally people would say motivate buying decisions and people outlay on a customer avatar. The thing that united these people was identity. The thing that was core to them, it was their interests, their beliefs, and their values, and their lifestyle, and really not much beyond that. That was the only thing, the only common string between all the customers was their identity, and their identity according to themselves. And again, just to stress this, their identity. When I refer to identity, I'm not saying their age or their marital status. I'm saying the things that were so integral and defining to their being, the things that they'd use to introduce themselves at a party, the things that I wrote at the top in the title to say Mary, skateboarder, and just to simply distinguish these different interviews. But I didn't write them out originally thinking that was going to be the thing. And so it brings me to a very important point, is that people buy because of identity. That motivates people's buying decisions. And in fact, I'll use this quote. I couldn't tell you where it's from, but it's become very prevalent in a lot more of the recent work that I've done and in motivating all of my decision. It's that people buy for a feeling and justify with logic. And that spin on things puts light on what makes people buy. If we can understand what makes people buy, then we can actually sell more. And so that's why understanding this is really important. And I had to learn that hard lesson of some wasted time to come to that conclusion. Maybe you've come to that before me, and if so, well, good on you, because it's a great conclusion to come to. And so the customer avatar and the branding are really intertwined, and you cannot untangle the two, because branding is all about who you are, and the customer avatar being who is buying who you are, And those two are very much intertwined and interconnected, because branding is about, and many times, reflecting back on the customer exactly who they are, or maybe their aspirational identity, who they want to be. And so that's why branding is a question of who. It's less what and less how. It's not details and specifications. It's just who. It's about identity. And so that's why branding, I think, it's really important to talk about both the who of the customer and, the who of your brand to be able to tackle this. So this brings us to a new way of branding, where it's the new way of branding is less about customer avatar and more about the identity. Or when I say less about customer avatar, less about the traditional customer avatar. And so everything going forward in this presentation is focused on helping you figure out the identity of your core customers. Because starting with the customer is always the right answer, I've learned. You cannot go wrong by starting with the customer, because that's, at the end of the day, the source of any finance that is going to be supporting your brand and the sustainability into the future. And so that's why this presentation going forward in talking about branding for fashion labels is about figuring out the identity of your core customers. So I want to bring a definition to this word or this phrase that we're going to be talking about, and I'm going to be using a lot as this presentation goes forward, and it's brand positioning. And I found this definition. It says the place you want your brand or product to have within a particular target market. Again, brand positioning is the place you want your brand or product to have within a particular target market. The target market in this case being the who you're selling your what to. So it's the customers you're selling your clothing to, right? And just quickly, just to throw it out there, your customers buy the brand before they buy the products. It's the same reason that they buy for a feeling and justify with logic. So some also call their brand position, there's lots of names for brand positioning, but similar ideas would be the branding, messaging, mission statement, customer avatar statement, big idea, North Star, or niche. These ideas are all connected. I think the reason I use brand positioning is because I feel like it's the perfect summary of all of these in one. And it really is. It is branding, messaging, and who your customer is, and your big idea, and it's your North Star, and it's your niche. So this is why I'm using this term. So for the next part of this presentation, we're going to be looking at the 5 questions to uncover your messaging. And this is where we are starting with the customer, because many of these questions are about the customer. We're going to go into them each one by one in a lot of depth, but let's have a broad overview about what all of these are. We'll go very quickly and then we'll zoom right in. Number 1, what's the meaning behind your brand name? Number 2, who is one person that best embodies your brand? Number 3, what about them is aligned with your brand? Number 4, if that person and others were gathered in one place, what would they be doing? And number 5, what is your greater mission beyond clothing? Now, these questions have come again from my coaching program. The first meeting with my coaching clients, I asked them these questions in order to clarify their branding, because the branding is the foundation for everything that comes after, including your product. So these are the first questions. I have like for a long time, I was asking between 20 and 50 questions. And so what I've done is I've summarized all of those questions. I picked the 5 best, the richest questions and the most helpful questions that I believe that of those 20 to 50. And so here they are. This has come through a lot of trial and error. So the first question, we're going to be going through these in a way that allows you to understand how you are to answer these and some of the pitfalls I see when people answer these in terms of, hey, when I ask you this question, it means this and not really that, okay? So, let's have a look. What's the meaning behind your brand? So another way, or another like sub-question beyond this could be, why have I named my brand what I've named it? Or, what are the concepts, ideologies, or lifestyles behind the name, right? These are the key ideas when we're talking about the meaning behind your brand? And the reason I ask this question is because chances are you haven't just pulled your brand name out of thin air. There's something that meant you pick that name over other things. And what I find most times is people, really, the brand message starts to come out when they talk about their brand name. They say it means something to do with mental health, or about getting outside, or it means like something about being unique and what it means to stand out from the crowd. Like, it could be anything. It's usually conceptual. And that's why I asked you this question. So here's an example. Nike. That name comes from the Greek mythology, is the goddess of victory. And so this is where they get their brand messaging, because we know it to be that Nike brand is about overcoming hard, difficult athletic challenges with victory. That has nothing to do with their product. And that is something I want to mention, is that your brand, like when you answer this question, you need to forget that you even sell a clothing product. Again, look at the Nike example here. Overcoming hard athletic challenges with victory. That has absolutely nothing to do with their clothing product, and you need to be thinking the same. Okay, question 2. Who is one person that best embodies your brand? Let's have a look. So what I want you to do is you name a single friend, family member, or celebrity. And they don't have to be associated with your brand in any way. What's really important here is that you only name one, and the best one. And when I say the person who best embodies your brand, I'm not referring to someone who looks good in your clothing, or someone who fits the style, or it's nothing about that. It's you thinking about the idea. Even you can ask the sub-question, if my brand was a person, who would it be? If my brand was a person, who would it be? Right? Or if my brand was a personality, who would it be? Or what would it be? And by answering that question, you get a very clear idea, a basis to construct what will be your customer avatar and who your brand is as well. And so there you go. If your brand was a person, who would they be? It's the same question. So here's an example. Sticking with Nike. If Nike's brand was a person, it would be Michael Jordan. Now, you can see that, you already know that they've used Michael Jordan, as a brand ambassador for many, many years. And he's someone that has been associated with their brand. But before they were even able to come to that point where they ask Michael Jordan, can we make an entire shoe collection out of you? And can you be the ambassador for Nike? They had to understand who is someone that embodies their brand. And it's only from getting to that point that they were able to pick him. And so you can see the lead-on effects of understanding who is someone that embodies your brand. It's not only understanding like what is your brand message and being able to be really clear about that according to one single person that you maybe know or don't know. It's also like the lead-on effects are true in influencer marketing later on, and allowing you to pick influencers, which all of that we will cover in module 5. Okay. Question 3. So keep that person in mind. The person that you just picked that you say would best embody your brand, keep that person in mind. What about them is aligned with your brand? And so what I want you to do here is list the personalities, the beliefs, values, interests, life, and lifestyle of this person. Right? All of their defining character traits, the reason that you believe that person is who they are, that makes them different from everyone else, or the reasons that made you pick that person. That's what you're going to list here. And so here's the Michael Jordan example from Nike again, right? In terms of interests, he's a basketball, he's an athlete. Or character traits, he has determination, leadership, resilience, a competitive spirit, humility, and perseverance. And so these are all the words that you could list about Michael Jordan. And parallel to that, these are the words that transcend the person and become the brand then. These become the words that motivate the brand's voice and everything about it. And so you can see how Nike represents ideas of determination, leadership, resilience, competition, humility, and perseverance, and how they have ideas in there of basketball and athleticism. This has all come from good branding. And I want to point out here that don't put a limit on what kind of words you need to put on here. Like, don't think Nike, now you have to do something about being an athlete. Now you have to do something about sports, and it's just limited to sports. Heck, I've seen clothing brands that their messaging is about food. Literally, it's about eating, right? And so, like, what I mean here is, in that case, like, you might pick someone who is like a world class speed eater, and what are their some of their interests? Well, their interests are food. Maybe their interests are travel and seeing other cultures. Maybe their beliefs or their values are to do with I don't know, community and eating food with others, or perseverance and continuing eating when you're full, right? So I don't know. It's a bit of a funny example, but you can see how listing out these personalities, beliefs, values, interests, and lifestyles of this one person that you picked helps you get a really good picture of your brand and understand how you can apply that to everything that you create, including marketing and product. Question 4. If that person and others like them were to gather in one place, what would they be doing? Okay, so here's some sub-questions from that. What do they like doing in their free time? Or is their identity attached to an activity? Right, so here's the example. Michael Jordan plays basketball and does workouts. So for Nike, the activity that's attached to their brand is to do with fitness and sport. And the really cool thing about this is, I mean, this comes later. Module 4, we talk about community building. One of the lessons is about how to create an in-person event for your clothing brand and why that's important. In recent years, we've seen a lot of run clubs. Now, that's come from someone asking the question, if the person who best embodies my brand were to gather with other people in one place, what would they be doing? And the answer to that is for some brands is a run club. However, if your brand's about art, maybe they'd be doing I don't know, like a paint and sip. I mean, that's, you know, maybe it's a bit different. Maybe it's just maybe it's an art gallery. Or if your brand, like take the food brand, that's their brand messaging. Maybe they'd be like sharing a meal. Or I know a brand that's messaging is to do with local cafes. Maybe they'd just be visiting a local cafe. Like this is the reason this is really important is because it allows you to, in the future, create an in-person event that increases the customer loyalty to your brand and ultimately lifetime customer value and decreases customer churn and all of these other really important metrics. And so that's what, like, the importance of answering this question is. And also it gives you ideas for marketing purposes or for even product purposes, that you might make, if it's anything to do with sport, you might make an active range, or maybe for marketing, if it's to do with eating, maybe you might get the best eater in your city to go eat at the restaurant, and that's your marketing campaign, for example. Again, silly example, but you get the idea, and that's my point of all this. Okay, question 5. What is your greater mission beyond clothing? Now, this one is very important. If you don't know, I'm a big fan of Simon Sinek. And Simon is a man that understands the purpose of business. And he often talks about the purpose of business is to help advance humanity. And I couldn't agree more. And that is why it's important to have a greater mission beyond clothing. And you don't need to be a charity. And we spoke about this a bit in lesson 3 about delivering crazy value and the importance of having an outward approach and how that affects everything in your business. So here's some sub-questions. More than making money, what do you dream of doing? Seriously, think about this for a second. If you haven't already considered it, more than making money, what do you dream of doing? I met a clothing brand owner, and his dream was to create a platform for artists, where he can support their work, where he can display the work of yet to be discovered or undiscovered artists, and he can have a curated gallery with their work and help them launch these projects. Man, it's such a great mission. It doesn't have to be to solve world hunger or to stop climate change or anything like that. It can be something that is meaningful to you. It can be small, it can be big, but whatever it is, it's going to create change, and that's what you want to do with your brand at the end of the day. You need a reason to make money beyond your own comfort. And so that's what doing this helps you to do. And it's also, it's very important for your branding as well, because if you have something that's very clear, you can externalize that for the rest of the world. Here's another sub question. How are your mission focused dreams related to your branding? And one final one. What change do you seek to make? So here's an example. Nike's mission statement, this is pulled straight from their website, by the way, is to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. And they have a little asterisk on athlete because they say that if you have a body, you are, in fact, an athlete. So this is Nike's mission, and you can see it's nothing to do with necessarily world hunger or climate change, right? Which are the two big ones, the sustainability one especially. It doesn't have to be like that. It can, but don't limit yourself. Think about a mission that is truly important to you. And don't worry, I'm not saying you have to donate to them, and I'm not saying you have to start raising money and you have to become a social organization. Like, nothing like that, okay? However, it is important to have it because your customers care about it as well. In the very least, that's a reason. Here's the thing. You must deliver on it. If you have a mission that goes beyond your clothing, if you have any sort of thing that goes beyond your clothing, you must deliver on it. And it comes down to how I've defined authenticity. And here's my definition. Authenticity is when a clothing brand acts in alignment to their words. When a clothing brand acts in alignment to their words. It's one of those buzzwords that people throw around and they can't really define it. So I've decided to, and I think that the brands that everyone looks and go, yeah, they're authentic, are those that say they're going to do something and then they do it. For example, Patagonia is such a fantastic example. The CEO of Patagonia for years has spoken about his mission for sustainability in the environment, right? It's all good and well that you talk about it, right? So, but he went beyond. It wasn't just lip service, because people saw that in his garments, he crafted them with true sustainability, with sustainability in mind. And the thing is, these days, I mean, that I honestly, I believe that's one of the foundational expectations, that you as a company be offsetting your carbon footprint, because it's a low bar now. It's the low standard. Everything's moving towards that, and just anyway, even beyond just hitting some sort of standard, it kind of matters too for our world that we're living in. So that's why I love that Patagonia went beyond that, because I think it was 2020 that the CEO of Patagonia gave the company away to a charity. Literally gave it away. Like, that's nuts. This is a company worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he gave it away. And that, everyone, I don't know one person who wouldn't call Patagonia an authentic brand, because that represents for me the epitome of what it looks like to act according to your words, to say something and do it, right? In other words, branding is equal to actions. This is how it relates to branding. Because when actions aren't equal to the branding, a company is criticized for corporate social responsibility. And what I mean by that, corporate social responsibility, is when, I think a good example of it is greenwashing, or greenwashing as a consequence of corporate social responsibility. It's when everything is changing for the better, And all of a sudden, all these companies that didn't care before jump on the bandwagon and pretend they pretend to care, right? This is corporate social responsibility. It's when H&M says that they care for the environment and has particular offset campaigns, and from the outside you say, okay, this is good. However, are you doing it because you care, or are you doing it because you're afraid you're going to lose business if you don't? And so that is corporate social responsibility, and that's not necessarily a good thing. And it leads me to this last point, is very much connected to branding. And it's this idea of reputation. And it's that reputation isn't bought. You cannot buy it. It's earned. And the way you earn it, the way you earn a good reputation anyway, is by aligning your actions with your words. And look, this goes beyond, even before having a greater mission beyond your clothing. This is like when there are brands. I see this a lot, actually. I go onto their About page and they say they're a lifestyle, but they can't tell you what the lifestyle is. Or they say they're about, they say they have a particular message behind their brand about getting outside your comfort zone, or about being different, or mental health. However, I go to their Instagram page and all I see is clothing products. That's it. That's all I see. That's an example. Although it's not intentional, it's an example of unintentional corporate social responsibility. It's that I should have a brand message because, well, everyone says I should. But it's not real, because you're not representing it to the world, and you may find yourself victim of this condition that I'm explaining to you right now. And so the way I can see the way I can decipher an authentic brand from one that's maybe less so is one that says on their About page what they're about, and then represents that through the content that they post to the world. And that's what reputation and authenticity and your brand looks like on a small scale. Like, even just forget Patagonia and giving it away, giving the company away, whatever. Forget that. Maybe that's beyond what the scale at which you're doing things at the moment. On a small scale, that's a very simple way you can become more authentic, earn a good reputation, and help your branding, is by simply representing your brand according to what you say it is. So you must deliver on your mission. Again, outward approach. If you remember from lesson 3, go rewatch that. So this next part of the presentation of this lesson, we're going to be working through together on the worksheet. It's called 5 Questions to Uncover Your Strategic Brand Positioning. And what this is exactly the questions that I've outlined to you before in the first section. And so this is, I think, going to give you a good example. This resource is available below the lesson, below the video lesson. And so now we have an understanding of how to answer these questions. We're literally just going to go through and answer it. And my approach for answering these is to take one of the examples of a clothing brand that I worked with. I'm not going to tell you their name, but I'm gonna type in answers that were very similar to the ones that they gave me, so that you can see of what a good example of answering this looks like. So let's go through it together. So what is the meaning behind your brand name? So for this brand, the meaning behind their brand name was to do with ambition, commitment, and dedication, right? Just to give you a little bit of context, this brand appeared in some ways similar to Nike. They had that sporting aspect. There were some differences, and you'll see their differences. Their differences will really come out as we go through and answer these questions later on. But this is, I think, like, this is really what they were telling me about. This is what their brand name means. It means ambition. It means commitment, dedication. This is what they were thinking about. This is what motivated them to call their brand what they did. Okay, question 2. Who is the one person that best embodies your brand? Name a single friend, family member, or celebrity. And they told me their 18-year-old brother. 18-year-old brother. Their little brother. And it's funny because when I ask this question, what most people do is, without even having to, for me, having to ask the next question. They begin telling me why that person is what they believe is the embodiment of their brand. And so leading on to question 3, keep that person in mind. What about them is in line with your brand list, personality traits, beliefs, values, and lifestyle? And so they were telling me a bit about their little 18-year-old brother. And they were saying he was someone who was committed. So he was up early in the morning, right? He was into working out. They said he was always talking about nutrition. That's apparently not a word, working out. He was always talking about nutrition. He also said that his little 18-year-old brother never takes a day off, right? So clearly very dedicated. He's a dedicated person. He was ambitious and driven, right? The more you can give in this section, the better. The more you can give, the better. Was there anything else that he said? Always talking about nutrition, never takes a day off, into working out, up early in the morning, committed and dedicated, ambitious, driven. Yeah, I think this is good. You get a really good picture about who this person is. Question 4, if that person and others like them were gathered in one place, what would they be doing? Okay, let's have a look. They would be, he said, working out, or they would be talking about physical and mental health. The other thing, coming back to question 3, is mentioned that his little brother was someone who was religious. That's how you spell religious. He was someone who was religious, and he, like, as in Christian. So specifically Christian. And this person is someone that put his order of priorities were God, family, and then his fitness or sport, right? So this is really important. Like, you can, I love everything that comes out in these sessions with these questions, because they're so rich. You get so much of your brand in such little time, right? So we've already talked about what they would be doing if they were gathered in one place, or working out, talking about physical and mental health, or playing sport. Okay, let's look at question 5. What is the greater mission behind your clothing? And the interesting thing is, this brand owner told me this greater mission was to empower student athletes and open the door to opportunities, or to professional sporting opportunities. Right? So the greater mission behind what he was doing was to empower student athletes and open the door to professional sporting opportunities. This is what his clothing brand embodied. And man, it's so rich when you go through this. I keep saying it. I probably sound like a broken record. But please do go through this and take the time to really have a think about it. And if you ever feel stuck, what you can do is you can give this sheet to someone else and ask them to ask you the questions and talk about it with them. Because I find when I lock myself in the dark room, put my head down and get to work, focus, I come up with some good answers. However, when I call someone, when I talk to my friend, or when I talk to someone about it, my business friends or whatever it is, I come up with different things that I hadn't before, and I would never have come up with before. And that it always amazes me. So if you're ever feeling stuck on this, please do find someone that can go through this with you and ask you the questions, and maybe write down your answers and pick out what you
pick out some of the key things that you're saying. And this is what I do with my clients, and it's very helpful for them. So there we go. We've had a look at working through the sheet together. Again, that resource is below this video lesson. So I want to give you this example of what putting it all together looks like. And so here's the example for Nike again. So I've wrote Nike is bringing inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. That's what, I mean, they haven't gone through my questions that I've created, right? So you could argue that, man, like this is a load of BS. You know, I pulled this from their website, right? But my point is that they could come to this, and you could come to something similar to what Nike has that influences every one of their decisions by going through this sheet. And so this is where I have the this template here. Now this is just a template. You don't have to use it, but it's a good starting point. And this is what I like to call a brand positioning statement. And so here it is. This is what it sounds like. It says brand name is the brand for a community of individuals who strive to or are interested in or identify with identity trait. And what that is putting your answers, all your answers here, into this template. That's what it is. You're putting your answers into this template. Okay, and so you can use this template. If you've already got one, that's okay too. Or you can change it however you like. It's not set. Looking at Nike's example, they didn't use this template, right? I don't even know if they used a template. They probably have got their own thing going. And that's okay too. But I just find sometimes templates are helpful in just giving you a start. And you will find that this is going to change a lot over time. Like, for example, my headline, which I consider the equivalent of a clothing brand positioning statement, has changed 50 times in the last few months. I'm pretty sure since December of 2023, it's had 50 iterations, 50. And it, mind you, it's been small ones every time. Just like one word here and one word there. But before you know it, you have a positioning statement that's entirely different to what I started with. So it's really quite cool. So here's a pro tip for you. Use ChatGPT. Now, what I want to do is I want to use ChatGPT together to show you how you could use it to turn your answers to the questions in the resource into a positioning statement. Okay, here I am in ChatGPT. I have not come up with this or come up with these prompts prior to this presentation. So I'm going into this cold, and just to show you how I would use ChatGPT to do something like this for myself and how I have in the past as well. So first I'd start by telling ChatGPT my objective. And the cool thing about ChatGPT, if you've never used it, and I doubt that you haven't, but in case you haven't, is that you can talk to ChatGPT as if it is a friend. You don't need to worry about being too exact. Sometimes that can actually waste a lot of time if you do. So let's have a look. So I have a streetwear brand, and I am working on my branding. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to use copy and paste this template. So this is the brand positioning statement template that I was showing you before. I have filled out a questionnaire about my target customer, my core target customer, and I want you to use those answers to fill in the following template, the following brand positioning statement template. My brand's name is, quickly think of a name. My brand's name is Sport Apparel. Right? Not a very creative name, mind you, but it's a name. My brand's name is Sport Apparel. And then I'm going to put a few more, what's the word?
details about how to input my answers into this template. I'm going to say, please feel free to change and shift the template accordingly if you feel that there is a better wording, grammar or understanding. Prioritize clarity and keep it as short as possible, right? Okay, I think that's good enough. And I'm going to say here are the questions plus my answers to the branding worksheet. Okay, so let's go ahead and literally just copy and paste. Copy and paste, right? That is literally all I'm doing. And then we're going to press enter and see what it comes up with. Let's have a look. Sports apparel is the brand for a community of individuals who are committed, dedicated, and driven with a passion for fitness, health, and professional growth. So this is an interesting response. The cool thing about it is that you can change and shift the answer if you don't like it. And I don't particularly like this answer. So I'm going to say that good, but you've used a few too many words. Too many different words. You've used a few too many different words. Please pick one word or use another word that summarizes all of them. So I'm just going to put an example here. For example, you've said committed, dedicated, and driven. Or use another word that summarizes all of them. I want it to be as clear as possible and thus not be too wordy. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's have a look. Sport apparel is the brand for a community of individuals who are driven with a passion for fitness, health, and professional growth. You know what? I think that's good enough for now. And the important thing about this, about this activity, is that you need to be okay with good enough. And that's the case with many of the activities that we're going to go through and that you're going to be doing. It's going to be outside your comfort zone. It's not going to be the first time. And the issue with perfectionism is that its result is lack of action. It's inactivity. And so we get into the cycle of inactivity where we come up with what is seemingly a good idea, and then we overthink, and then we procrastinate, and then nothing gets done. And then we overplan and overplan and overplan and overplan. And you could overplan this, but you've seen in literally under 2 minutes, I've come up with a statement, and for now, it's good enough. What you could even do, you can go further and you can go, great. Now turn this into a shorter version for my Instagram bio. Just remember, people can already see my brand name, so you don't have to mention that. Keep it shorter than one sentence. It can be an incomplete
clause. Okay, let's have a look. Driven individuals passionate about fitness, health, and growth. Great. Well, that's something, again, that you could use externally facing for your Instagram bio. And so this is really cool. So my only point, just be okay with good enough. Okay, finally, what we're going to be looking at in the final part of this lesson is the brand positioning criteria. And so there's a few things that your brand positioning, the few boxes that your brand positioning must tick in order to be the best fit for your core audience. And it's just to do with making sure that your brand positioning is actually going to work and it's not going to make you fall flat on your face, right? And so let's have a look at the 4 things that your brand positioning niche must be. So first, it must be focused, and that's on one person who is clearly defined. And that's why I stressed in question 2 that you need to pick one person, just one. Next, it has to be divisible into smaller sub-ideas, and this is almost always possible. And coming back to ChatGPT, we can do this. Great. Now, give me 3 to 5 distinct sub-ideas that from my branding statement that I could create content from. Okay, for example, travel is equal to food and transport, culture, rest, right? So let's have a look. Fitness routines, health and nutrition, mental health and wellness, professional growth, community and lifestyle. So you can see how I'm able to take this big idea and break this down. In fact, I used to call this whole section of branding the big idea. I don't anymore because I don't think it's as clear as the brand positioning statement or your brand messaging. But you can see it's a big idea, which means you're still able to break it down into smaller sections. Right? So that's why I say divisible. The next one's relatable. It has to be a defining aspect of someone's identity. And the reason that is because the purpose of picking a niche, something that's hyper-focused, is that like-minded people gather around a like-minded idea. Every possible example of community that we have has a central idea that unites everybody. And so that's why we pick a niche, and then that's why the niche has to be defining aspect of someone's personality. So if, like, for example, taking this athlete example, like, are there people out there that will say that it's integral to their identity that they're an athlete? It's one of their defining attributes. And yes, absolutely there is. And so that's it has to be a defining aspect of someone's identity, because you need to be able to hook someone with a strong emotional hook to get them in and become a loyal customer and to call them a part of your community. So that's why it has to be relatable, in that it's a defining aspect of someone's identity. Finally, tied to an activity. This is question 4. This is to do with if everyone was gathered in one place, what would they be doing? And so my example here is skateboarders, their identity trait, go skateboarding. Right? So sometimes it's harder to tie to an activity, or it's indirect. However, it's never impossible. And so think about what people would be. Use your answer from question 4 to make sure it is tied to an activity. And the reason why I say that is because if it's tied to an activity, it makes it much easier for you to go ahead and create these in-person events, and also motivate a lot of the content you're creating from this idea, your branding. Okay, let's keep going. So I want to talk about some objections that some people have had in the past that I've spoken with to this approach to branding for fashion brands, particularly to the idea of niching down or to hyper-focusing. And one of them is that I don't want to limit my sales. And so there's a few points here that I think you'll find compelling.
And the first one is that if you market to everyone, you'll sell to no one, right? And I'm sure you've heard that. I believe in it so strongly that if you don't know where you're going, you're not going to end up anywhere. And it's the same goes for marketing to everyone, you'll sell to no one. But the cool thing about it is that it doesn't limit your sales, because you can market to one person and sell to everyone. And I always use this funny example. It's that you probably aren't Nike's core customer, yet you still wear Air Jordans. That's the truth for most people that wear Air Jordans, because their target customer is so hyper-focused. They're so limited. It's probably 1% of their customer base actually represent their target customer. However, just because you have a target customer doesn't polarize everyone else. It just makes it so easy to know who you're talking to, therefore what kind of marketing you're doing, the type of content that you're creating. It's going to be so important for module 2 when we talk about daily content creation, how to grow your audience. And so if you market it to everyone, you'll sell to no one. But by marketing to one person, that doesn't mean you can't sell to everyone, because you can. And Nike's a great example of that. That, you know, my cousin buys Nikes, probably never been on a run in their life, and yet they still wear Nike clothes. And so that's a good example. Here's another one. It's the objection that most of my customers don't care about the message. That's okay, because 20% of the customers account for 80% of the income. This is according to the 80-20 principle. And it's thinking about what is the most loyal 20% of my audience. They have the highest lifetime customer value. And I don't believe all customers are created equal. The customers that contribute more to your revenue, that are worth more, are more valuable than those that just buy once and then they come and go. And so that's why I use the term core customer, and why you need a core customer, because although they represent the minority, they may also represent the majority of the revenue. And they're the ones that most likely care about your brand messaging. So the most loyal 20% do in fact care and buy into the message. Finally, I just want to design good clothes. Okay, you're probably more of an artist than a business person. It's a different approach, but not a wrong approach. So being an artist is okay. You're probably more of like a brand that's like Dior or Louis Vuitton or Giorgio Armani. Like all these brands are actually named after their designers. And that's because they're more of an artist brand than a business brand. And that's okay. It's not a wrong approach, but it is a different approach. And so simply to that, I'd say become a designer. Don't call yourself a clothing brand. Just be a clothing label. I don't know. Maybe they're one and the same. But my point is, you're probably more an artist than a business person, and that's okay. And so one thing on that is, I believe that being an artist is more difficult than being a business person, because in every successful business, there's a reason why they're successful over every other business in that industry, and it's because they have something about them that's different than the other businesses, right? Every company, doesn't matter where in business, needs a differentiation, and the difference between an artist and a business person is where they draw their differentiation from. And what I mean by that is that an artist draws their differentiation from the product. Maybe it has the clothing product has some amazing functionality, or maybe it looks spectacular. That's why like Paris Fashion Week, the people that walk down that strip are just wow, glamour. And it's like, man, I've never seen that in my life. Why is that jumper being a bag? And why is that person's shoes 10 times the size they should be? It's because they're trying to be different, right? That's why. Versus the business person, they do care about design and they do care about being different in product. However, their focus is being different in the branding. And that's why it's important to niche and hyper-focus. As if you call yourself a business person, if you consider yourself as someone who's creating a streetwear brand, you find your difference in the branding, and that's why you niche and focus down. And as I said before, it doesn't hurt your sales. In fact, it helps them. And whatever the other point was, yeah, the customers that do care about your message are the ones that matter to you most anyway. So yeah, streetwear brands have branding in the name. And finally, I don't know what my brand message is anyway. Well, it's never too late for a rebrand. But also, you probably don't need to do that. Just ask yourself, what am I passionate about outside of fashion, and brand yourself around that. Okay, look, I don't think you need to do a rebrand. It's not really necessary. It's somewhere in your brand message is somewhere in there. It's just about uncovering it. It's about uncovering it. Okay, let's recap. So, you aren't a clothing brand without branding. Customers, the ones that matter, buy for identity and justify with logic. I mentioned that earlier. I think I said they buy for a feeling and justify with logic. The logic being how your clothing product looks and the GSM of the garment. All of those aspects are the logic behind, but the feeling is the story that you're telling. It's the message that you're giving them. It's saying, yeah, this feels good. This feels like me. This feels like identity. The thing they can't quite put their finger on, but really is because you're just reflecting their identity straight back at them. Become authentic by delivering on what your branding suggests. Simply have your branding, put it on your about page on your website, put it in your bio on your Instagram, and deliver on it by actually making content about it. Tell some stories about it. Just represent it in other places beyond just those hidden pages. Because if you're going to say it, you may as well say it loud and proud. And don't just have an Instagram page that's filled with your clothing product. Reputation, your brand to the public. There's a few spelling mistakes in this, I apologize, but you get it. Your brand to the public cannot be bought. Your reputation is earned. That's the only way reputation comes. You can only earn it. And use AI tools to make it quicker and easier. We use ChatGPT many times in this episode. You can literally take the exact prompts that I used, but I'm sure you can come up with better ones. I just came up with them off the top of my head. And I know you can if you spend a little time doing it. They're here to make our lives a bit easier, and they increase productivity because with the same amount of time input, we can increase our output. In other words, we can increase our leverage. And so actually use them because you're most likely an army of one as a brand owner, and you need to use all that you got creating those systems. Okay, here's your actionable step for today. Walking away, I want you to write out your brand positioning statement, print it out, and put it in a place where you can see it in big, bold writing. Everything that comes from this point forward is motivated by your brand positioning statement. Everything from product to the campaigns to the marketing for those campaigns. Everything, absolutely everything is motivated by this brand positioning statement. And I promise you, if you've ever spent ages trying to think of ideas for content or ages trying to think of a name for your latest campaign or a theme, or all of those tasks become 100 times quicker and easier when you have this brand positioning statement so clear. So coming up in the next lesson, in lesson 5, we're going to be looking at how to turn your brand message into your first piece of content. And it's a unique story that's totally yours, that's not really to do with your product, but really about the message behind your product. And I think you're going to find some really great and practical ways to turn your positioning statement that we've written together in this lesson into something tangible that makes people want to act. And when I say act, I mean put in their credit card details at your checkout. I promise it's going to be amazing. You need to check it out. All of what I'm talking about is things that I write about in my email list every single day. I write a short tip. You can read it in 60 to 90 seconds, maybe 120 sometimes. And it's for streetwear brand owners that want to cultivate a community of super fans around their streetwear brand that are going to show up on drop day so they can sell out. If you want to join that, links on screen. You can go to elijahdelport.com/daily and sign up for free. I'm really excited to be sending emails to your inbox that I hope are going to provide you with a hell of a lot of value. So thank you for watching this lesson of the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. Hence the name. Let's take your streetwear brand 365 days of the year. Take you full time, make it a career. I'm so excited. If you have some wins, big or small, put them in the wins chat on our school community. and I'm really excited to hear about them. I will see you for the next lesson.
Welcome back to the Streetwear 365 Masterclass for Lesson 5. I'm Elijah Delport, and today we're talking on the topic of writing your story. This is where we turn your brand positioning statement that we created in Lesson 4 about branding, and we turn it into something that could start to be a tangible piece of content so that you can share your brand positioning or your brand message with the world. Because it's no good your brand message sitting written on a piece of paper and stored at the bottom of your desk, because that's not really a brand message if it's not even able to get out to the world. However, when it becomes a reality is when we turn it into something. And so this is why we're writing your story and kind of fleshing out this idea of your message a bit more so you can start turning it into content. All right, let's get into it. What are we talking about today? We're going to talk about why we tell stories, what your story is and isn't. We're going to do some storytelling basics. And then we're going to be turning your positioning statement into a story. That is the really practical part of this lesson. And then some examples of stories well told. And by the way, please, if you have not already, go subscribe to my daily email where I send a email newsletter, a quick tip to streetwear brand owners about how you can grow a community around your streetwear brand. You can do so via the link on screen. It says elijahdelport.com/daily. And please watch this in 2x speed if you'd prefer that. Get through it all in less time. All right, let's get into it. So, why do we tell stories? Well, there's a few main reasons, and the most major one that comes to mind is because people won't remember your product, but they will remember your story. And this is true no matter how good your product is. The truth of the matter is that your product is going to come and go from drop to drop. If you make a new release, the old one becomes irrelevant. And that's an issue, because if you build your streetwear brand simply on the products, it's a very feeble foundation you have, something that's very weak, because you have something that's consistently becoming irrelevant. And so you don't really want to build your brand on top of that. Instead, what you can do is build it on top of, well, some of the branding that we went through in lesson 4. I think it was lesson 4. And then now what we're doing in this lesson, where we're turning that into something that you can externalize, your message into something externalized, will give your audience something that they can remember about you, something that will stick with them, and something that they can resonate with. The other reason is that stories get shared. I know that word of mouth is the most potent form of marketing that there is. There is nothing greater than word of mouth marketing. And sharing on social media has accelerated the potential for word of mouth marketing to take place. All we need to do is take hold of it and captivate its benefits, and we can make massive change. By simply creating something with the purpose of being shared, we increase the potential of your streetwear brand going to superstardom. And really, that's what differentiates two brands from one being successful and the other not so much, is maybe it's in part their ability to be spoken about and be shared and be on the lips and on the tongue of those who are buying from it. So that's why we tell stories. Now, what is your story and what isn't your story? When I bring up this topic of writing your story or turning your brand message into a story, it gets a bit confused and people go, well, how do I actually do that? And so it should be said that your story is not how your brand was founded. Although that is a story that is yours, it's not really what I'm referring to today. And it's not a bad one to tell. It's only that it's limiting because it's fixed. And we're going to talk a bit more about the difference between that story and what is the next one, that is the message or meaning behind your brand. And when I say we're writing your story, that's what I'm talking about. At the moment, as it stands, your positioning statement holds a brand message within it. However, that's not a story, because a story has some vital elements, including a conflict. And so when we infuse your brand messaging with a conflict, it becomes a story, and that is the story we're talking about. And so this brings me to the two types of stories that there are, and one being the fixed narrative, and that's stories fixed in a specific time and place context. And now that, for example, is how your brand was started. It happened in a certain year. It happened in a certain place. You were doing certain things. It has a historical element to it. Now, usually these are called historical narratives, but I wanted to say fixed narratives because that also incorporates stories that might happen in the future or haven't happened or just a part of our imagination. But anything that has some details around it that are fixed about it, like any films you've seen, any books you've read, all of those are fixed narrative stories, and that's the kind of story that they're very important. However, if you build your entire brand on that story, as I said, it can be very limiting and fixed. You, after you've told it, how many more times can you tell it again, and in how many different ways? So that brings us to the second type of story, which are archetypal stories. And so these are stories with variable details but consistent underlying themes or conflicts. And so you can imagine the underlying theme to your archetypal story being your brand message. It's the thing that stays consistent despite the clothing drop, despite the product, despite the time or place that your brand is in. It doesn't matter. That's the thing that's going to live on. It's like Nike's Just Do It. Nike's Just Do It isn't just one story fixed in a particular time. It's a theme that traverses many fixed narratives. And that's where we have an archetypal story, and it gives us the flexibility to source many ideas and stories from. And so again, like using the examples and now having an understanding of the two types of stories. A fixed narrative would be how your brand is started. An archetypal story is your brand message. It's more free. And a good way to think about this is just diving into this a little bit deeper, is how these are constructed. Like, take this, right? Fixed narratives are singular, unchangeable stories anchored in a specific place and time. While you can explore different perspectives and angles, the core story remains constant, right? We got that. Here's the thing, archetypal stories encompass a broad theme or idea that generates multiple sub-narratives. They are more versatile, allowing for various stories to emerge from one overarching narrative theme or conflict. So what I'm trying to get at here is that archetypal stories encompass many fixed stories, but they're kind of like the level up. They're the, if you can think of when we do content creation, and this is going to come a lot more in module 2, we have what's called content pillars and then the content pieces themselves. And the idea of content pillars is like a broad encompassing format, or maybe, it's a format or idea that you could pull many different smaller pieces of content from. You know, it might be like a content pillar might be a podcast where you speak with guests about things that they're passionate about, and you can speak with many different guests about many different passions, and you can see how that's a broader idea. The same is true for the relationship between fixed narratives and archetypal stories. Archetypal stories being the overarching idea, the message, the narrative theme or conflict, which is made up of many fixed narratives. And so that is why we're going to be focusing a lot on, when I say writing your story, writing your archetypal story. Okay, so before we can go about actually writing your story though, we need to do some basics of storytelling. Now, you might know some of this, maybe a lot of this. My background's in filmmaking, so I'm very passionate about storytelling, and I think truly it is the key to a lot of business success in telling stories. And in fact, before I share with you some basics on storytelling, I wanted to share a story. One time, I've been doing content creation for quite a while. More recently, with this business that I'm currently doing now as a content strategist, I've been doing content creation for my own marketing. And so I did a lot of talking head videos and educational. I thought they were pretty valuable. However, I didn't see the feedback, the engagement that I wanted from them. And that was quite, this is a bit problematic that I'm doing all this content strategy stuff and I can't even get my own content strategy going. And so what I what happened is that I went to Melbourne for a work trip, and I had a coffee with a friend who works in very closely with a clothing company there. And I was telling him a bit about my story, the parts he didn't know. And as I shared with you in lesson zero in Welcome to Week One, I started my first business when I was 6 years old. And my friend said to me, you should share that story on social media. Like, you should make an Instagram video about it and just, share it with the world. I was like, that's a really great idea. And so I thanked him for it, and I went back to my hotel, and that day I recorded a talking head video of me sharing the story, and I overlaid the video in editing with some B-roll, with some archive footage and photos from my childhood and photos from my first business, things like that. And it went nuts relative to all of the other videos that I'd posted. It got a ton of shares. I think it was like more than 100x shares than my my greatest shared post before then. And the comments were going crazy, and the engagement was off the charts, and I was looking through my stories, and everyone was sharing it. And I don't share that story with you to say, well, look at how great I am, but rather to suggest that the thing that stories really do work in marketing. And even if you cannot see the business, the direct relation to how sharing stories will get you sales, understand one thing. If nothing else, stories do get shared. And if social media is the lifeblood to your streetwear brand, if you don't have a brick and mortar store, then it probably is. If that is the case, then you ought to share stories, because being shared means the world. And all things being equal, you double your audience, you double your sales. You double your audience, you double your sales. And so stories have the potential to be shared, and people remember stories, people relay stories. And that's what makes something remarkable, as we know from Seth Godin, who's a great man in business. He talks about what is something remarkable. It's something we remark about, and stories are extremely remarkable because we're able to remember and relay. And so that is some of the power of stories. And so if we learned the basics and what makes a story good and how can we be good storytellers, then we can actually start making some moves in increasing our audience and creating something that's remarkable. Okay, let's have a look. Every story is made of two most basic parts: a conflict and a resolution. Not all storytellers will say this, but I will argue if you don't have a conflict, you have not got a story. And it's as simple as that. And the conflict, don't have such a limited mindset on how the conflict is represented or what the conflict is, because you can get really creative on that, and the conflict can be alluded to. It could be, whatever, or it could be in your face. The point is, your story must have a conflict to be a story, or it's just information. And again, information, it's stats and numbers and names, and that is a lot harder to remember simply just by the way our brains work. And so if you want to be something remarkable, remembered, and shared, then you better put some conflict in your stories. And so the other important elements of your stories include the setting, so that's the where, the character, the who, the plot, the order of events, the theme, which is the brand message in this case. And look, one thing I will say about these parts is I don't believe these are as essential. Well, and most definitely not as essential as the conflict itself. However, nearly all your stories will have this, even if you don't intend them to. And so I put out this structure so when you're creating your next story, you get to, you can tick the boxes. Have I got my setting, my character, and my plot? But even if you don't, they'll probably be in there somewhere, and that's okay too. So, what can you tell stories about? I like to boil it down to three major things, and it's the definition of a noun. It's a person, place, or thing. People, places, or things. You can tell stories about nouns, right? And I know, taking you back to English class here for a second, part of it sounds trivial, but it's a good way to think about it, I find, because when we get to the point of making stories, it can be, and when sometimes there can be some scratching of the head where it's like, where do I even start with this? I'm a streetwear brand, I'm a clothing brand, I sell products. This is fabric that you put on your body. It's like, that can be hard to pull a story out of it. But having done the last lesson about branding and where we found your brand message, that's going to make it easier. And I hope that ideas like this about what can you tell stories about, people, places, or things, that all of this makes it a bit easier. So let's go into this a bit deeper. So you can tell stories about people. And so return to the question, who best embodies your brand? Again, this is from the previous lesson. We asked this in one of the 5 questions. Is who is the one person that best embodies your brand? Name a friend, a family member, or a celebrity. And so whatever you wrote down on that sheet, tell stories about them. Or if you're stuck at where to find a story, start with them. Think to yourself, what is their story? What is their message? What is their conflict? And maybe beyond that, what is their resolution? And then, so exactly, what is their story? Or maybe it's about yourself. Why do you care about your deeper brand messaging? Like, what drives you to even think about that in the beginning? Like, what made you come to that conclusion about the message? Or what are you doing today? Or how do you relate to that message today? These are things you can tell stories about, and it's all to do with the people. Next is the places. So setting can also be a character. It's a bit difficult to think of a good example where setting is the character. But here is one, and it's a brand with a messaging about sustainability might use the earth as a character in the story. And I've seen this in particular advertisements and video campaigns for social causes such as climate change and sustainability, where they use earth as the character. And it's a really interesting narrative device. And so I use that, like, that's an example, so that you can think of your own way. Like, what's an interesting way you can use place or tell stories about places according to your own brand message. And so, I mean, I know for Supreme, a lot of their stuff that they put up online is to do with New York City, because I believe their brand message is about the New York City downtown culture. Excuse me. And so they post a lot of stuff about the city. And so that's a good example of telling stories about a place. Finally, you can tell a story about things, right? Best example is your brand itself. This crosses more into the fixed narrative storytelling where it's, how was your brand started and that kind of thing. However, I thought I'd include it anyway because it's still an important one in your story. So the next part of this, I mean, I thought I'd just, now that we've gone over some storytelling basics, I thought I'd brush over the concept of story selling. This is something that we're going to go into deeper later in the course, especially in Module 2. But story selling is when you use storytelling to market a product. Now, it's really funny because I thought I came up with the concept of story selling, honestly, and then I searched it up and realized someone already had. And I was really disappointed because it sounded really good. It just has this roll off the tongue, and it's a really great concept. But this is, the only reason I'm mentioning this is because this is how storytelling interacts with your product and how these two are linked. Because there's 3 types of content. There is your product-focused content, there is your message or brand-focused content, and then there's this combined content where you do both, and it's where some people have a campaign, but they have a really deep message behind the clothing campaign, and that's where they combine both. And that is the place where story selling comes in. It's where you're selling the story behind the product and the product alongside of it. And so it's very powerful. I'm not going to go too much deeper into that today, but it's a very powerful device. Okay, this is where we get practical. It's where we turn your positioning statement into a story. Now, this is where I want you to pull out the work from last lesson where we did on branding and take your positioning statement that I hope you've crafted. Again, remember, you can use ChatGPT. It's very helpful in this whole process of crafting a positioning statement because sometimes their words are better than our own. At least they're quicker at it. And so just to remind you, every story is made up of two basic parts. There's the conflict and the resolution. And for this part of turning your brand positioning statement into a story, we're going to be focusing on the conflict. Because as I mentioned before, I don't believe you can have a story without a conflict. I don't think it exists. And otherwise, it's just information. And the thing is, by itself, your brand message, whatever it may be, is not a story because it doesn't yet have a conflict. It might be a concept or an idea, and that's exactly what it should be. But the way you turn it into a message the way you turn your message into a story is by infusing the conflict. So that's why we're going to be talking about catastrophizing your message. This is how we find the conflict, is by catastrophizing your message. And okay, what do I mean by that? Well, it looks like asking yourself the question, what would the world look like with the polar opposite or worst version of your message? Again, what would the world look like with the polar opposite or worst version of your message? Like, if you could dream, imagine a place where your message that I know you believe is good didn't exist. If it didn't exist, like, what would it look like? And when we talk about catastrophizing, it's all about worst case scenario. Like, what's happening? Who's dying? What's havoc? And all of these ideas, and this is going to the most extreme opposite of your good message to find what is the worst version, and that is where the conflict is. And so we're going to be looking at two examples that I've created, one on a mental health brand and one on an outdoors brand. Now, these are conceptual brands, ones that I've just made up. In fact, I used a lot of the resources from the previous lesson to do with the 5 questions to find the brand positioning statement, in order to create these conceptual brands and create the resource that I'm going to present to you in this lesson. So just keep that in mind, that I've done all the things that you have also by this point. Okay, so let's look at the first example, the mental health brand. And just a promise to you that by the end of looking at these two examples, you'll have a really good idea of what it looks like to catastrophize your message and actually to turn your message into a story. Okay, so here's the positioning statement that I've created. April is the brand for a community of individuals who embrace the beauty of new beginnings. Okay, that's the brand name I've chosen. It's April. Like, I don't know where I've got it from, but it's there. Right, and so I'm playing on the ideas here of April being the springtime, and that being new beginnings, and so it's kind of the juxtaposition between the rain and the sunshine. It's like there's good days and bad days, but there's beauty and new beginnings, and that gives us hope to wait out for the good days, and so that's the mental health take, I suppose. I'm going with this example. Okay, so now the question I'm asking myself, because at the moment this message isn't a story, right? There's no conflict in it, so it's not a story yet. So I'm asking myself, what would the world look like without new beginnings? Okay, here's some of the ideas that I've come up with and that ChatGPT has helped me with too. So just remember, you can use ChatGPT to help you in this process of branding and just finding your story. So let's catastrophize new beginnings. It would look like lack of hope and motivation, perpetual gloom and negativity, fear of failure, loss of personal development, broken relationships. I'm just imagining a place where things can't get resolved. Like, imagine that place, there would be broken relationships everywhere because there's no new beginnings. It would look like cultural and creative decay. And so the one of all of these options that I've chosen about what it would look like to catastrophize new beginnings, I've decided that fear of failure is my favorite one, or I feel like I have the most flexibility. I could do the most with that. So I've selected fear of failure. And then so what I've done now is I've taken the fear of failure. That's the conflict that I'm putting into this story, and doing so in order to create what will be a video, right? And this is an example of a video that you could create about this story. And so look, I'll prelude it, because in the next lesson we'll be going into taking your story that you've written and turning it into a story that you can film and turn into your first piece of content. That's not this lesson. However, it is good to see the big picture here in what you can do with these stories. And so here's the video that I could create from that message being new beginnings, the conflict being fear of failure, and then the video is called Find the Courage to Start Again. And so the conflict, fear of failure. The character's name is Charlie. The style is a live action fictional narrative with elements of animation. Here's the log line. The log line being the thing that, you know, if you're a director or a writer, you go into the room of producers and investors and you give them your log line. And if your log line is interesting enough, they might fund some of your film or at least hear you out more. So here is my log line. A young artist paralyzed by the fear of failure finds courage to embrace new beginnings by trying lots of new things, discovering the beauty in each new start. Okay? And so this is a story that I could create for my mental health brand. And don't be limited in thinking like this has to be a short film or a narrative. In this case, it would be, because this is what I've just done for the style elements, but this could be an interview, it could be a talking head, it could be so many other things. We'll get into that in the next lesson. But anyway, I thought it would be cool to use AI to give a visual representation of what this video might be. And so here it is. This is what Meta AI has come up with. And I think it's pretty good actually. A few inconsistencies in her face, but anyway, that's besides the point. This is our girl who had this fear of failure and has found hope in the new beginnings and trying lots of new things. I think it's a beautiful scene. I want to see this video, this film. Okay, let's have a look at the second example now. This outdoors brand, the same process. Positioning statement is, Beyond is the brand for a community of individuals who push their exploration of the unknown to the limits. Beyond is the name of this fictional brand that I've come up with. So my question is, what would the world look like without exploration of the unknown? That's my brand message. I'm now catastrophizing it. So it would look like stagnation and complacency, lack of personal growth, fear of the unfamiliar, disconnected from nature, uninspired and unfulfilled lives. I've chosen disconnected from nature as the one that I want to explore here. Because then, this is where you can get into story selling now, is where you can start showing in a storytelling setting, you can show the features of a garment, say it's technical apparel of some kind or technical streetwear. Maybe it has some special water resistance, and you can show even just one shot in the story of your video of them getting wet and the water just bounces right off the garment, for example. And so you can use story selling here. That's a side note. So let's have a look at this video, this fictional video that one could create. It's called Embrace the Unknown. The conflict is disconnect from nature. Disconnection from nature. The character's name is Steve, right? The style is a voiceover and talking head. Maybe it's Steve sharing a story or Steve sharing something motivational. And so here's the log line. An everyday adventurer shares the importance of embracing new challenges, discovering the beauty and possibilities that lie beyond the horizon. Let's have a look. This is Steve on his adventure, and I thought this was a good image because I imagine him just walking over the hill, and this is what he sees. And so I think this is a really beautiful image. So for this final part, now we have an understanding of how to catastrophize your story. I want to give an example of a story really well told. In fact, I believe this is the greatest story ever told, and I have evidence to back that up. And the criteria I'm using to justify my claim of this being the greatest story ever told is the reach and endurance of this story, in terms of how many people has this story touched and how long has it lasted beyond its original creators, beyond its original form. And so by this criterion and through sharing this story, I hope you can see a good example of what it looks like to create a great story and the potential it has for your brand and your marketing in order to do so. And so here's the big reveal. What is this story that I'm referring to? It's the gospel. Now, this, regardless of whether you consider yourself a religious person, whether you're Christian or you're atheist or of another religion, I think it's totally irrelevant to this point that I'm trying to make in the business world, that the gospel is an incredible story in its reach and its endurance. And the gospel, for those who don't know, being the story of Jesus Christ and in the time when he walked the earth. And so this is an incredible story for those reasons. And so I wanted to share with you some stats about the gospel. Simply, I hope this really piques your interest about what is this story about, and why has it reached so many people and endured such a long time. And so I hope in the next slide I'm going to share with you some reasons why I believe this story has done so well. So let's have a look. This was written nearly 2,000 years ago, or roughly 2,000 years ago, which is incredible because that means it's outlived many generations, including the original authors of the gospel. And so that's has something to say for the endurance of this story, and even in the fact that its reach or its popularity since being written has only increased. It's only ever increased. The other thing is it's been translated into over 1,200 languages. And now that's something that no other story can say for itself. No other story has been translated in over 1,200 languages. And finally, it's the most sold book in history with over 5+ billion copies sold. Now, that's more in reference to the Bible as a whole. But the gospel is contained in that Bible, the gospel just being the isolated story of Jesus Christ. And so the reason I bring up all these points is to hopefully demonstrate again, whether you consider yourself a Christian or not, whether you believe in the truth of this story or not, it's so irrelevant to my point that I'm making, in that this story is one that's gotten more reach and it's endured more years than any other story ever told. And the effects are true for the religion as well, because of all the world religions, Christianity still holds the largest size. It's the 30% of religious people are Christian, and so that's massive, because this story of the gospel is central to Christianity. So not only has it reached so many billions of people and endured so many thousands of years, it's also made people act. It's made people take action. And I don't believe there's too many differences between your streetwear brand and religion in many different ways, because you're looking for the same things. You're looking for action. You're looking for people to buy a product, to wear your garment. These are many of the things you're wanting to see action on. And so this is why I think this is a perfect example of a story that prompts action. So what makes the gospel such a good story? First, it unites like-minded individuals by a central idea. And this is the common string with all of the examples we have in society of the greatest communities. And the Christian community and the church is one of, if not the strongest communities ever in history. And it's done more for this world than even cultures have. And so this is why I think that the major reason for that is because of the unity around this central idea. And to link this to your streetwear brand, why is this relevant to you? Well, because in the last lesson in your branding, we worked out on creating a message. And the reason that is because like-minded people gather around a like-minded idea. And if you're wanting to build a community, you need that central message to unite people and unite individuals. And by writing this story and in the next lesson, filming and capturing it, releasing it to the world, you're able to externalize a very internal and company, an inward-focused idea to an outward audience. Another reason is that it resonates with many different people of vastly different demographics and cultures. I don't know if you remember, but I shared a story in the last lesson about how I worked alongside a brand trying to figure out what made their most loyal customers tick. And the traditional customer avatars didn't work. About to do with marital status and the number of kids and income level and gender, and those things did not align between their customers. However, the thing that did was their identity. It was their shared resonance with the central idea of the brand. And that is the same goes for your brands, that people buy because of identity, not because of their demographic. And so that's why the gospel is a great example of that, because there's people rich and poor, young and old, that read it and that resonate with it. And the same can be true for your message. And by writing your story in a way that shares your message, allows people to resonate with it. And that's the power. Next, it uses the greatest organic marketing strategy known to man, and it's word of mouth. It might be a little bit funny to say, but the Bible or the gospel has never used ad spend or paid methods of marketing in order to get itself out there. However, it is, I would even go as far, I mean, this is more anecdotal than anything, but it is the most reached thing ever of anything, like not even just of stories or of products or of anything. It is just the most reached thing to humanity ever, the released single thing that humanity has made. And so that's amazing. So we can learn something from this. Again, your religious affiliation is so irrelevant to the point. My point is that it's used word of mouth. And I look, I want to add a point to this. I alluded to it before. And it was that the other amazing thing about it is that Christianity is now the largest world religion, has been for a long time. And that says that it's been a story that prompts people to action. And so that also says, what's the other thing that makes the gospel such a good story? Well, it has a very strong call to action. It has a very strong call to action. And so your story as well needs to have, as well as being the central archetypal story behind your brand, it also needs a central call to action and something that's strong, that motivates and prompts action for your customers with everything they do. Okay, I'm glad we're able to cover that. Let's recap everything that we've gone over in this lesson. Stories get shared, and word of mouth marketing is the best there is. It's the best marketing that's out there, and stories get shared. Such an important point. Please don't forget that point. Every company, and especially fashion, can be utilizing stories. It's just about knowing how. And your story isn't how you started, it's your messaging with a conflict infused. And you can find it out by catastrophizing. So every good story has a conflict and resolution. I believe it's essential, and without it, you're just sharing information. You can uncover your story's conflict by catastrophizing your brand message. By simply saying, what would a world look like where this is in its worst state, the polar opposite, or without this message? And the most successful things ever created are driven by great stories. So here's your actionable step going forward from today. I want you to take your brand message from lesson 4, the previous lesson on branding, and catastrophize it to uncover the conflict for your first video story. And this is going to lead on to what we're doing in the next lesson, which is actually turning what is now your brand message, the conflict that you've infused into your message, and turning it into an actual tangible piece of content that you can share with the world so they know what it is. Because it's no good having all this, writing it down, and it just sitting on a piece of paper at the bottom of your desk, as I mentioned. You may as well not have it at all. So coming up is how we turn your story into an actual piece of content you can post and pin to your Instagram page. Okay, quick reminder, ElijahDelport.com/daily is where you can sign up to receive my daily email to help you turn your Instagram audience into a community. All right, this is over to you now. What you do beyond this episode is up to you. I encourage you, please do something. Don't do nothing otherwise. This all could be for nothing, all right? The time is not wasted if you go away and act. So take massive action. You have an opportunity to go Streetwear 365. It's not that far away. And so please take action on the things that we've spoken about in this lesson. I hope it was valuable, and I will see you for the next one. Hello and welcome to lesson 6 of the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. I'm Elijah Delport. Today we're talking about the topic of filming your story. This is leading on from lesson 5, where we've already taken the time to write out your story. It's taking your message, your brand message, and putting the conflict in it to give it a story. And so this is where we're going to turn it into real, tangible content, something that you can post to tell the world about who your brand is and really the essence behind every product that you're making. Let's get into it. Here's what we're going to be covering today. I'm going to be showing you a quick example of one of these story videos done well. Then we're going to be choosing your approach to make your own video, your stylistic approach, that is. We're going to be learning how to make it engaging, adding a call to action. And please go to elijahdelport.com/daily if you'd like to receive a daily email newsletter to help you cultivate a community around your streetwear brand. It's absolutely 100% free. There's no sponsorships, spam, or email retargeting. It's just 100% value. So go ahead and sign up if you'd like. Pro tip, watch this in 2 times speed. Let's get into it. What I want to do is I want to show you an example of a brand that's done this really well, that's created a video as the first thing that you see and pinned at the top of their Instagram page that shows you what their brand is about and tells you the story behind their brand message. And so just to give you some context before you go ahead and watch this, their brand message here is home away from home. And just like we've been going through in lesson 4 and the branding and writing the positioning statement, I've written a positioning statement for them, something that I believe is a pretty good fit. And it says, Rosie's Place is the brand for a community of individuals finding their home away from home. And before you watch this video, I want to add, they've done a fantastic job at building a community. It's something that they have that's really strong, and I would say is a massive contributor to their financial success and increased revenue is their building of a community. And so this is the video clip that's pinned at the top of their Instagram page as of the time of recording this lesson. So you're gonna watch it now, and then we'll regroup and talk about what is so good about this video.
Hi, I'm Pat. This is my mate Tex, and we started a clothing brand to pay homage to your home away from home.
Place pays tribute to our home away from home and represents to me all the best parts of my upbringing in Portland. See, my mum Rosie created a sanctuary in our home where the door was always open for me, Tex, and all of our friends. Every good part of our adolescence was shaped in Rosie Place, and we wanted to create a brand that reminds you of the See, growing up, my mum took everyone in as her own, and judgment was always up to the door. Even on the worst days, she put a smile on everyone's faces, and me, even represent half of the brand of the wearing. I think the thing that really gets you by in life is the memories you make that we love the most, the places you cherish. Every garment we create for you, you'll find a little bit of Rosie within that.
So this is Rosie's Place, and we can't wait to continue to share with you.
They've smashed it out of the park, right? It's seriously it's a great example of what it looks like to turn your brand message into a story, and then a story into a video that you can show your superfan customers. And so what is so great about their video? Well, there's a few things. And the first point I want to raise is that first impressions matter, because how you get your customers is how you keep your customers. And so if you get your customers simply by the visual aesthetic of a latest collection piece that you're releasing, a clothing piece, and that's how they come to learn about your brand, that's how they come to follow you and start wanting to see what you're doing. The thing is, if you don't continue to release that quality or higher of material and design products, then you're going to lose them, because how you get them is how you keep them. Here's the other trade-off to drawing in customers that way. It's that if they come just for the garment, the clothing product, chances are when that clothing product's no longer available, they're gone as well. And so you have this relationship between your customers, your brand and your customers, where you'll say there's an influx of sales and then it comes down. And it's like up and down with the tide. Every release, you get some more people and then they leave. Where it's not this slow accumulation of a customer base that you get when the first impression is one where they hook you emotionally. And that leads me on to my next point, where by sharing their story, Rosie's Place draws in their customers with an emotional hook. Even though your product come and go from drop to drop, the thing that stays the same throughout all of it is your brand. And that is the power of putting something like your brand story front and center as the first thing that any newcomer sees on your Instagram page. And that's why Rosie's Place has pinned it to the top. Emotional attachment is the strongest of all. It's similar to the storytelling demo I did on our previous lesson. And I mentioned the fact that people share stories because there's something in our psychology that allows us to connect with them in a way that's unlike our connection with a physical object like a piece of clothing. Because we connect with faces, we connect with feelings and people's life experience. And so that's why the emotional attachment that comes from sharing a story like this is so strong. Next, they pull from the top of funnel to the middle of the funnel. And so we get into more about the sales funnel in module 2 in week 2 of this course. But something about the sales funnel is at the top of the funnel, which are all the strangers, people who've never heard about your brand or just introduced to your brand. That's the widest part. And so what they're doing is they're addressing a video like this to people that have never heard anything about the brand. And the cool thing about it is because it's a story and because stories get shared, their followers that share it on their story and to their friends, they represent audience members that are at the top of the funnel, strangers. And so designing a video that's meant exactly for the people that have never heard anything about the brand pulls people into the middle of the funnel, which in other words is one step closer to them buying your garments. And even though they don't buy today, that's okay, because now they've got an emotional hook, and if they hit follow, they're part of your ecosystem, so that every time when you release images or posts about your latest clothing drop, that's another ad that they see that you're getting free advertisement. It's organic advertising that you're not even paying for, because they're just a part of your ecosystem. They're part of your followers. You don't have to pay for ad spend for it to reach them. So that's the power of pulling people from the top of funnel to the middle of funnel with a video like Rosie's Place has made. And then people won't remember your products, but they will remember your story. And I mentioned that before. It's going to stick with people if it's something compelling enough and if it's something that resonates with people. And you can refer back to lesson 4 where I give you the brand positioning criteria, where one of the points in the criteria was that it has to resonate. It has to be something that's deeply integral to someone's identity. So just a reminder of what we'll cover today. Now that we've already gone through this example, we're going to be looking at choosing your approach, making it engaging, and constructing a really strong call to action that, like Rosie's Place videos, pulls the strangers, the newcomers, from the top of the funnel to the middle of the funnel. In other words, one step closer to the store page. So before we really get into the crux of it, a pro tip is that your video should be evergreen. And I think this is important, saying this in the beginning, because having a video that's evergreen means that it doesn't become irrelevant from drop to drop. It's something that just stays at the top of your page. It's something that can be pinned. And so that gives your brand a good foundation to build upon. Okay, now let's really get into it. First thing we're talking about is choosing your approach. And when I say approach, I'm really referring to the style of video. And there's lots of different approaches you can take. But a few main ones is the personal brand approach, the faceless approach, and then we're going to be looking at some additional stylistic approaches from that. So first of all, the personal brand approach. What is it? So one example is a talking head. This is direct to camera. It's like exactly what I'm doing right now. I'd call this talking head. And it's very similar. Talking head is very similar to the video that you saw of Rosie's Place. That was the founder of the brand simply talking to the camera and sharing sharing everything that the brand was about, the brand message. Next is a voiceover, and this is a narrated story. And again, in Rosie's Place video, you saw elements of that, where they'd cut to other scenes and the owner's voice would continue going. And this is still, I put this under personal brand because it's still very tied to who's behind this brand. And that's why we talk about personal brand. In terms of the owner or the CEO has a very big a role in being the image for a clothing brand. Next is the first person vlog. It's more informal, and you can see crossovers between all of these, but it's good to mention them. Or you could do a combination of all or some of these things. And that's when you get something that becomes really engaging, because you have lots of different ways that you're showing an idea that's otherwise maybe a little bit more boring. The next main approach that I can distinguish is a faceless approach. Now, different from the personal brand, faceless approach is where your face and your name and your likeness as a CEO or founder is not associated with the brand, at least not so publicly. And so there's many examples of brands that have, like, you might find yourself being, like, before even starting your clothing brand, maybe you've been a fashion influencer. That's where many people start their clothing brands from. They start as fashion influencers, in which case you might find yourself being a personal brand, or maybe you haven't, in which case you might find yourself more inclined to be a faceless brand. No approach is better or worse, they're just different. And I think taking the personal brand approach makes it easier to share stories because it's your own. But anyway, here's the faceless approach anyway. You could hire a professional narrator, or just someone who's in your community or someone you know. You could use customer or community voices and faces as well. It's just the whole idea that no one thinks of your brand and goes, oh yes, that's this person is behind that. It's more of like a collective image. And then, or you could use text or captions on screen. I would, you can use text or captions on screen, and I would do so anyway, no matter your approach. However, I would not do that final one as, like, just by itself. I would suggest against it because it's the most inauthentic. I don't want to say inauthentic, but it's the most disconnected approach. And it really helps in this process of sharing stories to be connected and show some vulnerability. Okay, or you could just do a no voice approach, which is similar to just the text on screen. So here are some additional stylistic considerations when you're creating your video. One of them being the voice and perspective. And so what I mean by that is that there are three persons. There's first person, second person, and third person. First person uses I and we. Second person uses you. And third person is more like an external narrator that uses they. And this is going to depend also on the nature of your story and how you're representing it. So there's many things to think of here. And look, the other thing is you don't need to go and tick all these boxes. I simply just mention these to open your mind up to the creativity. I don't want you to watch the Rosie's Place video and think, I have to do it like that. Because you could do a third person, like puppet show. And that could be like, with a narrator and everything like that, or like a storybook. Like, there's so many ways to go about it. The other stylistic consideration is whether you're going to break the fourth wall or not. And so within that, there's two approaches you could take. One is the direct address, which acknowledges the audience directly. And the other one is traditional, which doesn't acknowledge the audience. It's like more like most films that you'll watch will be the traditional route where they don't address or acknowledge the audience. You're simply in there immersed. You're in the story immersed as if you're just watching from the outside. And so it's funny because where this comes from is from theater. The idea that on a theater set there's three walls, and the fourth wall is where the audience is. And so when the person in the theater turns to the audience and goes, the better example I can think of is Dora. When Dora the Explorer, like the kids show, when she turns to the kids and goes, "Do you know which path to take?" And that's breaking the fourth wall. And so Rosie's Place video was breaking the fourth wall because they were looking and talking directly to you as the audience. And finally, fiction or non-fiction. I mean, you could tell your story, you could relate your brand message to a real life story and tell it in a non-fictional sense. In terms of, you make up some characters, and instead of it being you in the situation, you use someone else. This is how you could do, or you could just make up a story. That's okay too. Or you could go with the non-fiction route, whereas you tell a story as it is. So I wanted to share some unique combinations of all these different approaches that I've outlaid, whether it be personal brand or faceless, and then some of the extra ones, to open your mind to the possibilities. And so imagine a video where you do personal brand and some animation, and the CEO narrates over an animated depiction of the brand's message. That would be pretty cool. Or maybe a faceless and a short film. Combine them together and you might have a live action fictional film depicting the brand's message. That's a great engaging way to do it. Or finally, another example is you might add talking head together, like I am now, and first in the first person tense, where you're sharing the personal significance of the brand message in a very matter of fact way. And that's somewhat what the brand Rosie's Place did, that video that I showed you in the beginning. And so these are all different approaches, and the reason I share them with you is to say this is for any brand. It doesn't matter what your niche is, what your message is, or what your style is. No brand is too cool for this because you can represent it in a way that's your own. It doesn't have to be cheesy. It can be cheesy. And the only thing that really matters is that it's on brand to you. So get creative and find the way it is on brand to you. The next part of this is about packaging your story. And this is really, I mean, you might find this basic or trivial, but it's worth mentioning. So there's a few ways to package your story. You can make a video, you can make a reel, a video carousel, or photo carousel. The reason I wanted to lay these out is because I believe some of these are better than others. And I believe that video in this case is better than photos because it is a more engaging form of media, because there's simply more things moving. And I mean, that may not work for what you're doing, but it is, I think, a better option for this kind of story that you're sharing, like one that's going to be pinned at the top of your Instagram page. And so, although in saying that, I don't want to limit you in saying that you have to do it like that. If you're stuck, if you don't know which one to pick video. If you've got good ideas for how you could do like a photo montage or even just a single frame, do that too. Again, it's all just about being on brand to you. Finally, it's really important that you make your video engaging because it doesn't, like, people need to watch it. And so if people are watching, the more people that watch, the more people it can reach, the more potential it has to be shared. And so I wanted to introduce you, or maybe if you've already seen this, reintroduce you to the story arc. In traditional films, this is how the filmmakers and editors use the story arc to keep engagement throughout. And so when turning your story that we wrote in our last lesson into a video, it's really important to keep in mind, how do you create a piece of media that is engaging? Because you can have a really great story and it's simply shared in a way that is, it lacks substance and it lacks thought that needs to be put in to make it engaging. And for that reason, it doesn't reach the amount of people that it could reach. And so this isn't going to make a bad story good. However, it's going to make a good story reach more people and even better. So have a look. On the left side, we start with a little bit of excitement in the beginning of the film, and then we come down. Then we have the orientation, where we really introduce the characters in their lives. And then in the rising tension, we've already introduced the conflicts of the story, and we come up to some sort of point. We usually have a little breather, or maybe a few, going more into the film. And then when it rises again, is when the conflict comes to the point of no return, where you think this could not get worse. And that draws to what is the climax, the highest point of tension in the film. And then very soon after the climax, in fact, as soon as possible, we have the resolution. Now, prior to what many believe, the resolution doesn't need to be a happy ending. The resolution is simply something that satisfies the desire of the viewer, something that addresses the conflict in some way. Again, doesn't necessarily have to be good. But here's the thing, this story arc is good for a 90-minute film. However, we're not making 90-minute films, and so this is why I introduced you to the social media story arc, which is my edit, my modification on the traditional story arc. And so this is for 90 minutes versus for 90 seconds. And so let's have a look at it. On the left side, you have the hook. And this is at the beginning of the video. We start at a very high point. We make a promise, something, and it's not literally me having to go, I promise you this, or me having to put text on the screen, you won't believe what happened at the end. It's just something in the beginning that alludes to something that you're going to want to stay. There's something to come, and that could be a visual hook or a text hook. And again, we'll talk more about this format of creating short form social media videos later on in the course in module 2. So after the hook, then we have the conflict, and the conflict might have already been introduced, but usually after this point we calm down and we expand on the hook a little bit more, and we see, okay, it's adding some substance, there's a bit of beef to it. As we go further, there's some rising tension in that the conflict is getting more and more and more, and you're just wondering what's going to happen. And then finally, at the end of the video, you have the payoff. And this is where you deliver on the hook. Whatever it is at the beginning of the video that promises something to the audience in some way, that is delivered at the end. And so this, I briefly mentioned it, this follows the format. The hook, retention, payoff. The hook being the most important part. And so it doesn't matter if you have a really good story. If you fail to share it with the world in an engaging way, it could really miss the mark. It could miss the potential. And on the contrary, if you have a good story that you really you hit it off with the way you deliver it in an engaging way, it has the potential to go absolutely super stellar viral. And so that's where we get into the point that short stories are shareable. And this is just, it's like cocaine for it, because it goes off the charts. I know it's a bad example, but you get what I'm saying. And so I wanted to give you a few tips for storytelling on social media. And the first being that it's a good idea to start mid-sentence, almost with the climax. And you notice, coming back to my my social media short form story arc, the 90-second one, it starts at a really high point. Whereas sometimes in films, at the beginning we can ease into things, and you're allowed to do that in movies because people are okay with waiting. People usually commit 90 minutes of their time before they even do so. They expect to anyway. With social media, it's not the case. People are swiping, and your competition is with every other video. And so that's the reason I say start mid-sentence with the climax. Almost like we've just been thrown into it, not in a way that confuses us, but in a way that makes us imagine, how did we get here? And I'm really interested to seeing how this folds out. The next one is a little bit ironic, and it's don't be a filmmaker. And so no lingering. Similar to my point before, filmmakers are able to have that really nice long intro. Don't do that. Remove your intros, remove your outros. You don't need a hey guys. You don't need a this is my brand. You don't need, like, You don't need any of that. You don't need your logo in there in the beginning. Remove it. You're not a filmmaker. You are, even if you didn't decide you wanted to sign up for this, the fact is you did when starting a streetwear brand, and one that has the social media as the lifeblood. So you need to be more of a business person, a strategist than a filmmaker, more than an artist. And so the other point in that is no lingering. So don't stay on any one shot for too long. Cut, make it engaging. We want to see many things happening in a very short amount of time. And you can think of this as value per second, as Alex Hormozi likes to say. Value per second is how much value am I getting for the time it costs me to watch this. The next one, this isn't a rule, but it's worth mentioning anyway. No more than 90 seconds. Think this is social media, and you can make long form versions of your story. I don't think that the pinned post on your Instagram page is the place for that. And for that reason, I say don't make it longer than 90 seconds. If you can make it under 60, fantastic. Next, optimize for mobile viewing. So it means make a video that's meant to be seen like this, not like this. And the difference being one's portrait and one's landscape. No one's watching Instagram with their phone tilted on its side. And so don't film it like that. Film it optimizing for mobile viewing. Lean into vulnerability. And so this point is really about not giving advice, but rather sharing your sharing your experience. And people, I've learned it the hard way that people receive a lot better someone saying that I did this and this happened versus you should do this. And so I think the same goes for sharing a story, is that especially if your brand message overlaps into some sort of social cause, it can be tempting to say, do this and your like social media, your mental health will improve, for a mental health brand, for example. But I think it's best to stay away from that and take an approach that is, this is my experience, this is my story, because nobody can argue with that. Absolutely nobody can argue with that. And the sub point to it is leaning into vulnerability allows your audience that will become a community to open up. And so if you decide you can trust people with the gift of your vulnerability on such a public platform, they feel the same, and they feel almost obliged to do the same. And that takes form in leaving comments, and that's when you really start to create a movement, something that goes beyond your clothing. And then finally, this comes from I think it was the second lesson about giving crazy value. When you give value, people feel obliged to give it back. And it goes the same with vulnerability. Vulnerability is a gift that you give to someone, and they feel obliged to give it the value back. And that might be in the form of sharing your post, for example. You're really leaning into the emotional hook. Another point about making your videos engaging is having layers. And so there are two, with any given video, if you've done any filmmaking before, you'll know that there's two layers. There's the A-roll and your B-roll. And so the A-roll is the primary footage containing the main content. So if you're doing a talking head style, that is the talking head. It's the video of you talking to the screen or talking to the camera. And then there's the B-roll, which is the supplementary imagery to support A-roll, to visually support the A-roll. And so this could be images or footage or graphics or text or things like that. All of that is B-roll. And so when you see like an interview in a documentary and the person's talking in the background and they cut away to a video of exactly what they're talking about, that's an example of B-roll. And so how do you make your video engaging and not linger when all you're doing is just talking? Well, you use the B-roll. And so that's a really good way. I mean, you saw it in Rosie's Place video where they're cutting to videos of them, in the kitchen with their mother, who represents this idea of your home away from home, or letting everyone in, and images with their friends. And so this is the B-roll, and it's supporting imagery, and it's really helpful to have many different ways to communicate at the same time. So communicating through words, right? Through the words I'm hearing. And then you can communicate through the text on the screen, the words I'm reading. And then you can communicate through the images that I'm seeing through my eyes. And so having all of those at the same time makes your message hit so much harder than if you just had the heard words. Finally, we're going to address this topic of creating a strong call to action. That's CTA, call to action. Because any good story prompts someone to take action in some way. And we're taking this on from the angle that the people that are going to see this video pinned at the top of your Instagram page are those that are newcomers. They've never seen your brand before or heard of your brand, or maybe they've just been introduced to you. They're checking out your page. Maybe they've came across a reel. Maybe they seen a post that a friend shared. And they might consider following you, or they might not, right? And so they're people in the top of the funnel. So a really strong call to action will enable people to take action, right? Hence the name, right? It will prompt people to take action. So it needs to be three things to be really strong though. The first one is short. So don't write paragraphs. And this goes for the call to action in your bio, as well as the call to action in this video, right? If you're writing a script out before you create this video, just have the call to action be one sentence, not long at all. Next, it has to be clear. And so it shouldn't have to be read twice, or if you're just speaking it out, it shouldn't have to be heard twice. So use vocabulary that's no more complex than a 5-year-old reading level, or year 5 reading level, sorry. And then finally, make it actionable. So hence the name, it is call to action. You have to make it actionable. And so what I mean by that is give your audience one specific thing to do. And so you don't want to give them 100 things. Don't say follow me and check out my latest clothing release and watch this video and follow us on TikTok as well. Like, have one specific thing to do, because there's something that happens when there's too many options presented, that people get what's called decision fatigue, and it leads them to not making a decision at all. So by having it clear and actionable with one specific thing, they're more likely to actually act upon it. Here's a pro tip. Use ChatGPT to check all 3 criteria of your call to action. So if you use ChatGPT to make it a bit shorter, or to make it a bit clearer, or to check the vocabulary is easy enough, or to make sure that there's just one specific thing that you're doing, simply copy and paste, input these words in, and I'm sure you'll get out a pretty good answer. And another pro tip is to pin the call to action in the top of the comment section of your video. So this is really helpful, because one thing about community building is that you have to facilitate it. You cannot simply just leave your audience to build community themselves. And one of the ways you can facilitate community that's really practical is by, when creating a video like this, where you're creating a story that you're sharing with people, like your manifesto, in the comment section, just simply type out the call to action, the very thing that you said at the end of the video, in the top of the comment section, because it breaks the ice, and it reminds people of the actionable. And breaking the ice is really important, because if you walk into a conversation and no one's talking, that's the hardest time to start it. But if everyone's already talking and making comments, that's easier to join in then. And so break your own ice in that, make it easier for your audience to join in. And that's a bit of a sub point, but it's important. Like, commenting on your own posts are important for those 2 reasons: to remind them of the CTA and to break the ice in the comment section. So here's a few ideas of call to actions that you could have on your own video story. Of course, the first one that's maybe the most obvious is to buy our products. You could say, hey, if you resonate with our brand from this video, from this message that we've shared with you, check out our latest collection. Now, the thing is, I would suggest against this one because you, like I said in the beginning, you want a video that's evergreen, something that can stay there and something that's not going to go up and down with your releases. And I think I've got a slide on it soon, but also the other thing is that a follow in some cases are greater than a one-time purchase. And I'll touch on that soon, but maybe have a look at some of the other possible call to actions that you could use instead. One is join the newsletter. All right. So that's more of a long-term approach. I think it's similar to buy our products, but it's better. Because then you get them inside your sales funnel. They're inside there and you're able to retain them by, of course, sending them email marketing. And so they're more likely to buy. And it's a good call to action for that reason. Just make it really easy for them to find your newsletter if you're going to do something like that. Another one, share this with a friend. This is massive because this is where you start building a referral system. Referral being me referring your brand to a friend of mine saying, hey, check this brand out. I think you're really going to like it. And this becomes easy when you share your message because now you can say, hey, do you know someone who needs this today or resonates with this message or is like this or is this person? Share this with them or tag them in the comments. And that's another call to action. Tag a friend in the comments. Another one is follow us. And this one I think is very powerful because what you're doing is you're getting people into your ecosystem. And if you have a longer term mindset about your sales funnel, not just beyond today's sale, beyond today's customer, you're going to do a lot better job at getting more customers and retaining them because having someone follow you is sometimes greater than just a one-time purchase. And then you could just say, leave a comment. If you do this last one, if your call to action is to leave a comment, give them something to leave a comment about. In terms of ask them a question to answer or provide a discussion point. Make it relevant to what you're talking about. But if you're going to leave a comment, make sure you prompt or start the conversation. And I mentioned this before, it's that a long-time follower is greater than a one-time buyer. And the reason I say that is because a long-time follower has the potential to buy and buy and buy and buy again. Because to a follower, they're seeing your posts about your collections that are popping up in their feed. Every time they see that promotion for your clothing is another opportunity for them to buy it. And that's free ads. That's why your audience is your greatest asset because you grow that, you accumulate your audience, and all of a sudden your ad spend that you've got such an organic reach that's so valuable versus a one-time buyer. Yes, they may buy one time, but if they're just out and they leave, well, first, you're not building a community, you don't have any drive and culture, and their lifetime customer value is very low, which means was that even worth it at all? I mean, a little bit, but hardly. Certainly not in comparison to a long-time follower who might buy and buy and buy again. And so even though that long-time follower might take a longer time to get from the top of the funnel to the bottom, as in they won't buy the first, second, or third drop, in the long run, they're worth it. And that's why I suggest that a good call to action on a video story is to have, hey, follow this account if you resonate with this message. Follow our account. Okay, we've unpacked a lot in this lesson. Let's recap over everything about how you can turn your story into an actual video that you can post. So get creative with the stylistic approach you pick. Don't limit yourself. Think outside the box. The sky is the limit, and there is no excuse for not creating this story because you can do it any way that's on brand to you. Just make sure it is on brand to you. There are many ways to package your story. Videos that stay indefinitely are the best. That's why I don't say stories. Don't do stories because they go after 24 hours. I mean, yes, you could do your highlights, but even so, a video on the top of your feed is a really good call. Use the hook retention payoff formula for telling social media stories, right? And this goes back to the graph that I showed you about the 90-second story arc. And how it starts really high and ends really high, comes down in the middle, and then rises up to the end. That's super powerful, and use that formula for the way you tell your stories. Just roughly. It doesn't have to be exact, you need this here and this there. Just
roughly follow it and see if it lines up. At least that's the motivating thought behind the videos that you're creating. Use a strong call to action to direct viewers. It's because your viewers don't want options, they want direction. So give them direction. Don't give them decision fatigue. Simply tell them what you think they should do if they resonate with your message. Here's your actionable step for today. Start scripting your video and share the message behind your brand. And use ChatGPT for help if you get stuck. And the way that you can do this, and the way that I've done this in the previous few lessons on these fictional brands that I've been creating and the messages behind them, is by simply inputting the 5 questions positioning sheet from lesson 4 and turning it into a script. So if you haven't downloaded that, please go back to lesson 4 about branding and re-download that resource. Answer the 5 questions, input it into ChatGPT, and ask it to turn it into a 90-second script where using the hook, retention, payoff formula for social media. So coming up, we're going to be doing a recap of week 1 and everything that's to come. It's modules and everything that's to come in modules 2 through 5. And so that'll be the final lesson of this first week of the course, which makes me really sad actually. And so you can keep up with how to cultivate a community around your brand by going to elijahdelport.com/daily and subscribe yourself for free, just your email. So yeah, let's go Streetwear 365. Look, this is the second last video in the week 1. And so I wanted to quickly mention that this is our community page. And after this lesson, you'll get the recap, of course. But week 1 is the only free module of the Streetwear 365 course. And so all the other modules in this course are only available to those who have got the full access to the Streetwear 365 Masterclass, which is on Streetwear 365 Pro. And so if you go under the classroom page, if you go here into the Streetwear 365 Masterclass LITE, right, you get here's week 1 that you've been doing. Under week 2, you can go to elijahdelport.com/pro, and that'll take you straight to the about page of the Streetwear 365 Pro community. And in here, I'll show you inside briefly. In here, what you're going to get is the entire Streetwear 365 Masterclass. And so if you are serious about going full-time into your streetwear brand and going Streetwear 365 days of the year, then please make the investment in yourself and invest in the other 2 to 5 modules of this course, because there's a hell of a lot that I'm going to go through. I'm going to talk about it in the next video that's available for free, and you'll see everything that's to come and get a little snapshot of that. But it's massive. Like, even just like, look at this, weeks 2 through to 5, there are so many lessons here. There are so many, and so there's a hell of a lot of value still to come. Well, thanks for watching this lesson, and look, smash it this week, take massive action, and I will see you in the next video. Hello, and welcome to the final video in week 1 of the Streetwear 365 Masterclass. I'm Elijah Delport. We've gone over a lot of content over the last 6 lessons, and so the purpose of this video is to recap everything, or just the main parts, in a very condensed time, and so you can retain it a lot better. And so let's have a look what we'll be covering. Of course, we'll be looking over the week 1 course material, the main parts, the key elements. Then we're going to be talking about what is to come, and that's about what you'll get in Streetwear 365 Pro. And then I have a gift that I believe you're going to find super valuable to give you at the end of this video as a thank you for getting to the end of week 1. So please don't miss out on that, because it's massive. Okay, and of course, please sign up to my daily email if you are a streetwear brand owner wanting to grow a community of loyal customers around your streetwear brand. You can go to elijahdelport.com/daily. Okay, watch this in 2 times speed if you need to. Let's get into it. So lesson 1 of the course was about how to make more money, and we covered the only 2 ways to do so. The first of which being to increase the number of customers. You can do that either by improving conversion rates or growing your audience. Now, the second way to make more money, increase your revenue in your streetwear brand, is one that's more overlooked. And that was by increasing customer value. And you can do that by increasing the number of products sold per customer or increasing the value or the price of the products themselves. Then we went on to lesson 2, which was about goal setting and financial tracking. And some of the main ideas we covered there was that we aim for the stars and we land on the moon. And sometimes we land on the stars too. That's to do with setting really big goals, ones that feel a little bit out of reach, because then we'll work over time. It also means we have to manage our disappointments when we don't achieve our goals, because that's okay too. At least we're setting the goals and we're trying, and we're increasing the likelihood of us achieving them by writing them down. Great things are built upon small daily disciplines. And so the way that we bridge the gap between where we are right now and where we want to be, where our goal is by implementing something that we can do every single day. And we do that by working from the end all the way to the beginning. You cannot improve what you don't measure. And for that reason, we have the financial tracking and the resources that I provide in lesson 2. By the way, all the resources throughout the course are below this video. So if you missed some of them, go ahead and download them. But you cannot improve what you don't measure. And if you want to improve your revenue, you have to measure it. Your full-time streetwear dream isn't as far as you think. And that was, we were able to see that by using in the financial tracker the prospect numbers for the number of drops and how many clothes you need to be dropping each collection and how often you need to do the collections in a yearly basis. And that shows that it's actually really quite manageable. You can just do the math and work it out that way. And so your dream isn't as far as you think. Lesson 3 was about giving crazy value. And that's all about the concept that you give lots of value and your audience is compelled to return the favor. In other words, if you, especially with the content you're creating, because you're a social media streetwear brand, give lots of value in entertainment, education, and inspiration, your audience will feel compelled to give you their attention and eventually their credit card details at checkout. An outward approach gives more than it takes. And that's the approach that I encourage you to take in all areas of business, because it comes through in all areas. Brands that lead with an outward approach make the most money. And they also happen to go viral more times. Even think about the way that the social media algorithms work. They boost the posts that give more value for the number of seconds it costs to watch them. And that would be in entertainment and education, inspiration. Again, those 3 ideas. And so if you are using an outward approach in everything in your business, you're more likely to earn more money. Lesson 4 was about branding, and we looked at some of the very specific branding nuances that go on with a fashion brand different from any other company in any other industry. And I brought up the fact that you aren't a clothing brand without branding, in that many people call themselves brands, however, they don't have branding, and so I suggest that they're just clothing businesses. But you're a clothing brand, so it means that branding is important. Customers, at least the ones that matter, buy for identity and justify with logic. And the part where they buy for identity is all about your branding, and the logic is about your product. The buying for identity says, I resonate with this brand and their message. The justifying with logic says, this product is 230 GSM, for example. And my point about the ones that matter is to suggest that not all customers are weighted equally. Some are more valuable than others. The ones that buy and buy and buy again are better and more valuable and need more attention than those who come, buy once, and then leave. Then we spoke about picking a niche to set yourself apart. This is vitally important because there's only every business, it doesn't matter the industry, needs to be set apart in some way in order to make money that instead of their competition. And so there's 2 ways to do that in your streetwear brand. It's either picking a differentiation by product or picking a differentiation by branding, or you can do a bit of both. But I suggest doing it by branding because that's easier. It's more conceptual. It's about the frame you put the product in. It means you can, like every other brand, you can put the same logo on your t-shirt, but all that's different is the message behind it, and that is how you differentiate yourself. And that's why it's important to pick a niche. Then lesson 5, we spoke about writing your story. And this is about turning your brand message into something that could eventually be tangible, that you can share with your audience and get your message out to the world. And the reason we talk about storytelling is because stories get shared and word of mouth marketing is the best there is. Your story isn't how you started, it's your messaging with a conflict. So my point is with that is that many brands get confused when I bring up the idea of writing your story. They go, well, yes, my brand started in 2016 and we were just originally out of our house and we filled our garage with boxes. That is one of your stories. That's not the story that I'm referring to. The one I'm referring to is your brand message. It's an archetypal story, something that has many different stories beneath it. And you infuse a conflict into it and you have many, many stories. Every good story has a conflict and resolution. That's storytelling 101. Uncover your story's conflict by catastrophizing. It's simply going, here is my brand message. If my brand message didn't exist or the polar opposite did, what would we be left with? What havoc would there be in the world? And that's the conflict of every story that you are going to tell. The most successful things ever created are driven by great stories. And that's true. That's true for the most successful products we have. Anything that's gotten any kind of reach is driven by storytelling. Lesson 6 was about filming your story. And so it's taking something that's on paper, written on a page at the bottom of your desk, and turning it into something tangible that you can share with the world. And this is where we actually leverage the power of storytelling and the shareability. And my encouragements for you in this lesson were to get creative with the stylistic approach you pick. There's no excuse for not creating a film about your brand's message, about your story, because you can do it in any way you want that's on brand to you. Don't do it like someone else has done. Find a way that it is totally you. There are many ways to package your story, but videos that stay indefinitely are the best. That's why I suggest don't put your video on your Instagram story because they disappear after 24 hours. And have it something that's pinned at the top of your page because you want all newcomers, whenever they come, to see it and get that emotional hook from your brand. And so this also leads to me talking about the way that the format in which you present your video. And it's by using the hook, retention, payoff formula. And that's very different from stories that are told in films where you have 90 minutes. Instead of 90 minutes, you have 90 seconds or less. And so you need the hook. Start with a bang. You need the retention. Keep them interested throughout and find the points where they might want to click off and introduce a new idea. Then you have the payoff, which is very much linked to the hook often. Then you want to use a strong call to action to direct viewers. And it's because viewers don't want choice. Don't give them 5, because one of the elements of a strong call to action is that it's so 3 of them is strong. So it's short, it's clear, and it's actionable. So it's short, don't write paragraphs, it's clear. I should be able to understand it the first time, and it's actionable. One thing that it's asking me to do right now. And so that having that at the end of your story that you post to your page is so very powerful. So that was the entire week 1 of the course about building your brand foundation that you just went through and you watched. And so I hope it was valuable. I hope you learned something in it. And I want to let you know that the only way this is really going to manifest itself, all this knowledge is going to manifest itself in tangible results, is if and when you apply it. And so what I'm encouraging you to do is not just sit here and do nothing and keep retaining a bunch of head knowledge. I want you to go out, if you need to rewatch the week 1 of the course, amazing, do that, if that's what's going to compel you. But really, more than that, just start taking massive action, because your dream streetwear brand is
is behind execution of all of these things. It doesn't have to be perfect yet, but you do have to try. And that's what sets apart the successful brand owners from those that aren't. It's execution, because some don't and others do. Now, the second part of this, remember, but I'm going to share with you after all this as a gift, as a thank you for getting to the end of the course. But before I give you that gift, I wanted to show you what is inside Streetwear 365 Pro. Now, this is our community page here. This is Streetwear 365. Looking very beautiful as always. You've been accessing this masterclass via the classroom page here. And look, I mean, I think this is a really great system that schools got here on the platform, that we get to upload courses. But one thing you'll notice, if you haven't checked already, that there is a number of other modules to the Streetwear 365 masterclass. In fact, there's another 4, and this is filled out with content. It's filled to the brim. And so you might have tried to access this in Streetwear 365 community and notice that you have to upgrade to Streetwear 365 Pro to get the full masterclass. And so that's what I wanted to show you today. What is inside 365 Pro? What do you get? Is it worth your money? You'll be able to decide after this video. And so, of course, the first thing, by clicking on this link, it brings you to Streetwear 365 Pro. The first thing you get is access to the full Streetwear 365 masterclass, which is absolutely filled with stuff. In week 2, we go and we talk about daily content creation. And it's in that class it's in that module where I show you how to do ideation so you never run out of content ideas. It's where I show you how to continue, like I've shown you how to create one piece of content, which is to turn your messages into a story. But I show you how to continue creating content again and again and again that people love and that builds a community. Then we talk about systemizing and optimization, which is where how do you create a lot of content with a little amount of time and a little amount of money. And so I show you how to bulk create content. And let's have a look at some of the other lessons that are in here. Yeah, experimenting and iterating. It's how do you get to find some content that actually works. And then bulk content creation. There's software and hardware. This is my background's in content creation and videography. And so, this is one of my favorite lessons, software and hardware. Then there's AI use cases for content creation, paid systemization. And paid systemization is about like hiring editors. It's like, how do you do this faster if you start getting some money that you want to reinvest into it? Then we have week 4 that's all about community building and customer loyalty. And so I'm still building out this part, week 4 of the course, a bit more. But for now, what we're doing is looking at in there is facilitating engagement. So it's that community doesn't happen by itself. It happens by you actually facilitating it. Then we look at crowdsourcing content. This could have gone in the daily content creation, but it comes under community building, because this is when you empower your community to create content for you, and you create a system that you don't have to pay for, and you have more content than you ever know what to do with. Running a pop-up, consistent in-person events. And this is all very important for community building and overall increasing the lifetime customer value. Then finally, one of my favorites is Module 5, Week 5, where we talk about influencer marketing. And here we're looking at how to pick influencers, how to reach out to them, how you make your offer, reposting their content, the influencer value calculator. And this is where we go ahead and we're able to calculate the value of influencers before you even put money on the table. Then we look at the creating an ambassador program, which is like influencers, but ongoing. And so this is all the content you get as being a part of Streetwear 365 Pro. However, it doesn't stop there, because one of the things that makes me most excited about having such a close-knit community is the prospect of private coaching. And so as you can see pinned to the top here, you can book a private one-on-one coaching call with myself as much as once a week. And so if you are looking for coaching for your brand, to help you grow and help you turn your part-time job into a full-time career, this is the place where you can get private coaching, right? And it's at a fraction of the price where you get anywhere else. Simply, it's included in your monthly membership to Streetwear 365 Pro. And the way it works is you simply go to my calendar here, and on my calendar, you're able to book in a session. Here, you're able to book in a session, and look, it's open. It is very open. This is today's date, the 21st, and this is until the end of the month. And you click on the date you like, you click on the time, and then you can book it in. And this is something that I usually sell for $5,000 a month. And this is available for free as included in the Streetwear 365 Pro membership. And here's some possible discussion topics. We can talk about brand identity, content strategy, audience growth, influencer marketing, basically anything in the course, including all of week 1 and everything to come. But if you want it personalized for you, if you want to find out I need someone to help me walk through these lessons with me, or walk through these activities, or do this with me, that is where you can do a private one-on-one coaching call, or you can just talk about your struggles from the week in your business. And so that's the real offer as part of the Streetwear 365 community, as well as the community itself. This is a place where you can find accountability in the other brand owners that are in this community, as well as seeking motivation and encouragement from the others. And you get a special attention that I'm not able to give on the Streetwear 365 free community to the paid community. In this community, I believe there is an insane amount of value, and people are seeing results from it. As you can see from this first slide here, to learn how to build a full-time streetwear brand from a seasoned content strategist. And here are some of the results that people are seeing from it. But look, it's massive value for very little. And so you get the full Streetwear 365 Masterclass. You get the brand breakdown strategy templates, your personalized Instagram page audit. And that is for your page, for your Instagram page, personalized for you. You get a weekly Q&A with myself. You get motivated brand owner community, and most importantly, the private one-on-one coaching with myself. So don't miss out on this. A great part of the Streetwear 365 Pro community is that there is a risk-free 14-day money-back guarantee. And that look, here it is here. Let me pull this up. Yeah, so I'm so sure that this community will pay for itself with increased sales that we offer 100% money back guarantee. So all you need to do is message Elijah, myself, within 14 days, and we'll approve your refund, no questions asked. And so all I'm suggesting with that is that you can message me if this doesn't pay for itself in 14 days. You can message me and I'll send you your money back. Simple as that. Simple. There's no strings attached. And so the reason I say that is that I want you to be able to try this without having to take the risk, right? There's not many opportunities we get in the world where you can try something like this without having to take the risk. But please, do take advantage of this money back guarantee and use it. Try it out. Even if you don't even want it, try it out and test me on it, because I promise you, I will refund you in full. Take the value that you've gotten from my course up until this point as evidence of the value to come. If I'm able to provide this to you for free, what am I able to provide you if I'm paid for it as well? Which means I can devote more time and more of my money, resources to it. So I encourage you, please, if you are serious about turning your side hustle into a full-time career, if you want your streetwear dream to become a reality, invest in yourself and join Streetwear 365 Pro. As I promised in the beginning, I've got a gift for you to say thank you for making it to the end of week 1. This is a massive congratulations, because there's a lot of course material here. And there's a lot of other courses you could go to and watch, but you decided to spend your time on this one. And so here's what you get. I'm offering to you today one coaching call for free.
Now, this is a demo of the Streetwear 365 Pro community. And we can talk about whatever you want. Those list of things that I laid out for you in terms of topics you could bring, or just whatever your struggles or problems are you want to work through this week. And I promise you'll walk away with one actionable thing you can do to improve the state of your brand, or to get you one step closer to the big goals you've set in this week 1 of the course. And so that's a gift. You can book that via the link below this video. All right, well, that is all from me in the week 1 of this course. Remember, please subscribe to elijahdelport.com/daily to receive a daily email newsletter for brand owners to help you grow a community behind your brand. It's 100% free, and I think you're going to love it. Let's take this Streetwear 365. I'm really looking forward to seeing you on the other side of Streetwear 365 Pro. And please remember, go to the description of this video, but the description section below this video, and book in your free coaching call as a free gift from me to say thank you for finishing the course up until this point. There's still a lot more to come. Remember that we've got 4 more modules, and I want you to have them. So don't miss out. Take this Streetwear 365 Pro and invest in yourself so that you can reduce the amount of time it takes you to scale your brand. Okay, well, thanks very much for watching Module 1, and I will see you for Module 2. Hey, Elijah here again. I'm sure you've seen enough of my face by now, but well done, you made it to the end. I'm really glad to see you on the other side, and I hope you learnt something. I want to encourage you that if all of this stuff that you've learnt in this masterclass stays as head knowledge, it won't do anything for you. It's only until you execute and you apply that head knowledge when it becomes valuable, and actually you'll be able to see some tangible results of your time investment. And look, one more thing before I leave you. This whole course has been available on my school community called Streetwear 365. It's a community for brand owners helping you turn your streetwear side hustle into a full-time career. And there are 50 plus streetwear entrepreneurs as of this moment making their streetwear dreams a reality. And this can be you too. And so I want to invite you. It's 100% free to join. There's a link in the description below this video. All I need you to do is click on that link and press join group. And there you'll have access to a community of other motivated brand owners. And this is a fantastic opportunity to really go further, faster, because we can together. And when there's a system of accountability around us, it's our discipline is really excelled. And so I want to encourage you, please join the Streetwear 365 community. There's nothing like this anywhere else. There's no other place where you can have such a supportive community and active space of like-minded individuals. So please, join Streetwear 365, and I'll see you on the inside.